Okay.
I'll do the introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pre-show of the grand finals of the SLE. I am joined by last season's jungler and champion, Mr. Shy. Hello.
Hello, hello.
And a mid laner from Chonky's Grandpa Chan.
Wagwan, how are we doing?
I'm doing amazing. How are you guys looking forward? Are you guys looking forward today?
Very excited to see Icehound dominate the mid lane. That's
Think
what
it's
I'm
gonna be
excited
mid
to see.
domination? I
Sorry?
think mid lane, like do you think it's gonna be mid lane domination? I think mid's kind of the most even one.
Maybe. I think mid lane might be the most fun to look at. Maybe other than jungle. Maybe jungle mid, but I think mid lane is gonna be quite fun to watch. I think Icehound knows how to put on the show, at least from what I've seen, at least.
That's fair enough. I think my pick of the series would definitely go to top with Hacks and Jeff Weezer being kind of like both carry style players. So I think that's gonna be a really fun one. But I think everywhere is like you can really point the camera everywhere and there's nowhere really a snoozer lane.
We're a bit blessed that Ace cannot play, so we get actually competitive top lane for Vitagen side. But I think all around they seem pretty even, so I'm excited to see who wins in the end.
Yeah, Ace decided he's running down the entire split and finals is just okay, guys, now win. But yeah, I think for the roots here been here, like I've talked about this during the day as well. For the roots been here, like they have of course met earlier on, Vitagen Heart and Deadly Lotus to end up in a 2-0, kind of a surprising 2-0. Do you guys think this is going to be a different outcome today?
I mean,
I
Vitagen, to be fair, is on one day they are entirely different team than on another day. Like they can play on a level of like uncontested champion one day, and then the next day they will lose to like someone who should normally be considered a bit worse than them. So it depends on the coin flip which Vitagen we get today, I guess.
That's fair
But
enough.
I do agree. Yeah, I think we might see quite a close game, to be honest. I think this might be like a very close game, maybe a 3-2. I wanna say 3-2. I don't know who I wanna put that 3 on though. I think
Of course.
what's it called? Deadly Lotus have a very good team composition, so they might pull their big boy pants on and show us why they deserve first place and not Vitagen Heart.
Well, I mean, of course, I'm a bit biased, but I'll put my unbiased opinion on it, of course. I think. Huh? Yeah, okay. I'll go prediction 3-1 for Vitagen Heart.
Oh, I was go 3-2 Deadly Lotus for sure.
Okay. Yeah, as like I said, top lane Weezer versus God of Hacks. Of course, sadly we don't have much like to go on. We have Hacks. Hacks plays one series. I think it was against you guys. No?
yeah,
He
it was
played
against Chonkies.
against Chonkies, right?
Yeah. He was
Maybe
kind of
fifth.
1v9, I think, if I remember correctly. I mean, the whole game was just everyone was performing well. Like I didn't really say anything.
I mean, he beat one for Vitagen team.
I was checking to see because that series I missed, but like I saw that he only died like 3 times in the entire series, I think. So definitely a good showing. And I mean,
Mhm.
as said before, definitely an upgrade over Ace. Ace is an Inter, as well known. So yeah, this matchup looks pretty exciting. Do you think it's more of a one series thing from Hex, or do you think he will repeat the domination this time?
I mean, looking at like Hex's history and competitive, like he's a really solid player. So I think he'll show up heavily today again. Last split, 2 slips ago, he had a bit of an unfortunate ending towards the grand finals. Like The all know the famous clip being solo killed by Benny on the choke. But I think he'll pull through. I think he'll be a massive rock for them, and like it's different style than Ace. Like Hax also plays carries, right? But in a really different way. Yeah, very good, very good.
Okay, we definitely want to see. Oh yeah, I was going to say we definitely want to see some jungle matchup now, because I think this
I'll
one
give it
is,
to you. I'll give it to you.
to me, this matchup is the most exciting probably out of all the five. Like I think it's pretty even. I would lean a bit more towards Vitagen's side, but like they to me they're really similar as players, and I really want to see which side ends up on top and does the jungle cannon tonight.
Yeah, I mean, of course I know both players. I know Jonathan Isaac a bit better than Jarlen. The funny thing is their champion pools don't really match up that much, besides like the Maokai they both have in there. I mean, Isaac has been, of course, like MVP the split. It's so important for Vitagen hard success, kind of dictating how the early game goes. But Jarlen is like such a rock as well, like kind of the stable backbone of this team. So it's really gonna depend on who can dictate like this early game, especially like I've talked about before. Deadly Lotus is such a team fighting team, and like later on, but behind Heart is such a early game focused team. So if Jarlen can kind of negate those early plays, I think Deadly Lotus could be in a really good spot.
I don't think I've seen Jonathan Isaac play yet. Maybe the first week of whole of the split, but that's all I can't remember anything from him, because I think last time he played versus Vitagen Heart, it was Ace who was jungling for them. So I'm like kind of clueless about how well Jonathan Isaac plays. But I mean, looking at these stats, I can see he's quite well, or he's quite good, right? So
Yes, indeed, yes, indeed. My boy Isaac, gonna get second MVP, second championship.
option number 2, Josiah versus Icehound. I think if Josiah plays the way he did in the Chunky's game, I think Icehound might have a very hard time playing the game. Because when Josiah played versus the Chunkies, he played stuff like Scion, Cho'Gath, and he would just one-shot the wave and insta be at whatever objective or whatever lane he wanted to be at. So it might, because of the prio, it might be a lot harder for Icehound to play the game, especially since you also have Wiggies, which we will see in a bit, right? So
yeah, I mean this matchup is interesting because I talked about Icehound earlier today, and Jesse of course plays like the general mages, and Icehound play a little bit first assassin, but Jesse has like this annoying tanks in his pockets that makes drafting a bit more wonky to play into. So, but mostly like Jesse like super control, right? Look at his KDA, 8 KDA, like high CS per minute as well. Like he doesn't really lose his lane much, and it's such a nice thing to have.
yeah, for sure. Mid laner that never dies, as always at fights, is being able to hold his own. That's what we all wish for our mids. Not for me though. I'm an Inter.
Your kills good, I heard.
I mean,
better be.
Icehound has always like seemed to me like a guy who wants to dominate the lane, so it might be interesting if he can actually do against Jesse.
Yeah, it's almost impossible though to like dominate your lane against Jesse, because Jesse plays such a like safe style in lane, and like so hard to punish that it's like really hard to push your leads if you try to push leads early on. So I think Icehound's gonna have to do a little bit of map movement in that case.
Mm-hmm.
Moving over to the ADCs. Is it gonna pressure?
I think it's gonna be quite close, to be honest. I don't know. It's I've seen Oppression play before, and he's played quite well in the games I've seen. I've not really seen too much though, but from Zikan, I've also seen him play very well. He's able to hold his own, and I don't know. I think this matchup might be quite close. I think the main difference in bot will probably be the support. Whoever is a better support in these games will probably. I mean, that's kind of in most games, right? But I think the support diff will matter the most in these games.
I mean, I
Same.
think while they fill in different roles in their team, because I think Oppression is more like weak-sided, I
True.
think, like from the games I've seen. Though they do share a bit of their champion pool. Like I think they are both really comfortable on hyper carries, like scaling hyper carries. Zikan is always the Venga after all, right? So like we might see a bit of a snooze fest in bot lane if that's the case, if both up into that, but hopefully not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, stylistically, that they're different because I think Oppression is more like you said, the weak side player. Doesn't really do that much in lane and kind of scales later on. While Zikan, of course, like because of the bot lane partnering they have, really wants to push their lead. They really want to push the kills, but also is really prone to mistakes because of that playstyle. So it's interesting to see if like Hard can push bot lane advantages.
The big thing, oh yeah. Okay, well, we can talk about that later, but now we have a support matchup. And this one is actually really interesting as well, because I think those are completely different on the other hand. Like when I think of AD carries, I can see similarities. On this one, I don't even think there's like, I think there are like two champions that both of them share, but like I feel like they're so different. Playing with both of them, like in-house or through watching them play. I think Wiggins is way more dynamic and lane focused than Crazy Fool, who seems really like controlled to me and likes to shot goal. So it could be a clash of different playstyles in bot lane.
I remember from playing versus Wiggies, I hated my life. That's all I will say. I hated my life playing against Wiggies. Because he played stuff like Fiddlesticks and Skarner and whatever the hell he was playing on the third game. It was really annoying to play versus. So I hope to see something similar again over here in these games.
I mean, I've not really had much experience into Crazy Fool. We played Corfon series, right? But I know Biggies can. Especially when you like let them give a bit more freedom with the picks, like you said, yeah, they picked the Fiddle and the Skarner, so their drafting is a bit like weird. I think Wiggins is such a good player. Like if he gets some like comfort picks, he's super good. It might if it goes like to complete 5 games, I think his champion pool could be a bit pinched. Gonna have like a bit of less picks, but I mean he's really good, and especially like with Zikan's player, he wants to like also play pretty aggressive, like so they complement each other pretty well. In kind of this Crazy Fool, I think he's like about the map a little bit better, but I don't have that much insight on the player itself, so I don't really want to comment on it that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I've seen Crazy Fool from one series only, so I don't have much to say about him, to be honest. But he's come this far, right? So surely he's one of the best SLE supports. But yeah.
At the moment, yeah, definitely. I think it's like just I think that the teams are normally we've lately we've seen last couple of flits we've probably seen like a lot of final matchups that are a bit skewed towards one way, like you kind of know the result before starting, like an upset can happen but you don't count on it. I think this like all the roles are not that different from each other. They're all like it's not that far away, so I think this like matchups today are all super close, so it could like really swing on like small like mistakes and stuff like that. So I think it's gonna be a really fun series to watch to start off.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You wanted to say something before they swap to support Shy? I think something about game state.
I'm not gonna lie. I was going to say something about AD, but I don't remember anymore. So I did say I will go back to it, but I actually forgot what I wanted to say. So
oh man, put this guy in the face.
We can get about 1 minute.
Well, the draft is one thing. Last time we saw this TP play right there, it was a 2-0 win for Deadly Lotus, when you saw a complete collapse by Vitagen and Hard, when they were super ahead in the early game, and then just they completely lost it around the Atakan fight. The 2-0 was a kind of a surprise back then, but the drafting from Deadly Lotus has always been super solid. So I'm curious to see if Hard kind of adapted towards a different kind of drafting style, so they can match them better. I'm really
I
curious to see what.
wonder. Yeah, I'm curious as well. I wonder if Vitagen Heart will try to look for like bait picks like they did with us. Like they'll try to give
100%.
their own picks then give to then take like some weird ass pick for mid or top or whatever. Because
Oh, yeah,
I'm
for sure,
curious
for
if they
sure.
do that.
Yeah, for
Because
sure,
I've
for
seen like
sure.
some other games they just take their own picks. They don't try to do that like with the Ori for example or Galio or whatever. But so I'm very curious here to see. I think draft should be starting in any minute if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Is it ready? Okay, yeah, what are you expecting to see here? What we're gonna expecting to get banned and picked? Of course, Cho'Gath has been like a pick that's banned a lot against Hard. Also, Levi and Zinzao, mega good in the meta right now. I think Zinzao probably the best jungler on the patch.
Uh, yeah, Zen is a weird one. I mean, I think I think Vi is still probably the best jungler on the patch, but she got a bit hit. Maybe it changed. But like both of those champions are a bit scary to give to JI, so I would expect like either a trade of both, so they are out for the rest of the games, or actually like banning both Vi and Zen from the side of Deadly. And you mentioned Cho'Gath. I don't know how much of it is that Ace plays it a lot, but maybe it goes down in priority when they are playing with hacks. We'll have to see. But I think the two junglers you mentioned, I think yeah, Vi is probably top one, Zen is top two, and like both those champions are I seems really comfortable on, so I would expect them both banned.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I think we might.
I
I
mean,
think maybe
yeah,
Syndra as well. Syndra ban. I might see. There might be a Syndra pick ban instead. I think both players kind of just play that champ. No, as far as I'm aware.
Mr. Hound plays the Syndra as well. Of course, yes, it's kind of a Syndra Oriana enjoyer instead of mages.
Yeah.
But yeah, the draft is gonna be like telling us a lot soon. Like Hard it has like a weird way of drafting sometimes with like the wonky picks and stuff like that, especially against Chunkies. Against Radix, they had to show a little bit less because knowing that they just stomped them every game, I think. And then against Biggies, they showed some things, but not too much. Just more the basic picks they have normally. I know they're cooking some things, but I can't say much about it, of course, because I would never do that.
Not making their own strats. Why would you not?
No, why not? I mean, I want the boys to win. I'll be pretty neutral, of course, but I'm slight preparation, of course, for the team.
Slight bias. Slight
bias.
It's okay. It's okay. I've been there. Okay. Oh, the draft has started. We already see.
Oh, we're back 400. Okay.
Vi B1 into Maokai, Ezreal pick, and they're just blinding the Mbessa. Okay. Oh yeah, we do see the Syndra ban and we see Oriana ban. Okay. Interesting.
The Lucian ban from Deadly Lotus as well. That's interesting. The Ash repression, took an AFK on it. Okay. Isn't this supposed to be a really good matchup for Camille?
I'm not too sure. I don't see Camille being played that often at all. I feel like Camille's like such an OTP champ nowadays or something. This champ is like dead, at least in my games.
I can tell you, Hax is quite a Camille player.
From what I've learned from my current team's top laner, he does like it as Camille, like the Mbessa matchup, but I don't think it's like per se a really bad matchup for Mbessa. I think it's mostly just that Camille outskills later on in side lane, and it's really hard to deal with for Mbessa.
Okay, fair enough. The Annie takeaway, Milio ban as well, kind of the support setup. Really looking on 4 here. I'm guessing just the. Ooh, what are you going for here actually? I'm probably gonna go mid laner, right? You're just gonna go standard mates into support pick, counter pick. What I'm expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the correct thing. Like, usually when an enemy team is locking Ashe, like, Ashe is really scary when she gets a good support matchup. She's really good in 1v1, she's really good in duels. So ideally,
And
you
Nico.
would want the support counter against her, but I guess not. Unless it's a flex, but I don't
I
think.
think they're gonna send this to support, but it could be a flag. But I've never ever seen Yes I play it.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
To be
was
honest.
going to say. I don't think he plays it, but maybe it's a hidden cook, no?
They
I'm
can do it.
surprised they ban 3 mids here and not any supports or anything.
I mean, yeah, but I think support pool was so wide and like everything can play. Rakan is fine here. I mean, Rakan to Nico is good. I mean, they have a lot of CC on that Lotus, but it's a little single target.
Rakan is a really good follow-up for Vine and Bessa.
Mhm.
So I would say it's a pretty good pick for them. I'm not sure if it's that good actually against Nico. I think it's fine. But they're definitely going over. I could see some better picks into Nico, but Rakan is probably the one that goes the best with Rakan. So that's probably a good.
Rakan
think
more,
that-
yeah, Rakan more the comp pick, right? I think
And
the
we have
Silas.
Silas as
Silas
well.
fine.
Silas actually is. I think they just want to secure a good mid lane side lane, so they don't end up with like too hard losing side laners. Silas don't
And,
really have many bot side lane matchups, I would say.
And the Nico and the Maokai ulti are probably both
Yeah.
pretty good ultis to Yoink.
Yeah. Also like if it's so
Lissandra.
in composition.
I don't really know matchups. Is it like wasn't it like a really good Galio angle instead of a Lissandra? I feel like Lissandra angle is not that good, you know.
Yeah,
I think-
it probably was Galio, but I guess we see Lissandra. Maybe it's Lissandra support from Wiggis, and it's Nico mid, but I highly doubt it. I've seen
Lissandra
people-
is a really good counter in Rakan.
Yeah, I think that's the case, by the way. I think it's Lissandra support, and I think ESA just takes Nico in the mid lane. I know a lot of mid laners are actually saying like Nico is really fucking good this patch. Oh, I'm not sure how strong she is. Like no one plays her, but apparently she got really buffed with the last few changes to the AP items. So maybe it's a good cook. And I think it's a pretty good matchup into Silas. Like if he ever goes into you, you have pretty much 2 ways of just getting him off of you. Yeah, it definitely
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
interesting ending to the draft.
You know, I'm not really sure what comp I would prefer at the moment. I like Deadly Lotus comp. I think Deadly Lotus comp is a lot easier to execute. Like you just have some go buttons so you can go. Like Silas has a really good also steal as well. Only just control that hard has over an objective. If they get to there, it's really hard to take back.
Also, Merc's angle. It's such a big Merc's angle on the side of Deadly Lotus. They have so much CC on the side of Vitagen.
I mean,
So
I personally would prefer Deadly Lotus draft just because it's like way simpler to play. But I think Vitagen works really well with the unorthodox drafts, so maybe that's the way for them to win. I think they have some tools, and the draft doesn't seem like too far apart from each other. The main concern might be the Nico side lane assignment later, because I think she's getting wrecked by Bo5 and Silas later after 2 items on silent. But I guess if you just group and let Camille do her thing, then maybe it doesn't matter that much. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think Battle is definitely this definitely will be a Nico support and some limit.
Then
I mean, if it is Lissandra mid, I mean, it is a good match. It's not even a bad matchup for Lissandra. She can punish Silas quite well, especially if she takes a lick.
I mean, she is a good disengage as well. So like,
Yeah.
she does go well in mid lane. I just fault because it's Wiggis, right? And I think he spammed a lot of Lissandra back when Mickey X actually popularized it into Rakan. Maybe that's the I went with the thinking he would go for that, but yeah, actually thinking like Nico, yes, I play Nico could be a bit.
I think there's no
different
chance this
as well.
guy plays. He's gonna look at a Nico.
But I'll still bet it's Lissandra support, but I might be wrong. I don't really. I want to see both variations anyway, so it's fine by me if she goes support instead of me.
Yeah, I think the Deadly Lotus team is like team fighting wise, it's not as good. I think like they normally like to pick. I think their team comps decisions they normally pick are like really team fight heavy, and this is so pick heavy. Like they have so much single target damage. If they get to that first target, I think they can win. But I wonder if they blow too much on one target, if they have gas left over for the rest of the fight. So it has to be like picks before like setup, and if the heart can get the setup in these games, then it could be scary.
Yeah, I think definitely like what they should look for is getting soul lanes ahead. I think if Silas is or Ambessa are ahead, they can just pretty much the target that the rest of his of their team just goes on, they will just one shot instantly, and then they can just wreck the team fight, take over the game. Ash is probably more of a utility pick here. I would like think so, but on the other hand, like we have Ezreal. I still don't know if it's Nico or Lissandra support. I don't think
I
we
got.
have
I
a,
assume. I'll tell you. I'll assume it's Nico support. Wig is a big Nico player, and yes, it's more of a Lissandra player.
yeah. Then I think we have a bit of a, let's say, a bully lane with Ezreal and Nico. That's probably one of their win cons to get this Ezreal going. I think it's really hard for the enemy team to get on top of Ezreal. Like unless they get like Ambessa ult / Vial, I think Ezreal can kite really well. And of course, Camille on side lane. Like I think she pretty much wins against both of the Lotus side laners. That's why I think it's important for them to get ahead. Yeah.
It could be scary. I mean, it's certainly going to be important, but I think that initially I wasn't really like on board with the Nico blind pick, but now when I pick like not double range into double range, this Rakan could suffer. No? If you can poke
Yep,
out.
definitely.
Although
sure,
Ash is
yeah.
good. Although Ash is like a really good champion into like double range with a W, right? So.
She's one of the better lane neutralizers per se, while also being a bully herself. So it's a really good pick into what Vitagen tries to do in bot lane. But yeah, Rakan could have a rough time. Like I think, of course, like his ult flash and this type of stuff. Definitely, when he gets on top of someone, they can definitely one-shot that person. But in lane, yeah, as you said, it could be a bit tough into double range bot lane.
You see now they're still in some flex. We have the up for a little bit. They just got into the game, so we have the up for a little bit of time. Guys, who do you think is going to take game one?
I think this might low-key be a Vitagen Heart win.
I think as much as I prefer Deadly's draft because it's simpler. Okay, I just found out that it's you were right, Dutch. It's I play Lissandra and Nico support. Then I think I'm a way bigger fan than if it was the other way around. I think I will go with Deadly win just because their draft is simpler. I think Vitagen would have to get really creative in the game to win. I think they have the power to do that, but I just think the simplicity usually wins. So yeah, I'll bet Deadly win for this first game.
Okay. I'll tip the scales and I'll go for a Vitagen hard win. I think Deadly Lotus are not really playing towards their normal strength too much. I think their combo is really good and easy to like pull off, but their early games are like not the best. So I don't know if they can get enough for it to be useful, because if the Vi and like unless I get behind, then I can't really like one shot someone through with their ulti combo, right? Then I think the champs are gonna be really useless. The biggest issue I think is like JI has been like such a stable player, so him on the Maokai is also kind of a surprise to me, but we'll see if they can deal with him.
I mean, back in the when he was playing in Blazing Pandas, and I think some in the Vitagen was Diamond, I think. Yeah, it was Diamond. He used to be like the Maokai guy, right? When he was like high meta, he's definitely comfortable in it. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. But it is a bit different from what he has picked throughout the season so far, I think.
We are
But
almost.
I'm not even sure, to be honest, how Deadly Lotus even win this game unless they win early mid or early to mid game.
Yeah,
Because
it's hard. But our time for game 1 is running out. We'll be back after game 1 with Analyst Desk and we'll throw it to the casters, right? Meow.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the grand finals. It's me, Zapdos, and with my co-caster, Sandbag. Of course, you guys have heard a lot about Vitagen Heart versus Deadly Lotus. For the first time in a while, I'm back on the SLE. It's absolutely fantastic to be back. And Sandbag, how are we doing here today?
I am amazing, Zath. Reunited here in grand finals, rescuing you from the depths of coaching hell to hit the casting deaths once more. Best of 5. Lots of league to be played. I'm feeling good for this one.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. The interesting thing about becoming a coach is it's actually helped me become a better caster. I feel like I understand what these players are going through, and honestly, it is absolute hell trying to get these drafts correct. So when I'm looking at both of these, when I was looking at this Vitagen team, I was like, a Galio last pick could have won you the draft, but still, Lissandra's pretty solid, has been placed towards that mid lane, and we were talking a little bit beforehand, and for me personally, I think Vitagen Heart have a decent shot in this first game.
Oh, most certainly. They've got an absolutely beautiful 1-3-1. You were talking at the very end of that draft. That R5 pick, the Galio you were talking about, is they just need to survive because ain't nobody touching God of Hax's Camille, a champ that he has a renown on, and a champion with winning matchups. I feel like that's your outlet to try and take over this and avenge your 2-0 from previous.
Yeah, and God of Hacks is a player that has only recently joined Vitagen Heart, a player that I've actually coached before and is very consistent on this 1-3-1 style on the Camille. Fortunately, a very advantageous matchup, and Bessa can do stuff in the early game, but once we start getting towards those 2 or 3 items, God of Hacks will absolutely be dominating up there. So if they want to find their lead, it has to be up towards that top side.
And even in that early game that you're talking about, where Mbessa has the better numbers, you're still trying to work around that passive shield. That adaptive shield is such a nuisance for these trades. You can just, as you see, hookshot, wall dive, jump on in, jump back out. So even your quote-unquote strong points, this Camille, she's got such a load to carry.
Yeah, 100%. You need to be playing around that passive as much as possible. And we might be saying the Vitagen Heart have the better comp on paper, but Deadly Lotus, the last time both of these teams met, actually won in a 2-0 fashion. And their team and their drafters very much said, we don't care what you pick. We are going to be playing our style, which is hard engage. And once we're getting towards level 6, I'm super excited to see these combinations. As yes, you have Size who can steal away so many different ultimates, but you still have Vulcano. You have Ashe with that crystal arrow. Even a Vi who can engage at any point in this game.
If DL ever want to pull the trigger, there's pretty much nothing you can do about it. Every single Lotus member can decide, all right, we're fighting, and kick it off when they want.
Isn't that the most enjoyable part of League of Legends? Who needs a shot caller when everybody can shot call in this game?
Shot calling, overrated. We're just fighting, just kill them forehead. See, as a play-by-play, you can do all this macro-schmacro-ness, but if 5 enemy champions are dead, objectives are pretty easy to set up. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I'm just smiling in my head thinking about the comms where they aren't saying to go in. There's just a ton of monkey noises going, and they're just winning out these team fights because they are just so mechanically good on the side of Deadly Lotus. As everybody here in the SLE knows, both of these teams are very historic in the league, as God of Hacks does need to be careful towards his top side, but still has that E available.
No flash, got a Hax Horn and trying to find the interrupt on that hook shot, and does indeed gonna get about a third of Hax's health bar just to push him back a little bit, make things awkward, but nothing more to be had.
Yeah, and thankfully for the side of God of Hacks, the wave will be pushing into him, so he doesn't need to overextend, let it come into him, and he won't lose anything more. But even in this early game matchup, God of Hacks already lost his teleport and his flash. If that kill went through, there was a big opportunity for Mbessa to push that thing forward. But fortunately, Jonathan Isaac coming up nearby, make sure that God of Hacks can either set up a freeze if he wants to, or clear this wave, or maybe even look for a play.
Very, very small margin there. Weenzer got his ward down. If he was 5 seconds later and he was walking up to ward as the Maokai sat in Pixel, that might have been a different story.
Yeah, both of these teams know if they find a lead towards the top side, it can really break open this game. As Jesse, somebody who actually got me to cast these grand finals, is in towards this mid lane. A very solid matchup for them. Once we get towards that level 6, as they're only one level off, it will be heavily favored towards this Lysandras. Yes, Icehound can steal away that ultimate, but it's a lot more useful on Jesse, who can stun him up, pair up with the Maokai, and look for those 3 kills.
A lot tougher to use all of that mobility and all of that sustain that Silas has at his disposal when he is rooted to the ground, frozen to the ground, rooted to the ground again, and then punched and got a tree dropped on his head. The outplays become, let's say, difficult.
And that's the big concern I have with the side of Deadly Lotus is, yes, they have a ton of engage tools on every single member, but there's so much easy lockdown. You've got the Maokai W, you've got the ultimate from Jesse, and if that doesn't work, you still have a Nico who could be hiding as a ward and looking for that big pop blossom.
Who always seems to find them. Whenever we go into these high-stakes games, these semis, these grands, these big moments, it feels like Nico is one of those champions that always rises to the occasion. At least in the experience that you and I had, Pop Blossom, when you're counting minions and you're stressed about 100 other things, she will just sneak in, and it's obvious for some, but when you've got a million things to think about, you lose track of her once and you're gonna pay it.
Yeah, and I'm sniffing a little play towards the top side here. iCrazyFool deciding that actually isn't going to be the main priority, and instead is this Embessa. They will be looking for this top lane tower dive, but God of Hacks, understanding this will be happening, went for the reset. Yes, he will lose this wave, but he won't lose his life, allowing the side of Vitagen on the opposite side to pick themselves up the dragon, and there's no Void Grubs about to try and trade it with.
And the Lotus want absolutely nothing to do with any other part of the map, as we have the ultimate proc in the mid lane. They have a knockback onto Silas. Kingslayer doesn't cut it. First blood going to Yesse's Lysandra.
And there's the draft diff that we talked about. They are forced to hard engage the side of Deadly Lotus, and there's too many ways of trying to stop this. Both flashes were used from Jesse and Jonathan Isaac. I mean, that play will take another 5 minutes to come out on top. But still, first blood going over to them. They get themselves this first dragon, and they have themselves a very healthy lead of 1,000 gold in the first 10 minutes.
Pulling away from the Drake to make this mid play, to pull back over to this Drake, just sweetens the deal. Not only do you have that first Drake towards the feats of monster slaying, but also the first towards the feat of strength for that kill. You're already well on your way to setting up your early game, and the pressure release valve of the top lane, not really what we expected.
And it's a completely different look here from the side of Vitagen. The last time both of these met, it was a simple 2-0. It wasn't even that close. But this time, they have themselves a lead. Let's see if they can do anything with it, as there is a wave pushing out from the side of God of Hacks. And you can always see Vi trying to look up here. Even the Silas roaming up, trying to get God of Hacks behind.
Sheen versus Haunting, guys. Items roughly equivalent here, as Jonathan Isaac's going to run headlong into the Vi. Half HP, sap magic for a moment. Bramble smash backwards. He does have cease and desist if he wants to send it, but it is the Rakan, and the difference, red buff swiped. Harnan, the beneficiary.
Nico can do a very good job of getting that push pressure in towards the bot lane, but there's still no kill threat. Doesn't have that pop blossom available, allowing Rakan to roam around the map and really do what they want. So yes, they are playing the 1-3-1 comp, but they are able to use Embessa and even the Silas later on if they find a lead to get these tower plates. The Void Grub's going over, very beneficial to the side of Deadly Lotus. That trade we talked about, the Dragon and the Void Grubs, will finally happen, just maybe a couple minutes later.
Riot, you can do anything you want to try and desync these. Teams will find ways to trade them. It's just a handshake as old as time. As soon as grubs come up, trade it for first Drake.
I think Jonathan Isaac got mind controlled in towards that bush by Riot Games to make sure the trade happened. As understanding the Void Grubs have been taken, using their priority towards the bot side will be stealing away a few camps, and the level of this gameplay is actually super high. Whenever one team does something, there's always an answer from the other.
Exactly. You invade my top, I invade your bot. You gank my top laner, I take your objective. It's a handshake on handshake on handshake. And the one thing I want to draw your attention to in the meantime, right? We have no one to be fighting right now. Junglers on opposite sides of the river for once. Take a look at these CS leads, because in 9 minutes, they're starting to accrue.
Yeah, so mid lane over towards Lysandra as expected. In the jungle, going towards that Vi, someone who does have a quicker clear than Jonathan Isaac. You need to get yourself that first item before Maokai can really start speeding up his clear a little bit more. But the most interesting one has to be towards this bot lane of, yes, they're not able to kill this Ashe, but with Ricard roaming around the map so much, it puts this Ashe in a situation where, yes, they won't die, but they will lose a lot of HP for it, and CS.
HP, exactly. HP is one thing, but gold and XP is another. If you're a marksman, you're already down so much. We have a bit of a scrap in the mid lane. Yesay taking the worst end of that one. Icehound not out of it yet. He's rocking a Merc Treads, and the value this game are immense.
I love it. It's the best item you can build here. One thing I'd love to do on Bard is just first item Canic Recurn against full AP teams, and there's just nothing they can do against it. But with this priority towards the mid lane, with the great purchase of the boots, that priority has allowed Vi to go in towards the enemy jungle, steal away that red buff, and get out scot-free.
Exactly. They have the trade on trade on trade. Whenever you have tempo, whenever you have the ability to push in, you make the most of it. And right now, Vi, with all of these trades, is just straight up a red buff. That's the difference here.
And this is why Deadly Lotus is known as one of the best teams here in the SLE, is yes, they were 1,000 gold down. They lost one of those, they lost their first kill, but they've actually been able to get this gold lead down to only about 700 compared to that 1,000.
Yep, closing it down. Oppression able to slip away from the Nico E. Bot lanes just poking and prodding. You're not really going to want to send despite having the arrow. It's going to be tough to full on in, so it's just a matter of minions, and minions still with a wave to be received. 107 to 84. Keep your eyes on that bot lane.
And I love how you talked about how you need to count those minions. Seems like Deadly Lotus have passed their masterclass, being able to spot out that Nico is down towards the bot side. And I'm going to be curious in a minute's time, once that dragon spawns, it could be a big opportunity for the side of Vitagen to look to build up their lead. As, Wenza dealing some decent damage up there.
I was about to say, we see the top laners trading. It's just par for the course. We've seen this trade, boom, 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 boom. And then got a Hax as a third HP. That is not par for the course.
Look at the items. It makes sense, doesn't it? Fortunately, Teleport is available for God of Hacks. If he can pick up his Trinity Force, that huge trade you saw Windsor win isn't going to be as high as beforehand. However, not going to be able to find that reset. Windsor in a very strong position in this 1v1 for now.
Trying to keep him locked under the tower. It's something that you want to do, is try and chunk out. However, throwing out that Hextech Ultimator underneath the tower. Weens are taking a tower shot out of Hex. The Camille roars to life. Triforce not needed. Solo Bolo in the top lane.
And that is so impressive. He's played so much Camille that he understands, yes, I may not be able to kill you, but my tower definitely can. So with that last minion getting taken out, minion starts aggroing them, and that second kill going over to the side of Vitagen.
Jonathan Isaac, Twisted Advance, Bramble Smash. Got the combo going, locked down forever. Rakan is claimed, Feet of Warfare, a 3-0. And that's getting spicy in the bot lane.
Honestly, you could have taken your hands off your keyboard, gone towards the shop, and come back with that milk, and it would have been the complete same. Rakan wasn't able to move for so long, and this is the power of the Vitagen comp. Yes, you have great engage on Deadly Lotus, but if you can't get in and get out at the same point, you're in a really difficult situation. So for now, they got themselves a lead towards the top lane with God of Hacks, down towards bot lane, they get themselves those two dragons as well, and most importantly, look at that CS lead down towards the bot side. Ashe has been struggling so much to try and keep up, and really hasn't been able to, being around 40 CS down, and now an extra tower play.
And keep in mind, this is an Ezreal who is forced to opt in to a tier. You're supposed to be able to beat up this guy until his 2 items spike. That's the whole idea. You have the range advantage, you have the slows, beat him up, push him in, Ashe is okay, and instead it's minus 30.
Yeah, there's no reason for this Ezreal to be crying down towards the bot lane. Having a very good game, already finishing off that Trinity Force. Even towards the mid lane, Jesse hasn't just completed first item. There's also a needlessly large rod on top of that. Thinking they might need a little bit more damage, as Maokai and Lissandra might have plenty of CC, but they don't actually have that much base damage. With that bit of support, maybe they can look to burst as God of Hacks.
Keeping on in, trying to sidestep that Mbessa ultimate when it flies out. Weens are public execution connecting. They have the AoEs, point and click down. Weens are flashing away from the oncoming Maokai. Underneath the tower, Harden, 2v1 structure, maybe the difference maker here. Bramble Smash, flash away. Maokai gets the outplay. It's a 1-for-1 in the top lane. Weezer and Isaac left standing.
Yeah, Vi trying to go for that outplay, but just too little too late. As Jonathan Isaac picking up this wave towards the top side. Not the member you really want to have it, but it was just a complete overstep from God of Hacks. With that great outplay before, it was just overconfident. So with this flash coming out, Jonathan Isaac thought, maybe I can turn this, but not enough in the end. As Harlan, let's say, had a little bit of overexciting moment, flashing out and being able to get out to safety. So on the back of that, this gold lead is still very firmly in the side of Vitagen's hand, and towards the top side, this gold lead is starting to go towards the side of God of Hacks.
The man's got full Leandries, for crying out loud. What did you think was going to happen if you walked up to trade under his structure?
Probably die, honestly. This champion has so much damage in the early game. I remember when I played it back when it was one of those support champions. Still kind of viable, not as good, of course, as that jungle. As this game, you have to start feeling a little bit worried if you're side of the Deadly Lotus, because you need to find an early game lead. It hasn't really worked out just yet, and especially when you're trying to help this Ambessa get further and further ahead. Well, right now, you're only 1 CS up.
Not to mention, if you're moving away from the top side for just a moment, things are getting spicy up there. Take a look at the bot lane. There have been 0 ultimates thrown in over 15 minutes of gameplay. We're hitting level 9 on oppression, and I don't think I've seen an enchanted crystal arrow yet. We talked about trigger pulls at the start of this game, and that gun's still fully loaded.
Yeah, the reason you pick up the Ash is not to try and find these kills in the lane, is to use those crystal arrows whenever it's off cooldown. Towards the top side, towards the mid, look for those picks. Allow Rakan to ult in towards the enemy team. Yes, he's done it before and he was completely blown out, but you still have to keep looking. So right now, very hard from the side of Deadly Lotus. With the next dragon in 1 minute 40, I'd really like if they made a play sooner rather than later. As the longer this game goes, we talked about that 1-3-1, you are just getting outscaled on the side of Deadly.
Just slow incremental leads. That being said, this game's still absolutely within reach. You know, it's only a K gold lead, not even feats yet completed. So one big swing back will put you right back in the saddle, but you got to find a swing at some point here.
And where's that swing going to be? Because we talked so much about this top lane matchup, but some statistics to go with that is for KDA, the third best is Windsor for gold per minute, damage per minute, kill participation. He has been in the top 3 for all of them. And God of Hacks, coming in with only 3 games on this team, has a scoreline which is a little strong, we'll say, having a KDA of 11. 3 games isn't a big enough sample size. I'm not going to say too much about that. All you need to know is you are watching the top 2 best top laners in this season here.
Absolutely. It's why we love to focus in on them. We've already had 1 solo kill. Granted, it was with some structure assistance, but it still got the job done. And you love to kind of find a little bit more, but we feel like we've settled down. 28 seconds. We're ready to pick back up. Drake, half a minute.
Yeah, but he has completed their first items. Teleport available for both of these top laners if they want to look for this play. And Bessa not in a great position to move though, as God of Hacks having a lot of time up here to chunk out that tower. But the question is, can they get in and can they get out? The last time Rakan tried to go for that engage, he was bursted. With the Crystal Arrow, with the Fire Cease and Assist, they all go together. There's a possibility. It's just really difficult to do so when they have that Nico and Maokai ultimate available.
So far, Blue own the Rift. You are going to slowly be pushed out. Yes, they just walking in and shoving them out. TP early as they pull in 5 and it's going to be canceled on out. God of Hacks negating TP advantage.
Yeah, Icehound stolen away that Maokai ultimate.
Vitagen Heart going. Maokai ult thrown. Pop Blossom as well. Rakan is going to be peeled away from that Ash Arrow. Crystal Arrow finds the mark. Crazy Fool, the first one to fall. Both supports can be traded. Jonathan Isaac pashed away. Yese trading out, waiting for another Q rotation. Claw incoming. Yarnan flashing out. And it is Vitagen Heart coming up with the lead. 1 for 1, but health bars in their favor.
Yeah, only Cease and Assist wasn't used during that play. And it was a decent attempt. Lotus understood they needed to try and look for the play, but what you see here was the real make or break. Ambessa first item, super strong at helping trying to burst out one of the backlines. But without them being in the team, Jonathan Isaac understands that we could be the ones to engage. A Crazy Fool does pick up 1 single kill here, but it's just absolute domination from the side of Vitagen. There's just no way.
Gonna flip it, jumps on in, and it is going to be secured. Oh, a clincher, but Vi body blocked and will pay for it with her life. Feats complete. Vitagen Heart grabbing it.
Well, it's not just feats. Look at how many dragons have been taken. 3 over to the side of Vitagen. If they pick up one more, they have themselves that soul. And with this game and how it's going, it's just feeling like an absolute struggle. They need to go back towards the drawing board with how they've drafted their composition. Stis and Bessa up there, even the Silas in the mid lane. They're okay matchups. They just haven't been able to push it further ahead. They really need to start doing it sooner rather than later.
And the scary situation is we might have to hold that Ice Hound.
I'm not sure if he was
rocking up
meant
and throwing
to.
the ult.
I don't think he was meant to ult himself, if I'm honest.
All right, but hang on. Ice Hound in the name. Of course he wants to be in that glacial prison. You know, that's home for him. Where else would you find an Ice Hound if not entombed in ice?
We might need to rebrand him, in all honesty. I don't think Ice Hound doing that is the greatest shine of how good this mid lane player is on the side of Deadly Lotus. But, you know, Jesse did have to reset. Does mean that he can push out this wave, but might be in a bit of trouble here.
Ice Hound does not have that aforementioned ultimate, so hijack not needed. Chunk to half HP and just gonna mosey on out there. All right,
Now-
you know what? No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. He could have found himself a kill, wasn't able to do so. And I really do hope for the side of Deadly Lotus that this is going to be a fearless draft. Main reason for that is God of Hacks on this champion has been doing so much for the team. Jonathan Isaac and Wiggies working together use their priority from the mid lane and the top lane to go invade the enemy jungle, start looking for these camps. As in the early game, Vi was doing a fantastic job of having a 20 to 30 CS lead. Now it's actually been put down to only 8.
However, we have an ultimate coming through. Quickness spent, arrow both finding Pop Blossom onto 2. Wiggy's trying to peel for the backlines, but in comes Mbessa. Public execution locked where she stands. Season's assist to the backline. They have the chase down, forcing Yesse's flash as they continue to dive on in. Vault Breaker at the bottom of your screen. Got a Hack's gonna be jumping into the backlines. Oppression down. Marksman falls. Icehound trying to defend the rest of the engage. 3v2. Got a Hack's jumped on. No way out and knocked out with the buy punch. They continue to chase down into the jungle. 3v2. Claw not taken. Weezer out. A scrap in the jungle's a 3 for 2, favoring the rest of this blue squad.
And this is what we needed to see from Deadly Lotus. The first time that everybody on the side of Vitagen weren't on the same page. Teleports come through, first of all, from the side of Deadly Lotus. They keep running them down. And even though a teleport comes from behind, and yes, God of Hacks finds a great play on towards Impression, look at the rest of the team. They're all together, 3 members running in. And with the numbers advantage, they get to clean up. And with these kills going through, they have more damage going in towards that next fight. And if they want to win this game, there has to be a lot more of that.
They need to continue to fight their way out. This is not a comp with a fallback pattern. The sum total of your wave clear are your bodies and volley. You must fight them. You must draw the line.
We do talk about wave clear, but that is a Hydra completed from Weezer in the top lane. So they have a little bit more than expected. If there's a bound on the enemy team, but still, you have to say that Vitagen are still in the driver's seat. But Windsor trying to look for an outplay here, has been spotted out and will actually stop this Atacard, trying to draw this pressure. Maokai not nearby. I don't think they have the damage to get this before having to fight.
They are going to continue to chip away at it, down to 10k HP, and it's a long walk up the river, falling faster than you'd think. Oppression's damage, putting it down to 4k. Ezreal's going to be the only one in range. They have the DPS check, and they are going to escape to the left-hand side. No contest, no problem. Atacon secured.
I think the side of Vitagen understood, yes, we'd give it over the Atacon, but let's not fully overforce here. Because let's say that that play didn't work out, they used all of their ultimates, they wouldn't be in position for this dragon in 45 seconds. So instead, they've given over that objective. Their vision towards the bot side is immaculate in towards that enemy jungle. So all they have to do is win this next team fight, get themselves this soul, and they should be able to win this game. So let's see if they can find this engage.
Ooh, not gonna find the mark here on this one. Icehound gonna be throwing out that hijacked ultimate. Abduct, Abscond not gonna make their way on in. Pop Blossom onto only the front line here as they jump on in. Gotta Hux with that ultimatum, throwing it in. TP late, 5v4. They have themselves a numbers advantage and look to regroup with it.
Yeah, Jesse still waiting to use that teleport, trying to get themselves a little bit more gold to finish off another item. TP comes through, no Vi available. They have to stop this objective.
Frozen Tomb is still up for Yesse if they want to throw out that point and click CC, and keep an eye on those flashes. very much favoring blue team despite their numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, no ultimates available though. They have to use their base damage. Look to try and find one of those hard engages. Jesse still has that ultimate available, dissuading anyone from trying to be that first person to go in. 7,000 on this dragon.
Axe flanking, Icehound ulting. He does have 6k HP left to work with on that objective. Here comes the Camille, trying to get over the wall. 4k HP left on the Drake to stand off the tension, and eventually they call it off. It's not worth our bodies. Soul secured.
They understand, yes, they have to give over their soul, but they can't give over their lives as well.
Stepping forwards and right on cue, Crazy Fool. They have found their tomb. It's cold as ice. Yes, getting one to sweeten the deal. Got a Hack's ultimate just a half second before CD, but Yarnin can queue on out.
I think we could call that a slight bit of a cast to curse. Deadly Lotus did such a good job of trying to stay around the side, seeing if they can find a pick, but there was never that opportunity with how Vitagen has been playing this game. It's all about being a team as
Rushing cleansing, Gotta Hacks has that ultimate cooldown. There's nothing left to be done but die. Marksman falls, and with it, the rest of Resistance. Solo lanes picking up 3. They're moving back to the Baron, and this is Vitagen Heart marching their way on to their 5th objective.
And they got themselves such a good Dragon Soul for this. Using that mountain means that God of Ice can make plays like that. Going to all 5 members, you have those 2 items, and you are going to be able to live. 9,000, no enemy jungler available with that soul, and with, of course, the Baron in hand as well. I think it was pretty worth giving over that Atacon earlier on.
You're willing to make that trade. Hell of a deal. Atacon for Nexus is the hopes to be had.
Yeah, definitely what you're going to be happier with. Jesse is so close to finishing off that Sonya's, has got themselves that Seeker's Arm Guard. I mean, they can engage and be able to stay safe very much with that. But with this 1-3-1 comp, the best point to use it is when you have this Baron. So what they've done is they've put 2 members towards this mid side, actually 3, and then have Camille down towards this bot. Instead, going for a 4-1 in this situation is a lot safer to do for this, and especially when there's so much standing gold towards the spot side, as there hasn't even been a single tower taken down here.
No towers taken, mid jungle, rocking perfect KDAs. You are just humming along on all cylinders.
And coming into this game, everybody thought Deadly Lotus was the team to beat 2-0 in Vitagen earlier on. But it's seeming like this storyline has completely flipped on its head. It's Vitagen, this whole entire game, I dare say it, been completely in the driver's seat.
They've been cruising along from the very beginning of that draft. You were liking their chances, and they've put that piloting right where you expect. Icehound trying to lurk with that Maokai ultimate. Maybe the combo to be had is Crazy Fool flanking. They have members on either sides. The Jaws descend. Here comes the engage. Quickness can be thrown out onto the front lines. Wiggy's trying to find his way on in. Pele is queuing his way back in. Public execution in the back lines. Silas is the first one to fall. Israel in so much trouble. Windsor trying to get the execution, and he finds it. But the rest of the mop-up is here. God of Hacks, untouched. Mountain Soul, too strong. Yesay picks up a triple. Maokai wades through tower shots with impunity. And it's oppression left to try and watch the base crumble.
And it was a desperation play. They understood if they give over these inhibitors, this game is all but over. And now it's just going to be lights out from the side of Deadly Lotus in this first game.
Hook shot, wall dive, ace complete, and God of Hacks the one to do it. This is absolutely beautiful. 2-0 no longer. We're picking up game 1 for Vitagen Heart.
This is absolute confidence. What we wanted to see in this finals was some great League of Legends, and that's exactly what we got. If the side of Deadly Lotus want to get themselves back into this game, I need to see a little bit more on that go button. They did it once towards that top side. Only if we had a few more fights going that way, and if they could have snowballed it, maybe this game could have been completely different. But coming into this second one, Deadly Lotus need to go back to the drawing board.
And lucky for them, they've got plenty more bites at the apple. Game 1 in the books, but we've got bare minimum 2 more to go, and throwing this back over to the analyst desk in just a moment to break this one down.
hello. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst test with me. Oh my god, I'm hearing myself. With Shai and Grandpa Chang after that interesting game one.
That was an interesting game. Quite the stomp, if I might say so myself. 18-6 to the side of Vitagen Heart.
Yeah, it
I
was.
think it
It was
was quite expected, no? I kind of expected this type of outcome, to be honest.
especially with the way they drafted. Yeah, but like you said, if they can't get an advantage on a DL, this is so hard for them to play because their comp needs something early. They need gold,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
and
do agree.
it still didn't happen that well. So it ended up being quite a convincing Vitagen win, to be honest. Like the early game was never in doubt. It was just a little bit funky, like mid game, like one team fight, like around the top, and then it took Atakan, like kind of on their noses. Like okay, maybe, but especially when that soul was secured, when Yellow kind of ran it down with Crazy Fool. The soul was super rough for DL to play into.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I think. Okay, sorry.
you go ahead. You go.
I was about to say, I was just going to point out the ADC gap so early on. I feel like Ash should never be that far behind on CS in the early game versus Ezreal, but I'm not too sure. I think she was 30, 40 CS behind, and interesting build she has. I
That's
don't
just
think I've ever
Reaver.
seen Essence Reaver before. Yeah.
I mean, I think the AD carry like CS diff was like 20 CS at like 5 minutes already, and then it just rose up to like 30 later on at like 15 or something.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I thought
But
so.
yeah,
I don't know. It was
I
odd to see,
think
to be honest.
I think everywhere it was kind of. I don't think Silas was like. I didn't see Silas this game ever. Like he didn't really get to play. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was skeptical of Lissandra, but I guess.
He pretty much played the best, no? Like
Yeah, yeah,
I
he was
think he was player of the game, game one.
by far, yeah, by far player of the game. But like, I don't
I
know. I mean, it definitely went wrong when Hacks randomly got a top lead. Then it was like, there was there was one fight where DL could have had their hopes up to win, but I guess it wasn't enough in the end.
Nope.
I
I
think
mean,
it's. You go ahead.
yeah, go.
I just think it's a big mistake to just let enemy team stack Drakes for free. I think only one of them was contested or so.
Yeah, their contests were like grubs and the Herald, right? They have a lot of top contests because they're bot lane. I mean, we said it before the game started, like playing Rakan into double range, right? It's gonna be rough.
Mhm.
So, and you saw that like 7 minutes. I think Astro already had a 20 goal chess lead, so the early gold advantage there. So I also saw the Ash build was interesting, but yeah, besides the point. So yeah, the lanes, everything just went really good for hard.
Yeah, it's
What do
easy
you?
to like find good things from this game for Vitagen, and it's way harder to like find any positives coming from DL. I think the early aggression from Yavern, I'm not. I usually say him like mostly be more passive, but I guess maybe it's the approach. Maybe that's the only bright point that we can look at. Like that they're trying to do something. It didn't work this time. Maybe next time, but yeah.
Mhm. What do you think Deadly Lotus will do different here? Maybe with draft or.
Go back to what your strengths are. I think they'll just go full on scaling. Kind of champs that can kind of choke a game, right? Like that's kind of what they want to do normally. They
Yeah.
want to play slow. They want to. They kind of want to keep control over a game, but they want to play slow at the same time. They just want to have the game progress slow, and you can like hold on like champions that can wave for your ball, that can stall a game out strong. Like I think
Mhm.
they just go back to that. I think that's would be smart for them to do as well.
Yeah, I do think so
Yeah.
too.
I mean, for the draft, definitely bans will change a lot because last game we saw Zin banned and Vi and Maokai are picked. So I assume that we'll just see the blue side team just drops the Zin ban, tries to pick it first. The rest, I don't really know what they can look at. I think the aggressive bot really worked well for Vitagen, so probably that's what they'll try to do.
But yeah. Side selection. I think Deadly
Okay.
Lotus are staying on blue. So I think we're gonna keep the same bands to be honest. Unless they have like, of course, like with Fearless, they're gonna change bands sometimes because the other things are now gone, right? So you have like
Mhm.
no answer,
My
no answer.
prediction is, yeah, they're leaving the Zin ban a lot. I think they'll won't ban Zin on blue side. They're looking to first pick it. You'll probably
Yeah.
see red side ban it now.
Maybe on three, maybe on three.
Unless we do it like Zin Pantheon trade, that's likely what
I don't think the Heart would like that much. I think Sin is like really strong at the moment. I think Heart will maybe even ban it, yeah. Wukong ban. I think this should be a Sin ban for Heart here.
I guess they're fine.
Karma.
That is for sure Zen. I don't see anything else being picked here. Like if they don't pick Zen here, Python
I don't
just
know if
gets.
does Harlem play it? Yeah, okay, just play it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see what they go on then.
I would say we're going to look at strong AD carry plus a jungle counter, unless Rumble. I don't know actually
Rumble.
why is it honestly.
I've never seen Hack play Rumble. But you know, he's confident. He's confident.
Yeah, I mean he
That
did.
was-
He must have gotten a big confidence boost after that game. Yeah, we have a Kaisa locked in as well.
Rumble Kaisa double AP on. Yeah, I guess you could put a hybrid, right? But still,
Yeah,
like.
yeah. That makes it harder for Yesei to pick something though. I mean, I still think it's going to be a mage, but
Unless
double AP.
maybe if he goes as like Scion pick or something this game, I don't know how good it will be. We'll have to wait and see the drafts, of course, but that's probably what they might be looking for.
Would be
Oh,
also
I don't know.
looking kind of nice.
I don't know if I like the Rel pick. I think it's such a good angle for red side to go something like
Hookster.
Poppy. Yeah,
Poppy is
Yeah.
like really good to red, yeah.
yeah. It's not exactly the type of engage you might want, but like you still then pick jungle, and there are junglers that you can pick to fill in the gap. And, like Poppy just gives you so much presence on the map with countering basically, yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
Zen and Rel, and we see Gwen. I mean, it must be Gwen top. I don't think it's that good into Rumble even, so it's a bit surprising. But like maybe they just want to all in onto the side lane comp again.
Did we work out that well last time? So I'm curious to see if they are gonna commit to it or gonna change something around.
Yeah.
Bans Jinx ban makes sense. Like late game insurance, they might. But what you ban it? The second here is hard. I think you'll ban junglers here. Galio, fine.
I think
Don't forget.
unironically a Smolder ban could be good, but I don't
Yeah.
know what else could be like.
I think Yesa will play. Will play an 80 mid here.
What AD mids does he have even?
Hmm.
Ooh, he has Astral. Yeah, he's Tristana. Smolder can do.
I guess, yeah. I the
Not
Smolder is
much.
definitely a bit worse for
Maybe
red
go
side, but yeah.
Corky, right? As well.
Yeah, Corky, yeah, Corky is a good call. I mean, I think it's still going to be a jungle pick on 4 for Vitagen. I highly doubt they'll pick mid here. They do need some form of engage, I think, in jungle. So I'm curious what we will get. I think Pantheon could be an option as well, even though it's not like traditional engage.
Not gonna lie, I think the 1, 2, 3 from Daddy Lotus is a lot better. Besides like the Poppy, but I think the Jin's out is so nice.
I am not a big fan of Kaisa personally, but yeah, like I think you can cook like you have way more flexibility with what Deadly Lotus picked so far. Vitagen kind of opted into a set type of comp already, but we'll have to see what we pick on 4.
Rumble.
We have Rumble.
Rumble. Oh. I have not seen a Trundle in ages.
I mean, it is the last few days. Trundle has been like very popular in leagues, like LPL, LCK, LDC. I think Razork played yesterday against G2. No, sorry, was it? I think it was G2 playing it against Fnatic. I'm not sure. But usually the pro teams opting to Trundle lately in later games of this fearless series. So not that surprising to me, but I've never seen Jaya play it before.
I
On
mean,
the
it's
other
like
hand,
this draft looks a bit weird for Heart. I'm not gonna lie.
it does like it wants to do two things at once. It's really good at disengaging. Like Trundle and Poppy are really good disengage, whilst you have Kai'Sa, Rumble, which are kind of more on the engage side. We do get Smolder, which I talked about. I think it's one of the few good matchups left for Oppression against Kai'Sa. I'm not gonna lie, I think I don't really get the Talia, but like besides Talia, I think the draft is pretty good so far for Deadly. Let's see what Vitagen cooks on last pick.
I just think,
Well-
what would you pick Talia here for? Cho'Gath. Wait, what?
But you have absolutely no range to get into the smolder. Oh, I don't like this hard draft. I think this
I don't either.
this is a mega stomp for Deadly Lotus in the draft.
I think the Cho'Gath is weird here. It's a really good lane though. Like Talia can't really do much against Cho'Gath. He just legit stands in the wave and enjoys being thrown rocks at him. Like he just legit face tanks it. But it's gonna be rough in the side lane later on. I'm not sure what Cho'Gath wants to do. Like I think Smolder once he gets stacks just melts an enemy team. You don't really have a way of getting on top of him either. Like when your best bet on getting on top of Smolder is like Trundle E or Cho'Gath Q, it's really hard. And also Gwen into so many frontliners. I think it's I think Dudley might have won the draft.
I think not might they have. I think this
Yeah.
is a
I think
draft.
so too, yeah.
This is a draft stomp. Or
Maybe Talia, like while not getting like there are only 2 dashes on Vitagen's side, and it's not like 3 the dashes that you plan on blocking too much. Talia may be just the pick for Icehound to leave the lane early, just shove the wave, try to roam around, and help
You
the
think?
top and carry.
Mhm. You think maybe we could see a Smolder mid until the APC instead? Because I know I think it's Oppression that plays quite a bit of APCs, if I'm not mistaken.
It could definitely be a better matchup for Talia, because like I think Talia into Cho'Gath is really hard, but I'm not sure. I mean, if he plays it, I think it's probably better. The only thing I'm worried, like Talia is a champion that I think needs those 2 5 points into Q and E, so the levels are actually kind of important on her.
Yeah.
I don't even think like matchup into Kai'Sa Poppy is that good. Like maybe if it was like a dashing support like Rakan, but Rakan is already gone, right? Then maybe Talia AD carry made more sense, but maybe you might be onto something, but I don't know if I like it that much. It's definitely good for Smolder to be into Cho'Gath. It's like really free matchup.
Yeah, just scale, farm up, and feast late game, right? Or when you have your
And
stacks.
it would also be a pretty like it would probably be better for Smolder to later on sideline as well than if it was Talia than if it was for Talia to sideline. But it's I mean I think Vitagen just has to like stomp early game again to get the game for themselves. Otherwise, I think at like 2 items they're hard on scale already. Like when Smolder looks so scary this game.
I think Kai'Sa can't really play this game at all.
Mm-hmm.
But it's such a like, with this kind of comp, you would rather have like of course you have like 3 people, 4 people that can kind of stand in front of your ADC. You prefer like a Kai'Sa or like the smaller yourself that just like does million damage from so much range. Kai'Sa has to get involved like pretty short range, right? So it's interesting to see if they can actually like navigate themselves through team fights, because Xin Zhao, Rel, Talia, like Gwen all like flagged over your ADC. Like it's a bit rough, especially when like Trumbo is like more such a single target champion.
We do get soft confirmation that it's Talia mid and Smolder AD carry because Icehound was the one that locked Talia in the lobby. Yeah. But I mean, it's really hard for me to. I don't really know what the role of Trundle really is. Besides, like winning one, it's really good matchup in isolation into Zin. But I think you're never really going to like 1v1 fist fight Trundle in this comp. Like Zin is just going to make sure his lanes stay alive. Later on, he will just be a good mid shield against Kai'Sa. I don't know where to look for the Wincon on the red side of the draft.
Honestly, I'm thinking it's just Trundle 1v9ing somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. But I don't know if I'm thinking maybe he just plays a split pushing game. I don't even know, but can anyone even match him on side if he's like kind of?
I mean, Trundle would win both sides, but like you're assuming Trundle would be like 20-0. Yeah, he's a jungler. Like, but sometimes like I think we did it in Nebula with the boys last split that I played like Gwen jungle and sometimes I went to the side lane instead of the side laners. So you could theoretically like send Trundle, he would win in side lane, but like you're assuming that under levels Trundle will win against Gwen, which is likely, but like I don't know if you want that. I don't think I wouldn't look at Trundle to be the one to 1v9 the game. You would need to be really ahead to get those backliners gone for this team. Maybe Kai'Sa being like really ahead, let's say. I can see a scenario where Kai'Sa just goes the crit build, Trundle pillars on top of Smolder, Kai'Sa just goes in one-shot Smolder, something like that. But like,
it's so surprising to me that they drafted. Sorry, I'm just like thinking ahead. It's like game 2. There's so many things are open at the moment, and you opt into like a Trundle.
I don't really mind the Trundle.
It's good in a 1v1. That's like that. But
You
yeah,
think maybe they're just throwing just a bunch of champs in just to get rid of them, and like to just throw a whole game?
I think there would be an angle for Vitagen draft to make sense if they drafted something like game trending in mid lane, but like drafting another front line, you only have Kai'Sa as a real threat because like, let's be honest, Rumble at one point like plus 2 items turns into like ult machine, let's say. Like he does do damage, but like he's never getting on top of Smolder or Talia.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a mishmash. I don't like the early Rumble either. I haven't seen Hex play it once in my life.
oh god, I played it. I mean, it's like the other problem. Like, how do you reach the Smolder? That's such an issue. Like, there's so many people that are gonna stand in front of him. So I wish luck to the hard team. So predictions for this one, guys.
I think it's a win for Deadly Lotus, for sure.
I mean, I'll just probably go every time with the draft. I like Deadly Lotus draft way more. So yeah. I think I can see a scenario where Vitagen just hands gap because like previous game could have affected the DL mentally, or let's say, and they just if they start falling behind. Yeah, like if they start falling behind, I could see Vitagen just snowballing. But other than that, I'm putting my bet on DL.
Well, it looks like we have a clean sweep on the desk about who we think is gonna win at least. So this can definitely only go the right way, guys. Never backfire to us. Yeah, I mean, the good thing with Deadly Lotus this game, like they don't have to do shit early on, and with the last comp they had to. So it's like a saving grace that they kind of can fall back on, like what they've been doing all split, chilling, scaling, and just showing up the team fights. And
also, I think it's really comforting for them probably to like get rid of Poppy for next games because like iCrazyFool plays a lot of engage champions, right? Getting Cho'Gath gone for the next game, so you don't have that comfort pick for ESC. Like you're getting Zen gone for GI as well. Like that's another power pick gone for the rest of the games, and I don't think Hyalarn is that big of a fan of Zen. So like you're getting a good pick whilst also taking away a good pick from the enemy jungler. I mean, I think this draft just went way too well for DL than should have. But
yeah, I think that the Zinza pick 1 is already where it like really towards the way of the ultimates. But we are coming towards the end of our Yap sesh. I am gonna send it back to our casters, Zetos, and send back for game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SLE Summoner's Rift, soon to be had. Zath, how are we feeling about this one as we have game 2 en route?
So things have changed in the draft, which usually is a positive thing. This time, I want to die. It is not good. It's not enjoyable. Let me please talk to you for a second. Rumble up in towards the top lane, towards the Gwen. Very good early, very bad late. This team comp went from a very beautiful front-to-back team fighting comp, maybe a smolder in the back, scaling towards late game to, I guess we're just fighting everything, which is fine. Okay, I don't mind that comp. Now on the right-hand side, we've got the Rumble first pick. I saw that they stole away the rail. I was like, oh, they're going for a hard engaged composition. This is great. And then I see a Trundle jungle, a Cho'Gath in the mid lane, and a Poppy to counter the rail, which I like that pick. It's come to the point now where whoever's going to win this game, it's just mechanically going to be better. And honestly, I think you can have fun play-by-play in this one.
You know what? I'm here for that analysis. You can do all of the navigation that you want, the quadra flex pick, tactical swap, lane swap technology. But at the end of the day, Trundle go bonk bonk chomp, and you gotta deal with him. So that's my kind of champ. Jonathan Isaac, a man after my own heart.
I would have loved it if they first picked the Trundle. Then I would be on the same page. But one thing I really want to see from both of these in their drafts is actually a flex pick, because the closest thing we had was Nico in the last game and maybe the Smolder in this one. There's maybe in the 10th world where it can go towards the mid lane. But let's hone in towards this game, and especially towards this jungler Jonathan Isaac has been playing. Because yes, Trundle goes bonk, bonk, smash, kills thing, but it's a very good scaling champion that does incredibly well into a few of them of the enemy team. Actually wins out in the 1v1 against Gwen, against the jungler Zing Zhao, and actually dominates everyone except for the Talia, who can try and push him off them.
Yeah, it's the access that is the only mitigating factor, and the fact that he's got a grand total of 0 AoEs early on, so stuff like Raptor Camp is a bit miserable, but once you get some items under your belt and you have the ability to stick on people, Pillar, an underrated tool in achieving that goal.
And there is a small interaction, which I really do hope happens, is we have Poppy and, of course, the pillar, which is a wall. So there's an opportunity where you put up that wall, Poppy slams him into the wall, and you can have some easy, quick engages. But this is the real big concern I have for Vitagen, is with their composition, who is going to be your engage? Yes, Poppy is a pseudo engaging towards the enemy. Yes, Cho'Gath does have a knock-up. But when we get towards this mid, or especially late game, who's actually going to get on top of this Smolder, stick on top of him, and kill him?
That's a very good question, and one I unfortunately don't have an answer to. I fear you're not going to be able to get to Smolder. However, if you simply annihilate his front line, then he must retreat, and that can be your win con. Subjugate and just annihilate that front line.
And it's completely shifted on its head, with Deadly Lotus being the hard engage composition and needed to find a lead early on the last game. Now they can actually just sit back, relax, scale towards oblivion, compared to the side of Vitagen, who are forced to make these big engages. Their mid to early game is super strong, especially with the Poppy having the Aftershock, the Ignite, even with that Trundle at that level 6 point, being able to subjugate someone, stopping them from really having any armor or magic resist. So they are in a solid position, but we need to see a few more go buttons compared to last game.
Go buttons or the creativity of the flank here is Jonathan Isaac and Hollern on a collision course towards this mid lane. Not going to be able to have the greatest snap engages you highlighted, so likely to just be a recall in out after this crab.
And I do like the Icehound skin. It was very colorful.
An overheat tweens or God of Hacks, both playing towards these limits. 150 HP to God of Hacks is 200. It's a bit of a sticky situation on either one of these, but no ignites to be had.
Yeah, but take a look at Harlan and Jonathan Isaac, both understand in this top lane that someone is about to die. Both pivoting up here, maybe looking for a dive, but God of Hacks doing a really good job with this wave, has actually allowed him to stay alive for now. But maybe Harlan's still looking.
Gwen does not have a flash, remember. It is the ghost up in the top lane. As Isaac and Hacks going to be able to hold this wave successfully as all 4 members just pressing their B keys.
Yeah, Wave is going to be slow pushing towards this top laner of the Gwen, so both of them opting to go for that reset, and they may have not been able to find the kill, but in this early game, keeping it as it is actually a slight advantage on the side of Deadly Lotus, as we talked about that scaling before. As one thing I did want to mention beforehand is I really like the Icehound skin, because he's very much known for the ice, had a little bit of blue on it before, played now the Silas, really keeping with that concept.
You know what? You were talking about branding in the first game with the Silas mishap. The branding's on point for this one. He's got all of his color coding. It's all very, very professional.
Yeah, I remember back in the time when I was trying to figure out, oh, what's the best color coding? What sort of vibe are you going for? And Icehound, I think it may have beaten me.
The top
So what's
lane,
top lane?
whoa! The only color top lane seen is gray, as we have God of Hacks falling 7 seconds in that death timer.
Yeah, Vitagen Hearts, god of a top laner, not being able to win out on that 1v1. It was the counter pick of the Gwen who's able to win out. And this is the problem. God of Hacks might have a lot of damage in the early game, but if you don't perfectly play with that overheat bar, you are going to be losing down these 1v1s. And that's what happened with Windsor finding that first kill. And with that going over, this early game lead we expected to go towards Rumble has actually completely swifted towards the top side.
And had a tiny bit of insult to injury. It was after a Darksteel pickup. So
I don't
not
even want to
only,
talk about that.
not only did he avenge the solo kill from game 1, but +2 stacks. And as a laner, you love to see that number ticking up early.
And it really hurts me because there's nothing wrong with building the item. It's just mentally for me. Every time I see somebody pick up that item, they just somehow die. I don't know how it happens. It just happens. As we will be seeing the dragon get bonk, bonk, bonked away by Jonathan Isaac. First dragon going over towards the side of Vitagen, as I actually believe they are 5-0 on those dragons.
I believe so. It was 4-0 Soul, and up in the top lane, Windsor will burn to death. Equalizer living up to the name here as they crash that wave, and it is 3 kills topside apiece.
Yeah, it's just so aggressive towards the top lane. A small win for God of Hacks. That wave will be crashing, losing a lot of golden XP for Windsor. But this is what we want to see, right? We want to see both of these top laners going blow for blow, looking for these outplays. As we know from the last game, bot lane are very good players, but they just like to scale and they like to just kind of relax.
You like to be able to get gold. As a marksman, few things draw to them and call their name like minion waves. And you love to hit minion waves as a smolder. Oppression, he wants stacks, he wants XP, he wants gold. And all things considered, he's not really itching for a fight.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. His 25 stacks already means that he has leveled up that Q towards that second form, meaning that he could be even quicker at finding those stacks. If you really are good at Smolder, around 21 minutes to 25 is your real break point of trying to get yourself towards that 225, giving yourself, of course, you know, that reset every single time you get the kill. As towards the top lane, this is the lane to watch. It's just pure chaos all the time.
Fighting back and forth, and even with that, as you said, with the wave crashing, that CS lead in that early game advantage was swinging one way, swinging the other, and has settled directly in the middle of the pendulum.
And remember when I mentioned before about the Darksteel? How many stacks do we have on Windsor right now?
That is true. To my math, that's a big old goose egg.
I don't know how it happens. It just always does. It feels like it makes sense, but it just doesn't. As towards the top lane, Jonathan Isaac and Jesse doing their best, going to be able to pick up themselves these void grubs for free as Kai sit down towards the bot lane in a very comfortable situation. If it was any other AD carry, maybe they can tower dive, but with a Smolder, it takes so long to scale that honestly, you can leave any AD carry down there alone and they're most likely going to be okay.
Not to mention, between Killer Instinct and Barrier, that's so much HP to work with. Even if you do have the engage as IE Crazy Fool, it's just going to waddle his way on out in that dismount form.
And it's so sad because bot lane, you could see how much these supports want to try and go for these plays, but they just don't have the damage just yet with their AD carries. However, Pele does have, of course, that BF sword. If they can find an isolated Q, maybe they have enough damage to kill out on that support, but level 6 will be ticking over towards that support. So maybe there's an opportunity there, but with how the game's going so far, I think it is slightly leaning towards the side of Deadly Lotus.
Slightly. I will give you that one. It is very, very moderate leads anywhere on Summoner's Rift here, and even if you flip over towards that gold lead, you're going to see minimal disparity between lanes.
And towards the top lane, because there is a slight CS lead of 5 towards God of Hacks, even though they are down a kill, it is only about 100 to 200 gold in that difference, just showing how good God of Hacks is, even if he can't find that kill, staying and being pretty comfortable. As Jonathan Isaac in the jungle is a little bit down on towards the Xin Zhao as cast a curse.
Every single time our poor observer tries to do anything other than stare at these top laners, somebody is dying. Icehound able to slip away from the rupture, seismic shove also wide. And these top laners in isolation, Pillar of Ice, Icehound is going to be knocked up through that rupture. Here comes the damage. Jonathan Isaac picking that one up in mid lane. And while it was late for the feats of strength, it is so nice for the Cho'Gath to get himself a bit of a crash.
And Jonathan Isaac playing a Trundle, you may not really have that much engaged capabilities, but if you slow them down, allow Cho'Gath to always hit that Q as Icehound had no flash, you're able to guarantee that kill. So not having a Chomp available means they won't get everything they wanted from it, but with that kill going over, this is exactly what they need to just get a little bit more gold in towards their pocket. And with Jonathan Isaac, once that first item starts to come through, I'm looking for him to maybe invade a little bit more, get the Xin Zhao to find it more difficult to find these camps.
And even if he doesn't manage to pull that off, if you zoom all the way out, he has traded 6 CS for a Drake and 3 Grubs and mid gank. I feel like you take that as a jungler.
100%.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, here comes the Magnet Storm jumping on in. Mom summon Wiggy's up, Wiggy's down. Jonathan Isaac's gonna try and find something back, but it's a 2v3. Pele, audacious charge back in. Lernan gonna be knocked back into the structure, though. Jonathan Isaac is able to put some pressure down. And with the oncoming mid laner, it's one swift kill, Poppy the only casualty.
And it's really difficult because Smolder may not have that damage, but Xin Zhao doing a very good job of clearing those camps, has enough to finish off that first kill going over towards that rail. As top lane, a few more trades coming out, but the reason there was so much trading towards the spot side is this second dragon is available. Having Kai'Sa and the Xin Zhao walking out of base, it does very much seem like they want to fight for it.
Throwing up the Mastery Equalizer needlework, it's
Whoa.
Windsor not quite getting it done. God of Hacks' pot was ticking, and the refillable making the difference.
And even though he doesn't find that kill, he does have that teleport advantage. What he can do is push out this wave, TP back, and get himself a few tower plates. So Jonathan Isaac started this up.
Wiggies is forced to use that steadfast presence for move speed, as it's going to be an honorable flip onto the other side. Heroic charge in. Poppy's going to be blown up first, though, as he's forced into a seismic shove of his own. 1500 left on the Drake. Yesay pushed back. Threaded volley plus the extra engage. Windsor's TP surplus to requirement, but they get the lizard nonetheless. It's a secure here for Hjarnan.
Yeah, the teleport was a little bit too much coming out from Windsor, but still doing a great job in towards that top side. It gave them that opportunity, as they will get themselves another tower plate towards the bot side. And with this dragon going over to the side of Deadly Lotus, this is going to be 1 for 6 now. Vitagen Heart not having that perfect success rate on that major objective. And this all came down towards this Kai'Sa having to use that flash and barrier before the fight even started. With that Weaver's Wall blocking him off, there was no opportunity to play this front-to-back fight. And this is the problem. They all need to be going towards the backline together. Otherwise, this front-to-back is very much favoring the side of Deadly Lotus.
It is indeed, when you have the ability to just stand still and DPS check right now. That ain't no 225 Smolder. That is Oppression still working on his stacks, and as a result, that's a little bit softer.
I mean, he's still looking for that first item as well, trying to get himself in towards a position where he can deal enough damage in these fights as top lane.
God of Hacks baiting, Windsor will bite. Jonathan Isaac throwing out that Pillar of Ice as here comes the needlework. Death by 1,000 cuts is the goal, as Windsor is going to be taking the brunt of the equalizer. Not quite enough. Well, valiant effort as maybe Hjarnan can get another one back. Wind becomes lightning, and Jonathan Isaac running for his life. Here comes the ultimate, not quite enough. 1 for 1, and top laners are going to be the casualties up top. Yes, they waiting on that feast stack. He's got himself a silence. Alcove Gaming, soon to find the rupture. Feast secured, stacking on Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and you usually see Icehound on this Leah having that first move, but Cho'Gath never given the opportunity for them to push out that wave and try and get there first. Because of that, they're going to be able to win out on this play, get themselves a kill on towards the mid laner, and another kill up towards that top side. But this Gwen was such an incredible picking towards this Rumble. It's absolutely dominating up there.
I admire the top laner's ability to be over half of the kills in this game. They combined for 6 deaths when everyone else on Summoner's Rift accumulated 4. That is top lane gameplay right there. Island or not, hammer and tongs they will go.
It's really difficult because a lot of the games that Yumi get to cast, top lane doesn't matter. It's all about this bot side. And it seems like the side of Vitagen have agreed with us. They will be looking for a play down there.
Have themselves a dive brewing. Jonathan Isaac's going to be pushed out thanks to Icehound. Threaded volleys continue to connect down to 1/3 HP. Seismic shove just short. That would have been doom for Jonathan Isaac, but the Trundle able to scuttle out.
Yeah, Icehound still had that flash available and, of course, that unstable ground, meaning if they tried to look for the engage, at least 2 members were going to get taken out. But with so much use towards this bot side, Helen has understood, let's go towards top lane, pick themselves up the Rift Herald, and they can actually place this wherever they want to be able to pick up that first tower. The question is, where are they going to place it? So we'll go towards the enemy jungle, try and sneak this away, and Jonathan Isaac instead will be going for that Krug pit first.
Xin Zhao has really found his footing. It was the objectives going to Trundle early, but now Zin's looking to return the favor. Not going to find any more information on this Trundle until he crosses the ward, and a trap laid perhaps. Xin Zhao can find him out, but he needs his top laner to rejoin. Pillar of Ice blocking, Equalizer against the wall. That is beautiful placement, hop and skip and jumping over the top. They have that Q proc. Windsor gets it done. Trundle not as tanky as he hoped, and the Troll King hitting the respawn platform.
Yeah, and I made jokes beforehand of Galio is the champion to pick in towards this Rumble, but Windsor definitely knows more than me. Being able to use that ultimate towards perfection, getting themselves to place that Rift Tower down, get this top lane tower, and maybe even look for more. And this gold lead that we were expecting to be on the side of Vitagen has completely shifted as Deadly Lotus still has this smolder towards the bot side scaling, while the rest of the team is finding leads towards that top side.
And Shelly's going to get a second crash on top of it. So not only do you get the very first top T1, but you're going to get more here. Magnet Storm flashing on and Rumble down. He cannot sustain his life underneath top T2. And he is 5th death of the game in 17 minutes.
Yeah, Trundle up there, going to be able to save that top lane tower, and you have to feel for the side of God of Hags. He's trying to make these plays. He's been counterpicked, constantly ganked by the enemy jungler. Anyone in that situation is going to be having a tough time. Fortunately, the mid laner has done very well. Jesse on a champion that a lot of people have seen a bit in solo queue but haven't played themselves. This champion is so fantastic in towards these sort of mid-range mid laners because you are able to push them in, and most importantly, you ever hit them with 1 or 2 ruptures, you can run them down and look for those burst kills.
Wiggy steadfast presence in crucial deny on that crash down as now Jonathan Isaac finds himself a Pillar of Ice, dumping on in, Killer Instinct spent, Crescent Guard doesn't do anything as here comes the flank. Windsor's throwing out ultimate number 1, trying to find that ghost ticking. He doesn't have team members as the Smolder's a long way away. Just gonna get some chip down with the ultimate. 1 pick so far, Xin Zhao the only one to fall.
Yeah, but no ultimates available. It's so difficult to try and actually look for this outplay.
A Crazy Fool Shattering Strike. Wiggy's going to be leading the charge onto Icehound as the Talia in some consternation. Crazy Fool's once again looking. Eyes on Rel. That's the big trigger pull. Wiggy's taking a whole heap of damage from oppression though as they continue to box him out of the pit. Re-engage possible. Trundle into the back lines. He blast cones over and it's only to fall. Talia gets 2 in the shove. They walk into the meat grinder and Talia says thank you very much. Triple to the Earth Mage.
And this is the problem I said beforehand about Vitagen's comp. Yes, you have different ways of trying to look in, but none of these are hard committal CCs. Poppy can't get in. Can't even have Jesse find that engage, as Smolder's doing such a good job of oppressing them, making it where they're not able to walk through this choke point. With Jonathan trying to overlook him and find that kill, the rest of the team just crumbles as their HPs go down. This was a 4 versus 5, and with the way they played this, it didn't really seem like it.
Trundle blast coned over, already chunked. That is a tough situation to be. He's trying to find a look onto the back lines, but as soon as he falls and the equalized numbers, then health bars matter and oppression quietly ticking along in this game. 006 item completed. You leave him unattended much longer, you will pay the consequences.
Remember what I said about Smolder. Once you get towards 25 to 21 minutes is when we start seeing Smolder getting towards those max stacks. Very close to it. Has 153 at this point. Only needs about 70 more before he hits that massive break point. Still a little bit of time on the side of Vitagen to try and find this lead. My big concern is they don't have that major engage tool. That role getting taken away and going to Crazy Fool has really hindered them, as they don't have anyone to look. The best they have is maybe a pillar, maybe Jesse finding a rupture, but Smolder has so many different escape tools.
And you've seen Wiggy's try, to his credit, Hex flashing over walls, looking for pins with that heroic charge. But it's not exactly the greatest, and it is so dangerous to commit your one mobility tool forwards into the enemy backlines. That feels like a one-way trip in most cases.
And if it's a one-way trip, how many people can you take out with you? The Atacard was taken by Deadly Lotus in that last game without any contestation, and it won't be the same this time. Teleports coming through, all members running up, and not as long as they thought they had. They are going to be giving over this Atacard. Can they get anything from this?
It was Talia scouting out that TP, so you just pull off, no big deal, and crash that bot wave. So sure, you're not on Atacon, but at the same time, you got this, you got the cooldown you were looking for.
Yeah, you already look for that teleport. Jesse can TP up towards the top side if they want to, eventually forcing out this TP for Mice Hound. Do they even want to take this? They're just using this objective to force the teleport out yet again, so it's just going to be a trade for these TPs, and maybe not more.
Trade for TPs, they look to keep it going though. Remember, you have Shred on Atacon's damage. The longer you hit the demon, the worse your fight gets. So trying to get somebody else to tank it down to 6k. They throw out that equalizer and it's hugging up against the wall. Magistorm on a 3 and they go for the full engage. 4k left. Yes, they first to fall. 2k HP left. The rest of the hearts continue to fall here. Atacon goes the way of the Trundle. Jonathan Isaac goes onto oppression. The Trundle has his kingdom. They continue to rout the rest of Deadly Lotus, and they turn that one around.
And Deadly Lotus are just so greedy with this play. You're the scaling comp. You don't have to overforce a fight. But look at God of Hax's ultimate in this choke point. Putting it between all 5 members. Yes, Crazy Fool finds a big engage. But with a pillar for Jonathan Isaac, they secure themselves this dragon or this Atacon and secure themselves 5 kills on the back of this. And with these kills going over, I said it was hard to find these engages. But if you're so far ahead, you can engage randomly and still find these kills.
You're also shredded. Right before that fight kicked off, you had already lost about 15% of your armor and MR from the Atacon damage, and all of a sudden, they kicked off that fight at 2/3 HP and down resists.
They played it so well beforehand. They were able to understand, yes, let's start the Atacon. It forces a teleport to come through. We'll take the bot lane tower by Icy Hound, TP in because you have to, and then you walk out. They just overextended, and there's so many teams I've coached or just being able to be part of. And the Atacon is such a place where people love to throw the game. Just give it up. If you scale, just scale into the game.
The Dig Baron is no longer. The Heart Atacon is the next one to be branded.
My bag. I'm like one out of the 2 people in the world wwho actually still supports Dignitas.
Yeah, but Dig Baron is immortal. Supporters are not. The copy pasta is there.
It's big season.
It is.
It's always big season.
I fear it is still dig season. However,
anyway, talk about better teams.
For Deadly Lotus, they're looking for a little bit better of a season than a dig season.
Honestly, I don't think you can get worse.
You're trying to claw this one back because sure that stings, but the gold's still very comparable, and it is Icehound now in so much trouble. Flash into the wall. Wiggy's got the knockup. They have no way out and feasted down. Yese's Cho'Gath just continuing to grow.
Yeah, great counter pick towards this Talia in the mid lane. Using the flash in that last fight means there's no mobility, but with Rel and Spoda heading back down, they won't be able to pick up this bot lane tower. Compared to Weezer, who feels like a small army built into one small Gwen, as they're going to be able to get push up here, and with Xingzao nearby, they might look for more.
For a full dive, tanking up is in Zhao, and they have enough to get it done. Weezer throwing up the okay as the Rammus approved dive. God of Hacks falling. That is number 8 for those of you keeping score.
It's an absolute bloodbath up here. As Holland?
Pillar of Ice throwing out Pele's ultimate. Not able to connect on that Void Seeker. Zin makes it out. I am shocked to say, didn't even need to throw out the ultimate.
And I think this was really smart from Pele Larson to not actually use his flash to get over that wall. With how close these team fights have been, you need to find ways that outplay your enemies, because that's the only way you could be winning these team fights. So having that flash and that barrier still available for this next fight could be a major make or break point. But we will just have to see as the next Dragon up in 4 minutes. Baron has spawned. Remember, great scaling here from the side of Deadly Lotus. Oppression getting towards the point where he's almost at 200. He's a little bit slower at getting towards this break point than what I was expecting, but that is because there has been a lot of fighting down towards the bot side, which hasn't really allowed him to constantly scale like he's meant to.
21 stacks left, Pillar of Ice already spent, but iCrazyFool has used their crash down, throwing out the mom to try and dissuade Jonathan Isaac, but he's just marching his way on forwards. Blast Cone might be the savior, doesn't get the auto attack off as they re-engage. Oppression trying to find the damage, zoned out by the Equalizer. The ultimates from God of Hacks make these fights so difficult. The top lane one, the jungle ult. Yesse's trying to find himself a rupture as now Rainzer liking his chances, throwing out the ultimate. He can't line up for the Gwen, throwing out emotes and ults left and right. They will be CC'd as Icehound gets another one with the threaded volley. Jonathan Isaac here to re-engage. Bonk, bonk, chomp. That is Icehound down. The Trundle's called Frostbite for a reason, and Jonathan Isaac is able to equalize.
I absolutely love Smolder. Oh, sorry, not Smolder. I love Trundle. Just that champion makes me smile. But actually take a look at how they played his team fight. Gwen towards the top side is never able to actually join any of these fights. Everybody always just walks away and then gets ulted out. And that is all of the damage source they have on the side of Deadly Lotus. So what they do is they wait and then they re-engage, and this was the problem for Vitagen. If they just stopped the fight before the Gwen ever got in it, they would have actually won out on this team fight and got themselves the Baron. But now they're in a situation where the Smolder is finally got themselves towards those max stacks, and these team fights aren't going to be as easy as they were beforehand.
119. He has been present, if not lethal, and the benefits should soon be reaped.
I don't think Smolder's the lethal one. He's definitely the support one in this situation.
But he's got the mop up and he only gets scarier. This man's only on 2 items. He has the execute, and the longer that the members can hold the line, the better and better and better it gets.
And we joked around beforehand how bot lane was a bit of a snooze fest. It was all about the top lane. And yes, that was true, but you can see why. This Smolder has got towards a point where they can actually be part of this play. But with no vision in hand, they might just be trying to burst this Baron.
And they have so much damage to do so. Now you see it, now you don't. Baron Nashor down.
Might have 700 gold over towards your top laner, but still not really what you want to have, as they will be able to defend this bot lane tower. And now let's see what they can start up with this Baron. It still will be available for this next major team fight in 1 minute 20. And this game is still very close. Both of these teams can very much take it.
It hangs in the balance, 1k in the difference. Drake, even if you get this next one, only puts you on soul point. So it feels like the soul is not the way that you play this out. It's just going to be a good old-fashioned honorable fight to smash this base open.
And how do they set up? Pushing mid, pushing bot lane, trying to get vision where they can. Remember, Windsor, 3 items in the pocket, 3.5 at this point. If he can find one big ultimate, this team fight is all but out. So they need to play in a way where Windsor isn't able to fight. But how do they do that? How do they find this big engage?
Seismic Shove thrown out. They have a little bit more chip on both sides. Icehound and Pele, no flashes. Those are the vulnerable members. Icehound has no mobility, so dangerous to start fishing for those shoves.
Oppression has those max stacks, still needs a little bit more before he's really lethal in these team fights. 2 items.
Ice in the wall right on cue. They have their way on in. Seraph Shield doesn't cut it. Icehound falls. They get their engage for the hearts and they look to twist the knife. Windsor down. Icehound's flash haunts him immediately as 3 Lotus die.
Yes, they will be looking for this mid lane tower, Poppy.
He's wrapping. Tarnan, here comes the overheat. The Smolder has the execute, so they do get one back, but it is going to be Drake next up, and mid T2 wrecked.
But this is only third Dragon, nowhere near that soul point. Still 5 more minutes for that smolder to scale. And we talked about it before, present in every team fight, not able to find those kills, but on the back of it, he was able to. And I've said so many times, this team doesn't have engaged. They don't know how to get in towards that back line. But Wiggy's proved me wrong here. Look at that Poppy, flash engaging, getting on towards that Talia and Gwen, trying to do so much in this team fight, but because of how quick they were able to engage on towards the enemy members, and didn't give enough opportunity for Gwen to come back and make that play. So now this gold lead at that 3,000, Smolder 3 items in towards their pocket, and yes, there is a lead on the side of Vitagen, but I'm starting to get really scared of this Smolder.
When Smolder. Death caps completed for both solo laners. Smolder stacks completed. Sure, you have Barons, you have soul points, objectives are going your way. But how do you wrap? How do you close this one out? Because you got to start linking. The longer you hold out, the worse things look.
Thing is, they need to find another way on towards the enemy team. Wiggy's did a great job of utilizing that flash to get in towards the back line. The problem is that isn't up for another 4 minutes at this point, and you still need to crack open the base by getting one of these inhibitors. But how are you going to do it?
Death Brush Poppy's gonna find a great reflex. Steadfast presence remains untouched here as Kernan throwing out that ultimate. Crescent Guard, Pillar of Ice. They haven't engaged on 2 fronts. Here comes Yesay into the backlines. Icehound in a sticky situation. First one to fall. Windsor gets one of the backlines. Poppycopter channeled. Will not be hooked out. Keeper's verdict remains, and it is tough for jungle trade.
Yes, they may have been able to find the kill, but what can they gain off this except for one of these top lane towers? Gwen doesn't die, only 300 gold in towards your pocket, and now Jonathan Isaac.
Pillar of Ice will get flash from Icehound, a critical spell. You were talking about Wiggy's not having one of his own. Now Icehound's damage is at such peril.
And with Dragon Spawn in 3 minutes, it is going to be that Cloud Soul, and this is... Sorry, it's going to be Hextech. I was getting confused in the top left-hand corner. Hextech Soul is still very useful for their team comp. Kaiser with a lot of those auto attacks helps them, most importantly, at bursting out the enemy team. And that's what they need to do. Try and look on towards them, get somebody to quickly go down. And I'm kind of confused why Windsor hasn't brought himself... Trying to think of it. There's so many different items that he could pick up here. But if he got himself a Zhonya's, there's a great possibility where he could be able to go in towards the backline, use his ultimate and create space for this Smolder. Because when they have 3 items, they really can take over these team fights.
Instead opting to the Bloodletter's Curse. That was the purchase that was just picked up in front of us, turning that Haunting Guys in. How do we feel about that one?
I like it in some categories because it means that it shreds their magic resist and that armor, giving opportunity for oppression to deal more damage in these team fights. But we'll have to see if that really was the better decision. I think it's about creating space, allowing the Smolder to free fire in these team fights. The Dragon will be up in 2 minutes. Baron actually up beforehand in 50 seconds. Wiggy's no flash available for another 2 minutes. A long time before they had that snap engaged we saw in that last fight. And with him pressure getting himself the armor penetration as well, it's not going to be long before that item gets completed. Wiggy's Jonathan Isaac, God of Hacks, and even Jesse are just going to get taken out in one single swift burst.
The longer we swing, the longer oppression scales. He's got his stacks, he's got his items. It feels like we're transitioning from a point where Gwen's the one to watch to oppression the one to watch.
It's just, does he have enough in the tank to be able to win out this game? He's been fantastic during this season, being actually first in the damage category, CS per minute 19th, 11th in kill participation. His big thing has been his KDA and the amount of damage he's dealt in these team fights.
He's continuing to chip here and there with those little E bubbles. Jonathan Isaac looking for a pillar and does get it. Onto oppressions. They continue to jockey for this wave. The ping pong game, no one wants to blink first.
Yeah, Wiggy's flash available. Maybe they can look for that pillar, like we said beforehand, with Wiggy's pushing them into it, but it's so difficult to land. Not as easy as what you would first expect, as they will be pivoting towards the top side. Instead of trying to go for the Dragon, they want full control over this Baron.
Void Seeker wide. Pillars already going to be thrown out, so Jonathan Isaac not in possession of the cooldown for a moment. Both teams absolutely desperate to get mid-prio and transition to the river, and yet these waves are made of paper.
Yeah, maybe we could see some side laning. God of Hacks, Jesse, even Icehound going towards the side lane, use their teleports to gain that pressure. But with how high stakes this final game is, they understand maybe if they leave, the enemy team hard engages and it's all over. So we will be having that 5-man in towards the mid lane. Poppy looking for that reset, trying to get the HP to full. The question is, does the side of Lotus know? If they do, the time to engage is now.
No one wants to blink. Rupture connecting on I Crazy Fool alongside another Void Seeker. God of Hacks down to half HP and one big Q out of the back of the Talia, forcing God of Hacks. He does have TP to rejoin, but that is prio earned thanks to the damage.
Yeah, they're trying to look for a way in here. Dragon has finally spawned with how much jockeying there's been already side up that objective. Teleport coming through.
EP channel, Jonathan Isaac throwing out that pillar. Harnon's gonna be the first one to go. They slam into the wall. They have their engage onto Talia, and without the mid laner, here comes the Red Tides. 3k HP, trying to smite it down. The Trundle gets that too. Every single thing they want is theirs. The king goes where he pleases. Jonathan Isaac sets up his Kaisa for a double, and that is Vitagen Heart stomping out Oppression's Smolder, stomping out the rest of this game, and looking to wrap up game 2.
Yeah, only the jungler available will be at full HP. They're so quick at taking these towers with that Trundle. We joke about the bonk bonk smash, but he's doing exactly that. And now it's all between them and this jungler on finishing off this game.
Trying to cut the wave here. Harnon's gonna be jumping in. Sterix popped. Sterix does not do it. Ace complete, and Nexus towers cut. You had your scaling, you had your chance, and the heart beats on Vitagen Heart. Match point.
And I think the person to win that game for them, the unsung heroes, has to be that support Wiggies. I said they had no engage, but he constantly found ways in towards that back line in that last fight, using the Talia wall to finally engage on towards that Talia, using their own ultimate against them. Before that, using those flashes in towards the wall. And if they didn't find those great engages on towards the enemy jungle, I don't think Vitagen was able to win here. And now this game has been so close between both of them. But Vitagen is only one game away from being the SLE champions.
Match point. We are going to have another reverse sweep potential here, but throwing this one back over to the analyst desk. Take us through and breaking this one down.
Welcome back, everyone, after that insane game 2. I don't know how hard was this? Like, what? This game was, I felt like after like 10 minutes, it's like, okay, wrap some, we go game 3 for hard, just go next. But somehow, talk me through it, guys. Like, what happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought when I saw the draft, I was like, maybe Vitagen is just like throwing away just a game, you know, get rid of some picks so they can have other picks ready for game 3, 4, 5. But clearly that's not happening. They won the game, and I kind of speechless. I'm not sure. It looked like they were losing in the beginning, you know. Deadly Lotus was doing very well, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they won a crazy fight on Atakan, and then it just went downhill from there for Deadly Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, that Atakan fight, like Rumble ult into 4 people. All 4 were like slowed by Pillar as well, I think.
Yeah.
It just went really good. Like, I think if DL doesn't do that Atakan, they probably win the game. But it was a weird one, let's call it.
Yeah, I did think so as well, you know. I was like, this game is looking so good for Deadly Lotus, and then I just see, I think it was Icehound getting melted by that Rumble ult at Atakan, and I was like, okay, the game is just now probably over for them.
I mean, actually, let's think, like, could have been played the best in the game. Who, like, we picked our player of the game for game 1. Why not do it for the game 2 as well?
I think this is so hard because this
I
game
think
was...
Wiggies. I think Wiggies had some really nice engages with Poppy, no? At least, like, some of the fights were just decided because of just Wiggies.
I know, that's because of fucking hacks.
He did have some really good Ws. Like there was one W where he just legitimately stopped two people, wasted two enemy ults. He did have a huge impact. I think Randall was big for me as well. I would normally like. I think Hacks had so many good ults this game,
For
but
sure. For sure.
I can't really give the player of the game to Hacks. After like he had more than 50% of his team staff, I think, or something.
In honor of
Yeah.
Ace, he played like this.
Yeah. But
Honor Ace to keep him give him the
but
experience in the finals.
But I don't think people on the broadcast seen this, but Rambo out damaged everyone like his team by like a long shot, almost twice Kai's of damage, almost twice Cho'Gath's damage. I think it's. I mean, I think it's a really big game from Pax, even though the early game was really rough.
He did a lot in the end. The benefits of that, I think he was maybe he just wasn't that familiar with the matchup, maybe like that uncomfortable that took. But I think it was a close fight, right? Just a lot of unnecessary deaths. But yeah, his ultis were really big. I think I have to go and give it to Isaac or Biggies. Isaac, the way he played like forward constantly into their
Yeah.
face, just kind of he was like pressuring by just running at them. He's a
Mhm.
Trundle.
Yeah,
His skill is
that's
really good
why-
as well.
That's why I said I can't really give it to Hack because of the 11 deaths, right? But like, if not for that, he was like really fucking big this game. I think the second person I would give it to is Trundle, Don't Icy. So, I mean, like with the Rumble ults, like you'll see, like it's not only Rumble ults, even though the effect, like when you look at the Rumble ult being laid down, like you only see it because it's so bright, but there were so many like pillars where they just slowed people and didn't allow them from ever escaping the Rumble ult afterwards. Also, like like Zin couldn't ever walk into him. The presence of Trundle was like that was the one champion they needed to actually like get position on this. So yeah, in the end, I think JI had a good game. I would give it to him.
I'll give JI my MVP of this game. Also, it's like I think I tied with Biggies. Biggies had like some cool like good flash ease into balls. Yeah, sure, we can go for it, but I think like Vegas had a really good game. The early game though from Vegas was pretty bad because his champion is I think pretty hard to play into this. But like this is what I mean. Like the game was flipped like so hard. Like gold wise it was kind of even for a pretty long time. They had like a small 3k gold lead after they got that crazy dragon fight. That I don't know why hard contested it because they have no go buttons and everyone's low. And after the Atacama just flipped so hard, I was like screaming in how are they winning this? How are they winning this? Because comp-wise, we said if they win this with this comp, I think DL are done and this is going to be a 3-0.
I wonder how Deadly Lotus's mental is going right now. I feel
No,
like
no,
that game should have probably shattered it. I feel like the next game is probably just going to be a mental warfare for them.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
imagine the mental being being held up at the moment.
On the other hand, like to not entirely like how do we call it? Like I wouldn't put a cross on the Elder thread. Like maybe this game actually made Vitagen overconfident. Maybe that's what could happen. Maybe we're looking at reverse sweep. Though after the second game, it's kind of hard to not think it's likely a 3-0, but I want to see a competitive game 3. And I mean, the drafting was good. It just the throw and attack and the execution wasn't that terrible. Like they just threw the game on that one spot. Maybe they learn from it, and maybe they're stronger from the game 3. Maybe we'll have like 5 series, 5 games.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, for SLE purposes, we definitely hope it's gonna be spicy. And maybe like looking for game 5 or game 4 at least. Maybe DO can take one game. They are gonna switch sides, so they're gonna be on the red side to the blue side both games. So there gonna be at least some different bans and drafting adaptations we're gonna see from this one. Yeah, I think this is a mental breaker for DO losing the game from the position you have, from a draft that you have. I think oppression is also something to say. He played so far back. I felt like some moments like just go forward, man. Like no one can touch you. Your range is like so much better than what they have.
They need to play with more balls. There, DL.
Just put it all on the table.
Yeah, lay it down, flat.
I think we
We
are
are going
about
into
to
that.
get. Yeah, we are. I think we are about to.
Oh, Daddy Lotus is not here. Well, they have the series, I guess.
Well, time for clash then.
Yeah, we are in time for clash here too.
I
Well,
am.
this is awkward. I thought we were going to draft, but
I hope to see kind of want to see a Syndra game from either teams. I know they're both Syndra enjoyers, and I hate playing versus the champ. I think the champ is one of the most disgusting champs to ever exist on the Rift. But
agreed.
I do want to see that pick come out from either Josiah or Icehound, or even an Ori Syndra matchup. That would be fun to watch. But
I mean, actually, we can look at while we wait. What do you think is like the high priority pick? Because like we talked about before.
Wukong maybe?
big
Wukong,
jungle
yeah.
picks, right? Yeah,
The
Wukong.
Ducko's getting pinched pretty hard. I
Yeah,
think
it
it's
will-
Wukong is important for this side. Like I think the IDCs you can have Varus, but I think it's gonna be banned on the red side. Varus is just such a strong champion at the moment. If you can get your hands on it. Besides that, yeah, Syndra. A lot of stuff open. Right? You're only in game 3, so
I have a weird feeling that we'll see some Rek'Sai from DL. I
Yep,
know
yep,
it's
yep.
like Yallen's comfort pick, so maybe they'll opt into playing comfort picks for the last game, like send it all, right? So that's the one pick I can predict. The rest, yeah, like Varus could be it. I don't really know what else could be picked there.
if you're gonna
I
go
think-
full comfort, we're gonna maybe see an Akali from Icehound. Like maybe
Yeah,
I'm not sure if
maybe.
I'm not sure if they want to do it like if they want to send it that hard yet, but he's definitely
I-
Akali into it.
I mean, maybe we see some Dante from Hacks. I mean, Cho'Gath is gone now, so he can't be countered with Cho'Gath anymore.
True, true,
The incident from finals won't happen again.
Maybe cheeky. I feel like a Fiddlesticks angle might arise for the Wiggins stir. Kind of want to see that
Fiddle.
pick again from him.
I'm curious to see actually. I wasn't really watching the game that closely when they picked it, so but they have. I feel like. No, draft is fucked. Apparently, we're going into draft right now. Are the picks? A couple picks in. The J4 first pick into the Tress and the Ivern. Okay.
I really dislike
Ah.
J4
They
this
just
early,
permabanning.
but to be fair, like
It
what
is- it
AD
is-
carries are left that can really like comfortably play into J4. Like I would say like Corki is one of my bets for DL. And we do see Fiddlesticks, so I guess you're right.
Maybe I
Ken.
have Thresh, so it's like doesn't really matter that much. I think they're gonna go Jinx or something for DL here.
Yeah, it could be the case, yeah.
Oh,
I think a Jinx angle. Okay, Annie, I like it.
I like that too.
Now
But the
depending-
shields might be a bit annoying for her.
Yeah, I was going to say like depends how. Actually, we do have a Daisy versus Tibbers matchup. That's low-key hype.
Pat versus Pat, who wins?
Yeah,
Bear versus Rock thing.
gotta just get a gentleman's agreement. Go level 6 mid both, and just let the Daisy fight it out with the Tibbers. The loser FFs the game. Could be the angle. I've seen on. Oh, we don't.
Oh, no pick on red 3.
It's Victor.
Victor.
Okay.
I
That
mean,
is quite a
Victor-
decent pick.
Victor is good into Annie, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
he's going to have a rough time into Jarvan, though. I believe. They
Yeah, I
do
think
have
they should straight to
Thresh.
get one tap, no? Every time he steps onto the rift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do have trash. Like, Icehound has to play really on the edge, I think, like to actually survive this game. But if he does, and if he pulls it off, then I mean, Victor is kinda really good here. If he does
do wanna
manage to mechanically outplay.
I do want to say though, I like Jarvan into the Ivern. I like playing myself as well.
Oh, I'm on the opposite camp. I really like playing Jarvan. Ivern into Jarvan. So
It really depends on
I
how
think-
how you're doing early on the Jarvan.
yeah. It's kind of like neutral.
You
One does one thing, the other tries to deny it.
Yeah, if you get the we'll talk about this after draft. But Vayne ban, Vayne blind ban. I would like to see like a Jinx ban here from Hard, to be honest. Just having the mega safety.
I'm not sure. I think DL might opt into Corki.
Corki.
I don't know why, but I think Corki.
Yeah, but you have Thresh, right? So you have the Lantern, so...
Yeah, the problem is Corki kinda is on the very edge of the Annie range. Probably in range, actually. But maybe that's the problem.
Oh, they picking the Mundo. Yeah, I was talking about with Hard about this,
Mundo.
but yeah, Mundo is incredibly broken at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm surprised actually they didn't pick it themselves early on. Yone, wait, who's Yone? Is that Hex? Yone top?
Yeah, I think I saw it on his OPG that he's the young player as well.
I mean, I
Oh,
think
wow.
Yone is a pretty good matchup into Mundo, honestly.
Yet again, this looks like a draft stomp from that Lotus, but you know, what do we know?
Yeah. I mean, there's just so much chaos in the Vitagen drops, but maybe that's why it works. Like when you go into a game versus Deadly Lotus, you kind of know what to expect from enemy draft. When you go into a game versus Vitagen, right? Then like you're looking like you have Yone, you have Annie, you have Fiddlestick. Like what are you like? You should be scared of every single pick on the team. Like what do you do, right? It's like so chaotic. And we
Love
do have
pick ADC,
Corki,
that's insane.
but yeah, we do have Corki, but on the blue side actually.
I think it's gonna be Jinx. Jinx on the
Yeah, I think it would be good. The other thing, maybe Aphelios, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a Jinx pick. Makes more sense for me. If we debate Misfortune, well, I don't know if I like that, but sure.
I still like Vitagen's comp a lot better, even in this
Really?
game. Yeah.
I think they're gonna actually Hex like the Yone is gonna melt this Mundo, but I think Mundo Ivan, oh, disgusting, absolute animal. Yeah,
Not
there's
gonna
definitely.
lie. I am not sure which draft I prefer. I think that like again DL draft is way easier to play now. But it's like really hard to decide which one is better.
Yeah,
The
but
you
yeah,
mentioned that like Yone is high value, but then you look at the Mundo as well. You said it's really OP, and you kind of don't have damage to kill it on the left side.
is it just me or just does this Misfortune just never play the game? Like, why
A bit.
why are R5ing Misfortune into Jarvan, Fiddle, Annie?
I mean, I thought something like high range could be good. That's why I suggested like Aphelios, but then like Jinx also high range kind of.
There
You
are
can
high
kind of
range.
get around. Yeah, and then you like end up with Misfortune, which is like, sure, she's mid range, she has a long range ult, but I don't know if you don't really have a setup for your ult either. It's like
No.
the enemy team is going into you. You're going to like have to play so far back and just hope on the enemy team just engaging on your front line or something, so you get a big ult. It's really weird. I think
It's like-
the lane matchup is good though, maybe.
Yeah, but
mean,
I don't know how strong Fiddle is in support. All I know he has like
He's
a
really, really good,
annoying
really good.
fear.
Yeah, it's good
He
for the
did,
moment.
I think he did get nerfed, so he's not like solo winning your bot lane anymore. But like his fear is still like he still is. Like when you get feared for 2 seconds, you are legit losing your mind. Like it's so absurd how much
Yeah.
this champion, how much CC this champion provides. Also after the fear, you just get silenced. Like there's not much you can do against Fiddle. So maybe Fiddle saves the bot matchup, but I think in isolation, like MF is theoretically considered good into Corki. I don't know. What I think I'm lacking from red side is a go button. So when they do get ahead, it's like someone to get on top of enemy team.
Yeah, they just don't have that. So they have, yeah. I think they're just
Okay,
gonna
by the way-
snap bot lane and have perma roam on the
Fresh.
Fiddlesticks. Or,
Fiddle-
yeah, Fiddlesticks. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, yeah, like wanted to talk about the jungle matchup. I honestly prefer myself, like I'm a Jarvan player and I love this champion. Like it's like one of my biggest comfort player picks. And when I ever see an Ivern, I don't mind the pick Jarvan into Ivern. I think it's really nice, especially if you can like do smart pathings early on. If you get an early ward on his camp, you can just go one camp and then sit in a bush, kill him when he's super low. You can be getting pretty creative with the Jarvan pathings to fuck him over. So I don't know. I like the matchup.
I think it's really like, I think it's not bad for Ivern, but it definitely feels good to play it as Jarvan. Like Ivern doesn't really stop you from doing what you want, right? And like as an early game champion, Ivern is a bit non-existent, right? Like he can give you some CC, he can drop the Daisy, right? But like until he mostly is a scaling enchanter later on. So yeah, like I said, like you can be really like proactive in early game, and Ivern won't really stop it. It feels really good. I on my end, I'm more of a Ivern player than Jarvan player, so I actually feel good playing Ivern here because I feel like my champion actually kind of stops the Jarvan go in and try to kill the main target, right? Will definitely be fun to see which side comes out of on top, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did every game. We were wrong on the last one.
I was wrong
What
on both games actually.
I thought like we were gonna 3-0 predict hard to lose the second game and it can only go wrong. What are predictions for this game, guys?
I think it's a cheeky 3-0 for Vitagen Heart. Unfortunately.
I think I have to agree. I think the mental is just snapped from DL. I think if one thing goes wrong, head's gonna go down. And
like draft wise, I'm not saying like Vitagen draft is better, but like after the previous two games, I don't see proactiveness from DL. Like their champions don't play early game, and last two games they tend to just lose in mid game. So I don't know if them going behind into mid game would be good. I think I'll just place my bet on Vitagen based on the last two games.
I agree. I think it's just like everyone agrees. Like just the mental is just. I feel like it's just completely gone after those games, right? Like you're losing in that fashion with like the draft, the gap you had, like the early lead you had. And I get to the BO5, thinking, oh god, fuck, we have been 3 in a row, and we all like lost 2. Like it's so hard to stay in a good mindset that you can think you can win. Like I played a best of 3 and 5 series where I came back from 2-0 down to 2-2, and like you kind of feel like, okay, whatever. It can go in your way, right? Because you can think, okay, fuck, if we've nothing to lose, this year is almost over. You're gonna play with a bit more freedom, like a little bit more less nerves. Then it's like, okay, we can actually win this. It's like maybe harder to play, so it might like relieve a bit of the pressure they have on DL. So well, it really depends like how the players are dealing with it.
Since I think we had some technical difficulties because of the lobby, so we had to wait. We have to wait 2 more minutes before we get into the game. So
Yeah, that's 2 minutes.
It's just because of Clash, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's all the Clash.
Clash will never fuck up something.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I think previous games we had like one of the teams was definitely dominant on silence, right? Like we said we saw picks that like drafts where, let's say like one game DL had theoretically better side laners, the other it was the Vitagen where they had better side laners. This game I think it's kind of even. Like I would say, like if you send Yone into Mundo, he hard wins, right? But if you send Annie into Victor, on the other hand, then DL's Victor win. So maybe we'll see some more cross maps this game and playing around one of the side laners.
I'm curious to see what Victor builds though, because I think if he goes the Roa build, I think he just never dies this game. Well, of course, if Fiddle doesn't catch him, of course, but that's I think in general, like to Annie, if he goes Roa build, he doesn't die to Annie at all. or even gets junked, or even to Corki, maybe Yon, but
I think
it's a
people
bit hard.
moved. I think people moved on from the Road of Ages a bit. I've seen the build that you just build the catalyst, right, and then you just go your normal items. Maybe that's the way. It's kind of hard to itemize against enemy comp. Like you want to itemize defensively, but at the same time you don't have damage in your comp. Like if you don't go some damage in your build as Victor, you're kind of ending up with negative DPS as the
That is
red side
true.
comp.
Yeah, I do agree.
It's going to definitely be difficult, but I think Victor has to at least buy some aggressive items.
But that's it for us guys. We hope to see you back in 3. We definitely see you guys back after game 3, but we don't know if it's going to be for game 4 or to wrap up the series in total. And now we're going to throw it over to our lovely casters.
Thank you very much, lads and ladies, for joining us on this next trip. Game 3, reverse sweep or bust for the Lotuses. And for the Hearts looking to wrap this one up early and send us into grand finals. Still lacking more. Zaf, joining me as always. How are we feeling about this one? I know you have some thoughts on these drafts.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. We have an Annie randomly picked towards the mid lane. Everybody knows Jesse very much loves this champion to death. Gets countered by the Victor when there was clearly a great Galio angle. We R5 and AD carry when we have a Mundo, when we could just R4 the AD carry when it's a misfortune, R5 the Mundo. As if you did it that way, maybe there's an opportunity where the enemy just doesn't have damage to kill it, as only the Yone, which was picked against it, is great in towards that Mundo. So many draft mistakes, but it's not about that. It's about who actually wins when we get ourselves onto the rip. Vitagen are 2-0 up. They are 1 game away from being the SLE Grand Final champions. Well, of course, on the side is Deadly Lotus. When we came into this series, we thought Deadly Lotus were clearly going to be winning out. They actually 2-0'd Vitagen in the second round of these playoffs, dropping them down towards the lower bracket, where they've come back up in towards the finals to face them again. Importantly, remember, God of Hacks wasn't on the team then. He joined more recently, and they have looked completely different. So now, if Deadly Lotus want any chance of winning this best of 5, the Silver Scrapes have to start now.
Right now, we sit at aggregate 2-2. That is absolutely worth highlighting. If you're able to take a game here, sure, it is only 1 step on the series, but it will mean you win on aggregate, and that will be a bit of momentum to claim back. And that first slide back, it's got to start here, and I want to dig in a little bit here in the bot lane. You talked about the Annie, you talked about the Victor. There is a Fiddlesticks on my screen. Wiggy's rocking the flavor of the month on support. The Scarecrow down there in the bot lane.
So Fiddlesticks has actually got a recent nerf, meaning that his CC from 2.5 seconds is at only 175 in the recent patch. But the reason that Fiddlesticks is super strong is you have point-and-click CC. If they ever try and engage into you, you do have that base damage ultimate, which does do a lot, even at only level 6. So there's big possibilities to just kind of be annoying. And of course, when you're in one of these bushes, you can fit anybody, and that CC is going to be able to land. Jonathan Isaac going for a little bit of an AFK moment is going to be right back and able to farm up. And honestly, with how this bot lane is meant to go, it is going to be slightly favored towards the side of Deadly Lotus. I've got that mixed up so many times today. The main reason it is over towards that side is Thresh has a lot of range compared towards this Fiddlesticks, meaning that this MF can really just do what they want in this laning phase, as Thresh will keep them very safe.
That Dark Passage, a critical spell in order to try and keep oppression firing is not possible, but oppression alive definitely going to be a valuable asset.
And I do have a small concern. So when we look at the featured matchups screen on my left-hand side, Wiggy's picture is the Thresh, meaning that Wiggy's favorite champion is him, and it's just been stolen away. Maybe that's why they did pick it up on R2. But iCrazyFool, such a fantastic player. KDA second in the whole entire split. Has vision per minute, one of the highest.
Flash, Flay, Ignite ticking. Wiggies is going to be flashing to the other side into the waiting Ivern death sentence lands, and Wiggy falls. They find a way to donate to Misfortune, and that Q will not connect from Isaac as that Dark Passage we talked about. iCrazyFool finds a Flay, a hook, and a lantern in order.
Yeah, we talk about momentum, and that's exactly what they got towards this bot side. Crazy Fool, he may not be its favorite champion, but he's definitely good at this. Understanding that there's no vision towards the enemy jungle, they wait for Ivan to be nearby, and then you have the classic flash E from the Thresh, and with a nice little hook afterwards, First Blood will be going over towards that AD carry oppression. And I joke a lot about last pick in this AD carry, but so far, getting a first kill on it, it's feeling pretty solid.
Hey, gold is gold at the end of the day, no matter who it is applied on, and you have that pickaxe to boot. Considering Corky's not been able to get his purchase off yet, you're more than happy to keep on fighting it out down there.
Yeah, with those assists as well, Lucidity boots completed for that Ivan. You're somebody who absolutely loves this champion, loves to gank everybody, and ganked bot, and now's up top.
Halarnin is absolutely nuisance-filled as he connects yet another root collar, throwing out a couple more autos that are empowered thanks to that W, that brush maker. We got a Hex. He's got the mobility, no summoner need.
Yeah, not able to get that E damage off means that the kill won't be going over, and God of Hacks will be completely safe towards his top side. But take a look, Jonathan Isaac hasn't been spotted out on ward, finding a play onto Weezer.
Weezer does have flash. He's connecting that first bone saws. He's gonna get his EQ away. God of Hacks does have the Mundo passive pop, but it's traded in kind. Weezer gets the trade kill. God of Hacks, he's gonna want that one back on replay.
Oh, Mundo goes where he pleases, especially up towards his top lane, making that outplay, if you can even call it that. And this is one of the best replays of all time. What's going to happen is a beautiful gank from Jonathan Isaac. Look how he actually held himself to make sure that he could get past. Weezer does, of course, have his passive, meaning that no CC will come through. So he uses it to get away, not getting that proc. So when God of Hacks was meant to find his CC, he doesn't. And with one simple bonk, that's a free kill over towards the top side.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
so happy watching that.
Flash for flash and a death. That's gonna be tough because now the Mundo can kind of just free farm to his heart's content, get that HP stacking up nice and early, and we have ourselves an 0-2 lead. Both side lanes going the way of the Lotus.
And we've seen this before from Deadly Lotus. They're able to find the lead, but now we want to see if they can actually push it forward, because confidence is a big thing in League of Legends. Both of these teams have already played 2 games against each other today. Vitagen are a lot more confident coming in towards this game because they've already picked up the first 2. So Deadly need to use these first 2 kills and start building their momentum and getting themselves in a position where they can try and get this 3rd game and get back on towards the winning ways.
First step on a mountainous climb as we have a flare here onto Wiggy's empowered auto, gets him down to half HP. And this Fiddlesticks still waiting for that 6. He's only rocking a pair of brown paper bags on his feet. MF and Thresher are going to be very cozy in this lane.
And I was thinking about why this bot lane has been so passive for the first 2 games. What if I told you both of these 2 AD carries are actually the best in KDA in the whole entire split?
I wouldn't believe you. Honestly, with the way that it's being piloted, these are champions and pilots who are comfy to just hit minion waves, and they have been doing so over the course of this series.
Yeah, Pele Larson on his comfort pick, of course, that Corky. Oppression, a little bit no more for that Varus, but it's been constantly banned away in this game. No opportunities for that, as Void Grubs will be spawning in the next 40 seconds. Ivan in towards the enemy jungle, trying to gain this vision, maybe look for another play on towards God of Hacks. As one big thing in this game has been this top lane matchup. Whoever has been able to win out the 1v1 will have a very solid spot of trying to win out on these games, especially when Weezer on that Gwen in the last game absolutely dominated, not just top lane, but I would say the whole entire map.
He was able to take over, all things considered. That Gwen was just running amok for the guts of the mid game. And as we move our attention away from the top back down into this river, Jonathan Isaac starting up Drake early on.
Yeah, 3 minutes for the Dragon Beast and Void Grub to spawn at the exact same point, and they're trying so hard, Riot Games, to make it where this isn't a trade, but yet again, it somehow has been. Trade the Dragon, get yourself the Void Grubs, everything seems to be all in order, and everything's okay in the world.
Ivern hit level 6 as well, so he's more than likely. Yeah, he does indeed. He has Daisy up here to assist him, because taking them without his rather large friend, it's exhausting. Let's be honest with ourselves.
It's slow. It takes a bit of time, needs as much help and friendship as possible, and with the power of that, these Void Grubs will be going over. However, look at the realm timings. Fiddlesticks coming up, and same with this J4. With how slow it takes for this Ivan to finish it up, I'm surprised we could take all three.
Could be a smite fight. Empowered smite is available for the Ivern, but he's going to get it down. He's flashing out the other side of that cataclysm, so an expensive grub. Both summoners spent, but he will live to tell the tale.
And they were just a little too slow, trying to roam up through it, and because of that, Oppression and iCrazy4 having the priority down towards the bot side, pick themselves up one of these tower plates, as Jonathan Isaac trying to bully out, pick up this red buff. Problem is, Holland does know this is here.
And he can just walk up and right-click it. Yeah, he does indeed do so. It is a marked camp. Ivern, if you are not actively fighting him, will just take it in your face.
I just absolutely love this game so far. I chuckled so many times. We've had that top lane bonk. We've had Ivan being Ivan around the map. Even some really cool plays from iCrazy4. Even if this is the last game, it's a pretty good one to go out on, as the first dragon was secured, of course, by the side of Vitagen. They've been very solid at picking up these early game objectives. And what a hook!
Death sentence spent and cancelled. Oppression's going to be feared out of that one. He doesn't have mana to continue to turn the fight. Warding up the Dark Passage means that Lantern a no-go. And Yesai does have Flash Tibbers. He might find himself a dive, but instead it's going to be covered off. Ivern, right place, right time to body block as best he can.
Yeah, but look at the minions. They need to wait for this wave to go in, and with this amount of time, Victor coming near.
That sentence could be flayed in the box. Proc Tibber's going to be going in. Barrier to stall for a moment. He has a shield from the Ivern, and Harden be able to take another moment. Pele waiting for that ultimate to tick on through. Icehound continues to give chase. Scrouty Field. Daisy autos. Double kill to the mid laner. That is Icehound picking up a pair of kills.
Yeah, and iCrazy4 turning this game right on its head, finding a beautiful hook onto Jesse. As the big problem is they have no wave, they have to wait. All they need to do is just hold on for that wave, but instead Jesse just walks up a little bit too far. And with that hook, yes, they find the kill on towards Oppression, but even having that Ivan early on with the shield takes so much time to try and get through. Gives the opportunity for Icehound to teleport in, get himself the kill. And with this early game lead, Deadly Lotus have found themselves, they've been able to push it further. So now this mid lane has that double kill and has gone for that Rod of Ages.
Oppression basically got himself a second barrier when Ivern turned up. He barriered, got bursted, got barrier back again, and lived for such a long time that Victor was able to clean up. Meanwhile, he falls in the bot lane. Mundo popping the ultimate, throwing out that Fate Unbound. Root Collar just short as Hax is going to continue to walk his way away. Slows Compound. They continue to give chase. 300 HP. Soul Unbound has a shield. Root Collar once again wide, and he finds his way out. Hax lives the dive.
And he's doing so much towards the top side, trying to allow his team to have a little bit more space to make these plays. And this is exactly what they needed. If he can hold on for as long as possible, scaling towards this game, there's a big opportunity where he has that damage to get through that window. But I am starting to get really concerned from the side of Vitagen. They're the team that gets outscaled into the game. I may not love Misfortune, but they've already got the Bloodthirster, have a redemption on this Ivan as well. Already almost got the max stacks of that E. It's really difficult to try and look for this burst. And with an Annie in the mid lane that doesn't even have burst item, I don't think they have enough in the tank to do it.
And while this is an Icehound build that takes forever to come online, Roa and Cerebus both combining, he's so accelerated that he'll be on simply a slow build instead of a glacial build.
It might even turn towards a normal build at this point. This global warming helping out Icehound a lot in this game. As first items finally completed, the Malignant for Jesse in the mid lane. They need to look for more plays. They need to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm looking towards this dragon in 30 seconds to make that happen. They have a Fiddlesticks that hasn't done much in this game just yet, but if they can find one incredible Crowstorm in these team fights, it could completely flip this game on its head.
They're trading up at the top lane, but look at the Mundo damage down to 500 HP. Hax has the Unbound and still gets slapped around in the 1v1.
Yes, they will be looking for the Ivan here, spotted on a ward.
He's going to take his grump and walk his way back out. No worries.
Yeah, he was being very safe about his pathing. If I was playing that champion, I would have definitely been caught out in that situation.
Speaking of caught out, Crazy Fool's gonna be jumped on. He is feared and slain. Thresh, not near as respectful as Ivern and paying the price.
Yeah, but still, with this Jonathan Isaac chunked out and using that Tibbers beforehand, there's a big opportunity for Icehound to make a play here.
Icehound slapping around Daisy Summon, making this a 4v4. You're waiting on Yese. Flash, Tibbers, stun, into the back lines. Icehound trying to find the damage. Cataclysm spent. Bullet time over the top as she's going to be knocked out of it with the Tibbers. Isaac out. Icehound continues to pursue. Double kill to Oppression as Tibbers goes feral. He has the Ivern shield to take the worst of it. Daisy ends up making a knock up on the very tail. Icehound's going to laser down one more. Wait for it. Sterix. No. It will eventually get him, throwing up the emote, and Sundered Sky, not enough sustain. 3 kills, and the Drake go over to the Ivern.
Honestly, at this point, I think Icehound has been so accelerated that this build isn't just normal speed, it is accelerated even with how long it takes to come online. With himself finding the reset pretty soon, he should be so close towards that second item. And this has been really well played from Deadly Lotus. This is what we wanted to see from them. Be aggressive, make these plays, and that's exactly what they've done. Secured themselves the second dragon, got themselves this mid lane tower, accelerated every single member on your team. And even though Mundo isn't in this, he is so far ahead of God of Hags. Going with that top lane item, he's actually able to walk in towards the enemy, fight them, and just hit it all back up.
Yeah, he's got that Warmog's Heart. He can just mosey his way on in, sustain it up. I'm not quite sure if he has enough for the passive to tick over, but HP is HP, and Mundo
Do you know
is
how
Mundo.
toxic it is to play against a Mundo who builds this first item? What they love to do is walk in towards your face, physically not hit you, bonk this tower down, and just reset and do it again. It has been 15 minutes, and he's already an absolute monster. With that extra going in towards the pocket, should be very close to getting towards that heart still. And it might seem a bit weird to build that heart still second, but you're able to just get so many tower plays and accelerate yourself so quickly just by building like this.
Warmog, sustain. If you're a champion with no resource but HP, and your HP is
Hi.
yeah, it's also completely fraudulent. That's maybe just the best word for it. Mundo's HP is fraudulent because you have to take it at least twice, maybe 3 times over the course of his ultimate sustain. This champion can just be an eternal drain tank.
And do you know what makes it even more toxic is, yes, he can do all that annoying stuff in towards the enemy tower, but because he is so far ahead, God of Hax is forced to finish his first item, so he's able to sustain and maybe deal some damage against Windsor. But this means that now he has to spend 800 gold on an item to stop Windsor from doing what he's already going to be able to do. And it's just a lose-lose situation, because if you lose out on extra damage, or physically Windsor's health bar is going to keep going up somehow.
It's the fight to the death where he starts at 50% HP and ends at 60% HP.
It's not fun.
Yeah, more than likely you're going to have to start looking at some anti-heal between the BT on MF and the Warmogs off the top lane.
McHale's as well from Haaland. There's a lot of games where I think, yes, somebody has a lead, there's a way back into it, but with it only being 4,000 up, Deadly Lotus are in such a great position. I'm finding it so difficult to see how they find a pick on towards the enemy. I've said this before, Wiggies has found ways on towards the Poppy, but last game compared to this one, there's a big difference between them.
It becomes a point where you got to get onto Ivern, right? Where he's the one providing the shields and the cleanses and the utility, you got to eventually put damage into Ivern, so he strangely becomes a more valuable asset than other members.
As they try and look for a play towards the mid lane, no flashes have been used to get out there, only a flag and drag. Jesse does have that first item completed, 1.5. If they can find a pick, they have enough damage for it. It's only because of this redemption, maybe it's not as easy as just that. As both lanes are getting pushed out, only the bot lane outer tower is still left and up from the side of Vitagen.
Isaac trying to cancel as he throws out the Cataclysm outright, taking tower shots. He does get a flash as here comes the root caller. Daisy into the backlines. MF has the damage. Timber summoned, but Oppression does not care. Yese is going to continue to eat autos from Crazy Fool. The long chase down, waiting on that bounce. Death sentence to Daisy. Root caller to Annie. They fall in moments apart. 2 kills back over to Deadly Lotus.
And we wanted a confident fight from Deadly Lotus, and that's exactly what they're doing. They are dominating this game. And you have to see the desperation coming out for Vitagen. They think, okay, we're so far behind. Let's look for a play. We need to do it now. But with that Thresh still having the flash available, even if you have a Cataclysm like they did, you just flash out. Jesse misses the ultimate, and now it goes from bad to worse as the gold leader's almost at that 6,000 gold mark. And God of Hacks, this poor man has built himself the healing reduction. It's done nothing.
Hey, it has definitely slowed him from
I mean,
sustaining.
it's done something, just not a lot.
It has taken away 40% of the healing that was done over the course of that fight in particular. That
Wow.
number will only rise. However, Executioner aside, this is a champion with max HP damage on Bork into a champion who has built 0 resistances. So in terms of itemization, Yon just wins. Trust.
There's a lot of copium in just that single sentence you just put there.
Max health damage into max health champ.
I'm
It's good,
seeing
I
it.
promise. Yeah, they're killing him. They're killing him. His health
Okay.
bar. I
Right,
moved.
wings up.
It moved. It moved.
Wait.
No.
You sure?
No, it's back up again. No, it's back.
Okay,
Sorry,
so,
no, never mind. It's fine.
He still has flash available. I actually
However,
don't.
they got his
I
tower
thought
though.
They kill him.
They got his tower. They don't kill him, but they continue to hammer away at his towers. And with as much as we're joking about this, this is still a solid siege. They have their damage set on top. T2, God of Hacks, now forced to retreat away from the slows of those cleavers. Icehound, however, a far more threatening presence as the collapse comes in, and the Thresh will continue to give chase. You see him at the bottom of your screen, waiting on a death sentence. God of Hacks might be on the receiving end. Soul Unbound to the other side and forced to ult. They get everyone out, but it is expensive to do so. Fiddlesticks, Crowstorm, Two-Man Fear, they have the re-engage, and Wiggies kicks it off again. Poppy and Fiddle and engages galore. He finds angles here and there. Icehound doesn't have enough to get onto Jonathan Isaac. It is the support of Vitagen Heart time and time again finding these angles.
And they just completely macro diffed a good chi or deadly chi. I will get that right one day.
It's Lotus. Lotus.
Honestly.
Plant
No,
flower
we-
yang.
We'll give up at this point, but it was really well played by them. What they actually achieved was getting that top lane tower, forcing out a teleport, and as this all was happening down towards the bot side, Corky was getting a tower by himself. So getting themselves out to safety was one thing, but it's re-engaged from Wiggies. This player has absolutely achieved something incredible in these last couple of days. I didn't know about him before, but I'll remember him even after this series is completed. The way he's able to find these re-engages is truly something special. So with them going over, they somehow lose that account.
Vitagen continues to be bashed away at as they going to continue to smite that one down. No big deal. Atacon secured. No baits, no throws, just a simple demon pickup.
Yep. Seems like getting the Atacans for free is the name of the game for Deadly Lotus. They've done it a lot in the first 2 games. They've done it yet again in that last one. And they've had a little bit of a punchback, we can say, for the side of Vitagen, but they are still very much not in a great position. Armor penetration getting started up by the side of God of Hacks. He is the same level. There's a possibility that he might be able to damage Windsor. Kill him? Definitely not when that ultimate is available. So the biggest goal is keep Windsor down there and look for a pick on towards the enemy members. Wiggies has that ultimate up again. That Crowstorm could be the big make or break in these team fights.
Base checking Jarvan. He does have the lantern to safety. Death sentence just shy as Wiggies will continue to chip away and throw some silences out here and there. Red buff on the chopping block as Larnin just going to pick this up. No big deal. EQ forwards. He does have the Demacian standard to throw out. Cataclysm and Icehound jumped on. This Victor's going to be yanked away to safety. Right place, right time. Thresh rips the kill from the hands of the Vitagen Hearts, who are forced out of the jungle, and Victor was so scary and had no fear. His support was in good hands.
Yeah, you've got yourself Locket, Mikhail's Redemption, Ivan shielding, W from the Thresh. There's so many tools to keep him safe, and we see it exactly here. It was a great idea. Icehound has no flash available. Jesse is close enough where he can hit the ultimate on top, but look how quick everything comes through to keep him alive. And because of that, the Wiggies goes down and not able to find anything else on the back of his play.
And so we have ourselves More pressure mounting into the mid lane. You have Wiggies, no Crow Storm, not near as imposing a presence. Gotta Hacks might look for an ult of his own here. Death Sentence not connecting, but it's Yone going in alone. Victor has damage. Thresh gets last hit. I Crazy Fool, the beneficiary of a kill, and the siege continues.
And there was no ultimates available except for God of Haxes. He just went 20, 30 seconds earlier, and because of this, Mundo, all alone towards the bot side, gets an extra 700 gold in his pocket. And this one fluke play towards the top side seems to be exactly that. As now, Windsor towards this bot side doesn't take one tower, actually gets half of the other one. As this match just still unkillable.
Mundo has flash and ult and 2 items. Just save your damage at that point. He's not worth the mana. However, who is worth the mana? The Ivern, but he is once again escorted. I Crazy Fool is piloting this Thresh to absolute perfection.
Always being slightly behind the team, using that lantern whenever they need to get themselves out to safety. Only has to worry about 3 members. As Mundo, you won't ever have to save him. But with him having to reset here, has given themselves a really good opportunity to gain vision for the side of Vitagen. Vision is the biggest part of Wiggers as a champion. If he is able to find a big Crow Storm, even though they don't have a lot of damage, that it's still a big possibility to use that CC to look for something. So they use this pressure towards the mid lane to get this priority. This next team fight is going to be huge for them.
Rostar, sure, Windsor is the one to use his body to check. You don't need wards when Windsor can just simply march in and check it, but that is the ultimate spent. Mundo, far less durable than you would otherwise believe now.
This is only the 3rd dragon if it goes over to Deadly Lotus. There's an opportunity to completely give this objective, look towards the mid lane instead.
Looking in for an engage. Cataclysm, they find the AoEs, 3 men in. Here comes the Crow Storm. Bullet time, gonna turn this one around into a big mosh pit. Daisy summoned. They have the Tibbers damage. The re-engage popped up. They have themselves a 3 for 2. Drake's gonna be started back up. They snap go, and J4 dies for it.
And I don't even care if it doesn't work out. They killed the Mundo. I didn't even think that was possible. This dragon is going to go over to Deadly Lotus, and it was a great idea. They wanted to look for a pick as they knew some people would be on that objective. The only problem is you can actually see who they got in towards the Cataclysm. It wasn't all of the members they want to. MF is one of these champions where if you create the space for them, they're going to be able to make more for us. They find this engage, Jessie J gets ulted, meaning the Thresh is able to get out to safety, and with an amazing bullet time out of oppression, they actually still win out on this team fight. And this gold lead is really showing up here. 3 items on the Ivern. Yes, you could try and burst somebody, but it's just physically not possible.
And they continue to accumulate resources. Soul point, 5k gold lead. They have the tower advantage, but close it out. This would be heartbreak to lose this game and end your season from a position of such strength. How do you get there, Zap?
You have to get this Baron. Try and play for these side lanes, come all together and be very safe around these objectives. Use your Mundo to do everything on this side lane. Nobody's able to compete. All they can do is try and push these waves as possible. Unfortunately for them, Icehound is a player that we talked about a lot in this early game, but not as much in the mid. He's got to the point now where he's level 16 with that ultimate. He's almost got himself the death cap on his next back. If they ever try and go for these team fights and either him or Oppression is unlocked, they're going to be able to win out on these team fights.
Windsor just walking in the face of 2 member and picking up the structure. Bullet time spent, got a Hacks down to 200 HP. He was able to walk that one off. Windsor just walked up and beat it to death with his forehead.
And remember that Warmogs is coming in good use here as it's going to get him up to full HP. Should be able to pick up an inhibitor as well, as they will be trying to stop this Baron from getting taken.
They have an engage in this river if possible. Windsor continue to be chased out. God of Hacks in pursuit, but remember he will snap back, gets a good chunk of the Mundo's HP, and will dissuade him for now.
Yeah, is going to be on Vision 4 now. Jonathan, Isaac, Wiggies, and Pelly Lars have done a great job of stopping this major objective from getting taken. And now it has turned into a base race, trying to look for this mid lane inhibitor, while everybody else be looking for this top one instead. As Jesse trying to hold off for as long as possible. Wave will be coming in, and it does seem like they will just pick up this mid lane tower for free. And yet again, they're outplaying them with just their macro.
The base race, but only one team has minions. They run up mid lane, they get a T2 for nothing, and it is now God of Hacks We were joking earlier about the Bork damage, but it is starting to make some actual inroads on this Mundo.
And it's like you mentioned beforehand, he has a lot of HP, he has a lot of healing, but he doesn't have any of that armor. Even if he did, it's getting completely shredded with that Borg, and of course with that armor penetration item with it as well. So Baron still available for both of these teams. The longer the game goes, it's still very much in favor of Deadly Lotus. But his side lane is going to start turning from Weezer being the massive carry to God of Hacks. So all he needs to do is get that third item, has level 16 on the ultimate. If Weezer slightly oversteps, he will be either forced to flash or maybe give up his life.
I think at this point we transition from Weezer goes where he pleases to Icehound. Level 17, 3 items, upgraded boots with that feat of strength. He is the engine of DPS. You have Oppression's ult, sure, you have the utility from the support in jungle, but Icehound has to do the heavy lifting in these fights.
And I'm so curious about this Misfortune build. We got the Bloodthirst, the first item, which makes sense, and then you have a little bit of lethality, gives you the shielding, everything works here. Essence Reaver, not really a massive fan of, think there's better items as that, but they got themselves the Lucidity boots.
Oh, splitting the uprights. Hi, Crazy Fool, fishing, and does not find his mark.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. Is Jesse towards bot, trying to get out.
Icehound is going to eat Tibbers, but that is only going to stall him as he continues to march forwards. Level 15, level 17, waiting on the queue for the move speed. Giving chase, but will not find any more. His TP channel. Icehound might have been baited. He has the jaws descending. God of Hex underneath behind these structures. Can he rejoin his team who are hanging out in that river? Flash for flash, throwing out the ultimate. They have the Fate Seal, but it is only Yone's story that ends. Cataclysm to trap the rest of the mid lane members in. Icehound has another shield, eventually knocked down, but he's bought so much time. 4k HP on the Baron and no one else to contest it. They will smite this down, no biggie, and run upwards. A 1-for-1 plus a Baron.
Yeah, Icehound will happily give his life for them to take the Baron. The only problem that they will find is 40 seconds till he's alive, 30 seconds until that Dragons. They won't be able to get themselves that Mountain Soul just yet. Or, of course, the Chemtech Soul, which is going to be it. In this situation, they're still great. Deadly Lotus going to be able to give this up for free, play towards this top and mid side, pick up a few towers, and still very much in the driver's seat.
Yep, Weinzer's going to still work on his demolition. As you see on the minimap, sprinting down, he TP'd in, and he's rocking a Baron of his own. So continues to be such a pest to these structures.
Yeah, doing a really good job here. God of Hacks finally back here after dying towards Icehound in that last play. So they won't be able to get more just yet until the team is fully in position, which allows Jonathan Isaac and Pele to play for that mid lane. Crazy Fool looking for a little bit over the wall. Not on vision just yet, but hitting that bloom will allow the enemy team to know where he is. And all they have to do is play it slow and methodical. Let these waves do what they need to do and make sure to stop any engages on you. As Harlan has got to the point now with 4 items in his pocket, it's so difficult to ever try and get through the amount of healing and shielding he has.
Feels like it's up to Jonathan Isaac to find the setup. Where Tibbers, fantastic. God of Hacks, ultimate, great. And I have a shield bow popping, so Weezer's not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Flashing forward, auto in, the burst from the Juggernaut. Right as I say that he's got burst, he puts it directly on Forehead's base cracked as Weezer 4-1ing his way with the rest of his team, crack both of these inhib towers.
Yeah, no contestants coming out just yet. Still 40 seconds until God of Hacks. Maybe there's an opportunity to end here. It's going to be so difficult to do, but they will look for it.
At bare minimum, this is going to be triple inhib. Super minions will pour into this base as they look to push their way on towards that game 4. Death sentence just short. Icehound fishing, lasers spamming.
Yeah, trying to go for something more, trying to play this as slow as possible, has these inhibitors Baron still in hand. All they need to do is wait for these waves.
13 seconds on Hacks. Weezer continues to frontline. They're going to EQ forwards. Jonathan Isaac forced to flash away, waiting on Wiggy's engage. Here comes the Chaos Storm going golden. Yes, he's already thrown out the Tibbers. Bullet Time's going to force a flash out of the Manny as she rejoins her team on the right-hand side. God of Hacks respawns, pressing them out of their base. Queuing 3. Icehound will get a Q of his own. Look at the shield health from the Ivern. Icehound's going to be a courtesy of a redemption as they have the battle of attrition. Weenzer continues to stall. Cataclysm on the only one. Wiggies doesn't find any fears. The rest of the red team can kite this one out, you feel, as Pele falls. Weenzer stalls 3. Wiggies sent the wrong direction in Zath. They have fight left in them. Deadly Lotus pushing us to a game 4.
And this is everything you and me wanted. We wanted a close series, and now of it 2-1. Vitagen still 1 game away, but this does mean Deadly Lotus has the chance to try and find that reverse sweep. And honestly, I'm so down for that.
Down but not out. Deadly Lotus have turned up the heat. I'm looking forward to the analysts breaking this one down. Gentlemen, what are we thinking about this game and the rest of this series?
Damn. Well, hello guys, we're back after that interesting game 3. To be honest, we all expected this to be done now, to be handing out our congratulations to Vitagen Hard, but Deadly Lotus mental is apparently not snapped yet. So guys, how do we look at this game?
I mean, left funny happened. I mean, I don't know, I was just losing all the time kinda, and then it was like again one find where they kind of got some hopes for winning, but I guess they just couldn't make it work anymore. And it is a win for DL. I mean, Mundo is a funny champion, definitely. I think I would look at Mundo and Ivern as the probably main reasons why DL won, but also a good showing for oppression on MF. I thought the MF would be easier, but I guess Devils were good. And I'm not sure what to expect for next game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I agree. I think oppression especially kind of put those big boy pants on and bullet stormed his way through.
Yeah, they finally decided they want to play the game instead of doing fucking nothing and just waiting to scale and just get fucking out hands, I guess. So that's good. It gives us a bit of life. Yeah, I mean, like in this situation, like as a Vitagen squad, you're gonna like be okay, guys. If you're gonna lose one, it's fine, but don't lose another one. Then you're gonna get nervous, right? So I don't know how the mental is there. I think you could kind of shrug this off. Bad game, like everyone kind of seemed off this game. The draft from DL was definitely working. You could see that the Mundo was disgusting. The Ivern is doing a lot of work. Yalen on the support champions looks a lot better, so because he got to fucking run it down and in. Wait, is that now? No, I think Yalen on the supportive champions is really, really important for this DL squad, so they can kind of survive. I think if he's like the main person that goes in, they don't look as comfortable. Their comp kind of, yeah, it doesn't really have a go button, right? But they can go forward without any problems. So, nice.
I think I'm kind of curious to see what both sides pick on this game. What, 4? Yeah, wait, 4. Game 4. Because I mean, a lot of the mid picks are just kind of taken, and now they might be forced to leave like the Syndra Ori open, or one of the two at least. Because one of the players has no more picks, I think, or is near to having no picks.
I think the champion pools are getting pinched harder and harder. I think we talked about it a bit when I was in the channel in the game. I think the champion pool is gonna be advantageous for Hard. I think especially like Isaac and Wiggies and Sikan are pretty decent, like pretty good champions. I don't know Hacks that much. I know Crazy Fool champion pool is not the biggest. I don't think he's played that many champions. But yeah, different to see. I also like jungle matchups. Okay, are you gonna ban the Wukong on red set now because it's pretty much the only human jungler left? Do you have a pick into it? Like, what's your idea, right?
Yeah, I think on jungle there's still the Wukong. There's still, I think both of them play Viego, if I'm not mistaken.
I've not seen Yalen Viego much, but I know Isaac is definitely a Viego player.
But the Sandra's gone, right? So like a big combination thing with.
Yeah, setup thing, right? Yeah. Maybe. I think the top. I don't even know what God of Hex plays. I need to see his Opito GGs before that. I don't think because the Opito GG for Vitagen Heart does not have God of Hex in there.
Yeah, just exactly. Like I don't know. I don't even know the other player, but I don't know his champion pool that much. These last two games, hacks wasn't like of course last game like besides the best was really important, but this game as well. Like the early on laning is looking favorable for Windsor. I know that Hart is gonna pick red side, so we basically know the series over, right? Red side won 3 games in a row. Say something.
Red side is
Yeah.
just 10 times better. Then red side is the win. That's how you win. You just take red side all the time. I have a friend who is a red side lover. He'll do anything for red. Hashtag Loris Bisky.
Red. Who doesn't love a bit of red?
Just thinking
yeah.
like what's left realistically. And yeah, I'm looking at the Wukong you mentioned. I'm looking at the Pantheon. Maybe we see some Gragas from top laners. It wasn't picked, and it looks like one of the top laners that we could see. I think it's about the time that we start seeing some funny picks. Like I think Fiddle was already a bit unorthodox, especially after the nerfs. But maybe we see something interesting this game. Maybe we go for something from the depths of the champion pools. I don't really know what the trial could be besides Wukong.
The only thing I can think of for Harler, when I say his name, Harleran, I can't.
Yollen.
Yeah, Yolleran, okay. Probably something like Rek'Sai, Skarner, maybe Viego. At least from what I'm looking at this OPWG here. And then for mid, all I can see is either I can maybe see Icehound Malzahar. Maybe with the
Malfi.
Viego. Maybe I'm not sure how good that is, but it doesn't sound too bad.
Not too bad. Like Small is also gone, so like that's a really good answer into the Malzahar. Maybe.
I think we could also maybe see a cheeky Cassante angle for Wiesner. Wiesner, yeah.
We completely we were yapping so much we completely lost track of time. We are going into draft. Wukong is banned from DL. Ooh, that's surprising to be honest. I would think that would be like unless like Hyala doesn't play it, it could be like a really good, like strong B1.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now if I can like connect Hjalern with Wukong, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've seen it play it. Probably the comforts for him are still like Rek'Sai, but I don't know what else is left in jungle right now that you can play. Like
I think it's gonna be
Rek'Sai
same bans for Hard. Rek'Sai could also be one, yeah.
I don't think B1.
They might do it.
We could see a Pantheon B1. Like I'm looking at the junglers right now, and there is not much left besides that. Like the rest are like considered B tier junglers.
Viego gone. Yeah, I think this might be Pantheon angle here for DL. Good snipe on the Viego, by the way.
Thank you. So no, the Syndra ban. They did leave
Orianna.
To
Yeah.
it, yeah.
No, we like this. Wait, oh, this is mid, no?
Oh, they're doing it is. They're doing the exact same thing I
Is
did.
this good into Orianna though?
It's early game. It kind of is. It's just he just takes 0 damage. He just sits there in your face, holding Q, W, and then clears the wave. You either take no damage and you poke Oria out, or, I mean, she should never get poked out, of course, but, or he just takes the wave and moves to jungle, moves to bot, moves to top, or whatever objective is being played for. But in the late game, if she does go like the Leandri's BFT or whatever, she does melt these tanks. And we see Cassante pick here as well.
Early Cassante. What do you go with DL here? Do you got Aatrox?
Good. He does play Renekton. I don't know if it is open, right?
Oh yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
how good Renekton is.
My mind wandered towards Bolivar, but I'm not sure if he plays it. Like theoretically,
Oh, I completely forgot about volley. It could
Could
actually
do
be a
Onar. Oh, and then we do see the Rek'Sai.
We could see Volley in jungle actually for Hard as well, but I think they're gonna play an AP champion. Oh, actually, I actually know what Hard's gonna play, but
yeah.
I think, but I'm not gonna spoil it yet. I don't want to give their stats away because they told me in secret.
Okay.
I want to be like, I'm so smart, I know this, but
I think I can see one possibility for the for Vitagen.
how? Vitagen?
Vitagen, sorry. I'm sleepy, man. I'm sleepy.
Fiora.
Fiora. Oh, Lilia. Okay, I did not expect that, but I like it.
We might see his corner.
I was thinking of Lilia.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of something else, but maybe they take mid for game 5 if it comes to it. ADCs, yeah. Full bot lane unpicked. I'm gonna go.
It's really hard to get the picks now.
I think it's like a Jinx. I don't know. You have double frontline. I think Jinx looks super good.
I'm certain Jinx doesn't go through bot phase, right? Like there's no way.
Vayne, no, Vayne's probably not even good here.
Vayne is good for DL though. Well,
Yeah, for the yeah.
There's no chance that pressure plays it.
I'm just thinking they're picking very similar to what they did to us, and we saw Skarner on the support, but I don't know if they do that again.
Against Fiora, Orianna,
What kind of
I
doubt?
don't. What are they picking on ADC then for hard if you ban Jinx yourself and Sivir? They're both super safe champions. Like, what ADCs are actually left open? My mind's blanking.
9 ADCs are out. There's Vayne. There's Caitlyn. Jhin as well, right? Yeah.
Kog'Maw, Zeri.
Kog'Maw,
I mean, I was
Zeri.
thinking of Aphelios for a moment, but like, I don't see left side drafting Aphelios, and then for right side,
I mean, they could go like Jinx, they could go like Aphelios. Okay, oh my god, is Seraphine? It's no way Seraphine ADC, right? Seraphine support. But they're picking support on 4 for ADC pick. That's interesting to me, to be honest.
I mean, at this point, when with so many AD carries gone, it's actually kind of high value to get a good matchup.
Fair, yeah.
Like, I think red side could look at some.
Yeah, Lilia mega pick by the way. So good into Lilia.
The Lilia and Seraphine are. What do they? I guess they picked the Vayne here, right? Surely.
No, I don't, the Depression will never play in his life or play Vayne. I think it'll
Never?
be Aphelios, something like that, yeah. Could be. Something that plays back, because look at his team comp, like he has no protection at all, besides like, I mean he has double shields with Orianna as well. He picks Vayne, Garrett's that respectable, I don't think that
It could be Kog'Maw. Could be Kog'Maw.
Oh, it's Orianna bot.
Wow.
Oppression used to be a mid laner.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I don't think I like this. I can't lie.
But I mean,
But
I
then it's
don't
so
mind
good.
I don't mind the Orianna, but like, why do you have Milio Orianna? Yeah, I
To
was thinking
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn could be good, but like,
I was thinking like, okay, if they do it like this, then the Seraphine pick on 4 is so nice, so you can like kind of adapt your ADC pick toward. But I don't know if Caitlyn is the pick I would have gone for then.
I mean,
I
does he
think
have
you
what other pick?
definitely go for Caitlyn once you see that it's Orianna bot. Like, if not for that, I think something like.
Wait, is it 100% Ori bot? Could it not be Malzahar at all? Or is it just Malzahar? Iceland that plays Malzahar.
Icehunt plays Malzahar.
I'll just
say that? Okay. I highly doubt, like, Malzahar bot is so weird.
I mean, yeah, I just don't know why. I guess they're trying to adapt to the Sion pick because into the Ori, but I don't know if it's going well for
I
them.
don't know what to think of it. I like Vitagen draft way more.
100%. I feel Deadly Lotus have such a
It's such an all
soul
over the
review
place.
comp.
Yeah, it's like a lot of pieces, but not from the same puzzle. So, but I guess if you're side laning, they could be big, but they don't have team fighting as well. Maybe if the Rex.
Your only way of winning is Fiora just 1v9s / you get an Ori Shockwave on Rek'Sai, like I don't know, like 4-man shockwaves and you win a fight.
I mean, Hard doesn't have the most
Okay.
damage, right? But
Yeah, like and like right side is so tanky. Like Lilia will go Liandry Riftmaker. She will be tanky enough to survive like some of the combos. Like maybe not if she gets shockwaves, right? But like if Rek'Sai goes on her, she doesn't really mind. You have like Sante and Sion, they're just not going to be bothered by whatever enemy team throws on them unless it's just Fiora pre-hitting them. And you have pretty good peel in a form of Seraphine with Caitlyn with high range that can bully lane, get you through early game, and also free hit later on. I don't know, it just the red side just makes so much more sense than blue side draft.
yeah, it's like we play on split push and kind of holding the game back while Fiora just goes inside. I mean, maybe they thought, okay, guys, we lost when they had they had weird comp, and now we do weird comp and we win.
Yeah.
I guess it's another game where we just look at top lane because I feel like that's the only lane that's like win con, I guess, right? Which is the Fiora. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's,
agreed. But I mean, Jarlen could get a lot of stuff done early on if he gets some shit. He gets creative pathing on bot. I mean, of course, Orianna Mila doesn't have the most damage, but like early on, a Rek'Sai damage is pretty high, so maybe.
I think mid lane as well is just gonna be a CS snooze fest. Nothing happening.
Wait, of course not.
Just, press E on the wave, press Q on the wave, and dip. Someone's at Drake, someone's at Nash, someone's I don't know. So that's just gonna how it's gonna be with these two players on these champs.
It's still surprising to me they went the Melzar route instead of like doing a Kog'Maw Melio or like something that just like does that. Maybe Zeri, I don't know, but anything that melts tanks.
I was thinking Zeri for the blue side of Paris, but like you don't pair Zeri with Melio, I think. Oh,
And they
really
did ban the
weird.
Yumi
Yeah.
themselves, right? So
You still have Lulu left, you still have like, but even if you want to play Melio, like I don't find the Orianna, it's so weird. Also, you know
Yeah.
you're against like 3 tanky champions and Seraphine Enchanter. Like, you know for a fact they're going to have a lot of MR into you because like they're not building armor. Like Fiora doesn't care about armor anyway, so why would they bother? They would be like Tawais and they don't care anymore after that point. The like Sante and Sion will just stack MR and they will legitimately not care about Orianna or Malzahar most of the time. It just if the red side can kill Fiora, and I think the it's like just impossible for blue side to win the fight afterwards.
I think team fighting is borderline impossible for DL. Like unless they're mega ahead.
So we're still all saying this is a Vitagen hard win, aren't we? The predictions.
Yep. Last time
Yeah.
we all agreed on one thing that we predicted 3 times now. The last 2 times we all predicted to go the different way. So maybe.
I'm still praising Vitagen. If they lose, then I'm just 0-4 in predictions today because I haven't got a single one of those right before.
Okay, predict DL then. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want it to end, then I should probably predict DL.
I think like if DL wins this, then they win the last game. 100%. Then your mentals on heart are so cooked then, like I can't imagine
Yeah.
going to. But I doubt it's gonna go to that point. The comp from heart is super good. We could see a stomp here. It's like mega comfort for Jarl. I don't think he has lost a game on the Rek'Sai yet this split, and he has picked like, quite a decent amount of games. So maybe I've not seen Windsor on the Fiora yet. A double AP mate, just looks so weird though. So it's yeah.
Jeff had a pretty good showing so far. I think like 2 out of 3 games he was the better top laner in the end, kind of. Like the Rumble game was really good from Hags, but like Jeff played really good. So maybe he is just really confident right now in his abilities that he will just stomp top lane right, get his team a win, do some bin 1v9 like in the finals against who was it? I think DK. Yeah.
Who?
Too sure.
Ooh,
Wait.
okay.
Wait, who did Bin play in Worlds Finals with Sonic?
Oh, they played against Damakia.
Someone, yeah. Yeah. The fucking 1v9 performance. Maybe that's
Yeah,
what
with
Jeff
the
is trying to pull
penta, the
off now.
penta.
Yeah. That's if Jeff does that, then fair play. And we go into game 5. Other than that, I don't give the comp much chances to win.
Very true. But that's it for the analyst desk. That's it for game 4. We'll be back after this game for game 5, for maybe for an silver scrapes or for a winning ceremony. So we throw it over back to our lovely casters, Sandbag and Santos.
Thank you very much, Dutch. As we hit Sounders Rift for the 4th time today, making to look one more game into the future or wrap it up and hit that ceremony early. I'm feeling good, Zath. What are we thinking on the drafts? You know, the analysts in you seeing Malzahar Oriana on the same team. Give me the hot takes.
So, I'm biased. I'm a very biased man. I love Malzahar to death. Within my friendship group, everybody plays Malzahar, loves Malzahar, and if you ever flash out somebody on Malzahar, it's an amazing day. The only problem is, I know the best counters to Malzahar, and that one's Sion. You never have the damage to kill this thing, even without the help of a Seraphine trying to shield you. So we will be having to play towards the bot side to get a nice little ward down. It does seem like Oriana will be towards the bot side and Malzahar towards the mid lane. I'm trying to break down this draft, and I don't see how it's working because bot lane's getting pushed in constantly. They have no way of having a Oriana ball delivery system except for the Rek'Sai. Malzahar sure can suppress somebody, but you're never killing them if it's the Cassante or Sion. It's really difficult. The only way I'm seeing them winning this game is if they pull some miracle thing out their buttocks, let's say.
Keeping
I'm
it
not allowed
PG
to
on
say
the stream. PG on the stream. I like to save the pivot midway through. I will say that. I will push back a little bit on the other side, though, of you're talking about who do you Mal's ult. So, you know, oh, Sion won't die when I Mal's ult. The Lilia has to go melee range. If she needs that Q, if you're Jonathan Isaac, this game is rough. If you stray within flash ult distance of Icehound, you're suppressed. Melio's got the unwombos your combo button just ready on deck. It's tough to try and navigate. So sure, frontline durable is all hell, but eventually you might have the burn to get through it.
Can I say one thing to that?
What's that?
Who is the longest ranged ultra attacker in the game?
I would say Melio. Thoughts?
Sure, with W Max, Caitlyn actually is able to outrange a tower, but not on the point. Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn Seraphine, a very long-range duo champion. Sure, Jonathan Isaac isn't able to walk in, but who cares? Just allow your Caitlyn and your Seraphine to free fire in the backline, and they will win you team fights. So the only way I'm seeing Deadly Lotus winning out this game is going to be Windsor in towards the top side. He's had an incredible showing in that second and third game. Remember, he was the guy who was on that Mundo 1v9 in everybody and not really dying until God of Hags hit a couple items and they got a little bit close. Windsor needs to have a 1v9 performance again to give them even an opportunity, a smidgen in this game. And out of all players, I trust him to do that.
A smidgen, this man says, as if
Fiora
Fiora
won't
won't
an Oriana AD carry, okay?
as
It's a
if
smidgen.
as if a Fiora can't run a game on her lonesome. You are running amok into double tanks. You can just throw out that grand challenge on basically whoever you darn well please and dice them up in those side lanes.
Okay, I have a new theory. Who is one of the
Damn it.
best wave clearing champions in the game? Malzahar.
Oriana.
And, sure, both. Okay. Who is one of the best split pushers in the game?
Fiora.
Correct. Now, if we add them together, you could stop them from pushing you in, and you can let your Fiora run amok. Yes, you might lose every single objective, every single dragon, every single baron, everything, but you won't lose your towers. And maybe with that, Windsor can find something.
I mean, side lanes, absolutely. You have a very, very beefy 4-man stack between the Rek'Sai, Melio, Ori, and Mel's, and then you have the Sign Laner who's trying to pull them apart. You don't have to fight every Drake if it takes 2 members to try and keep the Frenchman in check.
Yep, couldn't agree with you more there. Really difficult to fight situation, as we do have the Rek'Sai in the jungle sitting away a couple camps with Lilia. Lilia in the early game takes a little while to get online. Once you get the first item, you start feeling pretty solid. Once you get towards 2 or 3, you feel really, really strong. So Rek'Sai, the more you can try and bully them out, the better of a situation you will be. As we will be having a technical pause, maybe Lotus have decided maybe our team comp is properly deadly and we've just poisoned ourselves.
Icehound has been hitting 1k ping self-reported, so it is a bit of an Ethernet.
Does it matter when he's playing Malzahar?
I will say yes.
I would say no.
I feel like 1000 ping is tough, regardless of the champion you play. This is coming from the man who's played on EUW servers from the west coast of America. And I did play Garen, and I did win a game in solo queue. So ping can be mitigated. Malzahar, however, 1k is a bit much.
Yeah, because we have a friend of ours who actually lives over in towards Canada, and he has 150 ping, 150 to 1,000. Maybe that is a little steep. So giving themselves time to try and fix their ping, because I don't think they're as far away as Canada. I believe they still are here in Europe. As I'm still trying to be positive, Sandbag. You know, half glass full, half empty. This game, I'm trying to be half full. It's really hard.
What's so hard about it? It's the fact that somebody is calling from a payphone in Zimbabwe with their internet.
80 carry.
Sure, and she has clockwork wind up. She has empowered autos that makes her a marksman.
Oh, that's a question. What happens if Orianna goes 80 carry?
What do you mean? She is 80 carry. What are you talking about?
No, I mean starts building AD.
Starts building AD. Dubious.
I'm gonna be honest. I have a nasty bard AD carry.
On hit Ori is real. I will say that much. The passive autos are not insignificant. It's not good, but it is definitely a thing you can purchase without getting X9.
Now, I'm a bit concerned because there's a thing called having an ego. But for Oppression to pick up a tier and also pick up a Dark Seal in the same back while playing Orianna AD carry.
You're such an Ori hater, dude. The man picks
I'm gonna keep paying on it.
Let him have his Dark Seal. When Gwen buys it, it's a savvy buy. When Ori buys... This is literally the flirting versus harassment meme. When Gwen does it, what a great buy. How prodigious. When Orianna does it, what an ego. They have that command distance trying to find the slow as Oppression's gonna flash away. Cozy can't fire on a topos. Here comes Rek'Sai, 3v3. Flash on Burrow a possibility. Jumping onto that 80 carry. Pele is gonna have himself a barrier to stall. Waiting for Ferocious Bite. Rek'Sai on Burrows, re-Burrows. Another knockup gonna come through is Jonathan Isaac continuing to give chase with those bowling balls. Slow rolling the fight. 3v3, no one falls. And health bar is looking approximately even.
And I'm not a biased caster. That was actually really well played by Deadly Lotus to try and win out on that fight. Used the flash first of all to get Orianna out to safety. And we may be joking about how bad this Orianna AD carry is. When you actually combo it with the Melio, which can get you to deal more damage with that passive burn, and then of course the Rek'Sai being the bull carry delivery system. Before the Sion and the Cassante get super far ahead, there is big possibilities to burst somebody out. So it's all about trying to get this early game to be as good as possible. So with Prime in the mid lane with Icehound on the Malzahar, they will be able to pick up this mid lane and be able to pick up this dragon as well.
Rek'Sai is going to be able to nibble that one down slowly but surely and secures the first Drake of the game. Gold leads even. That's about the only thing separating these two teams early.
So, apparently, Orianna AD carry is better than a Caitlyn because they won the first dragon.
What? Yes. You know what? Sure. I'm not even. You're the analyst here. I just talk fast goodly. So we'll give it to you.
It's difficult because I feel like this sort of composition, you need to be thinking outside of the box to seeing how it's actually meant to be working out. Is this early game? Nobody has found the lead like you mentioned beforehand, very much scaling in towards this game. I'm still looking towards this mid lane as much as possible, just because of Icehound having, of course, that flash ultimate available on Malzahar. Whenever that's possible, you will hear a chuckle from me.
Yeah, I am I'm very familiar with your. I know Mal's ulted because I hear just Zach laughing to himself because somebody just got wad over the course of a fight for no reason. And while we have this trading back and forth, wave's going to be pretty tasty for this Fiora Windsor getting a recall of his own. We have a moment, and I do want to give a shout out. Jaded old ass player talking about power of evils. Nature's Tooth Oriana. It is real. Chat can confirm, and we all know Twitch chat is minimum Grandmaster. Could go pro if they wished.
Honestly, sounds like me back in my heyday. As Icehound, in a bit of danger towards the mid lane, has the ult.
Mal's all sent. Sion's gonna be knocked up here as Houndin continues to dive on in, waiting for that execute. Dives and doesn't get his Q off. Decimating smash not going off. Icehound able to escape. First ult, first kill. Icehound's Mal's doing you proud, boss.
Oh, it's so hard because I'm trying my best not to be biased, but this champion just makes me so happy. Did you see the outplay there? What they did is they walked forward, they pressed E, and then they pressed R. Next thing you know, the enemy team dies. It's peak League of Legends, honestly.
It is absolutely infuriating to play against because if you look me in the face and tell me, Sion, just buy QSS, you get out of my lobby. QSS Sion, get out of my lobby. I don't want you paying taxes. Zombies don't pay taxes.
That is true. Now, Pepper, every single time, this is the guy behind the scenes to doing all the production. Whenever we do see a Malzahar ultimate, even if it isn't a kill, for my sake, I would love to just see it again. It's the best part of League of Legends. But towards the top side, Void Grubs will get taken over on towards the side of Deadly Lotus. Was able to figure that one out. And mentioning towards this top side, we keep talking about God of Hacks versus Ween, so I haven't talked about it too much this game. So it's going to be a fight.
Next I pop up, Sion's got that ultimate on deck, and that land shark is cooked. Giving it over to the Lilia. Jonathan Isaac punishing the overstep.
Yeah, just a little bit over aggressive, trying to make a play towards the spot side, but not doing enough damage there. But towards top lane, God of Hacks in a very difficult matchup. The longer the game goes, the better Fiora will be winning it in this 1v1. And already with that Vampiric Scepter, healing back any of the damage God of Hacks deals to him. So the whole goal of this lane is to actually never fight and just try and stay as safe as possible, allowing your team to scale in towards the game and look for these major team fights.
Your damage control, absolutely. That's really what you're looking for up in the top lane for Cassante. Is we have ourselves a slow early game, all things considered. But remember, this is still match point. Despite the surge back in game 3, one more win and Vitagen Hearts just wrap up not only this game series, but season in one go.
And they've all put it on towards a draft that is very much cooking in either a positive or a negative way, depending on how you see it. They're prior towards the bot side doing a very good job of using this Oriana and making it really unfun for this AD carry to play.
You're out here telling me, hey, who's the longest auto attack range in this game? You know what's longer than auto attack ranges? Ori Q. Nice hitting the wave, buddy. Shame if you were to take 400 damage every time you did it.
I get it, but you have a Seraphine. Realistically, you should have Prio in that lane. And talking about Prio, the favorite champion in the game in the mid lane, going to be able to use that, bully out the Sion early on. The main reason that this is a counter pick is Jesse on this Sion may not be able to get Prio early, but the longer the game goes, there hits a point where Malzahar doesn't realistically have the damage to get through you.
Not to mention, you're just getting stacks on Soul Furnace left, right, and center. Hitting creeps. You're getting HP on that Sion W and the passive HP. You're more than happy to just hang out and absorb these waves getting pushed in.
Yep, Dragon is about to spawn for both of these teams. Vitagen in a very solid situation over Prio mid and bot lane. Exhaust is available for Wiggies, making it very difficult to look for this dive.
However, Shockwave will make it a little bit easier down to 500 HP. Seraphine's not got much mana to work with. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Icehound down. Lilia gets him. So Malzahar falling, but the bot lane turret taking a beating in the meantime.
Yeah, just an overstep. No ultimate available for Jonathan Isaac.
Sion ult as he continues to lurch his way towards the bot lane. This Rek'Sai trying to stall as best they can. Here comes the Encore cleanse for the Melio. Breath of life living up to the name. Putting CPR on the play and rescuing it from Cody.
And even though they don't find themselves to kill, they should be able to pick up the dragon if they want to, but instead opting to find themselves those resets. And yes, they have cooked a lot, Deadly Lotus, but they cooked a little bit too much there. As when all of these ultimates combine on the side of Vitagen, they're in such a great position. Use the Sion, have that Seraphine behind, and even the Caitlyn using that ultimate to just add a little bit more chip damage on top.
And yet, with all that layering that was done, Melio's value. He got his cleanse, he got them all out to safety, and it was only end up being Malz who fell. Now they're looking to find their second Drake of the game. Yesay can't mosey his way on in. That is 2 consecutive Drakes to the rest of the Lotus.
And they're just not that quick at taking these objectives just yet. Opting to just get more gold in towards their pockets. They understand, yes, we're giving up 2 of these dragons, but take a look at this gold lead. We got ourselves in towards an even position, even though the enemy team was able to find a lead early on with that kill towards mid, and of course that CS lead as well. So being able to just close down a little bit more, giving Jonathan Isaac a position to try and get into this game, I think it's worth giving over 1 dragon.
Second Drake of the game, it's nice. Both teams feel happy with what they got. This was a good deal for both members. One team wants gold, one team wants Drakes. One wants the objectives, one wants fighting power, and it's going to be a matter of which style comes to pass. The engages from mid lane have turned it as you see Caitlyn lurking with the rest of the support.
And that's a lot of tower plays heading towards the mid lane. Icehound may have died in that 1-for-1, but has actually made up for it with how many he's taken. As Rek'Sai towards his mid lane, looking for the play. Flash ultimate is available. Come on.
The hunt. Mal's ult sent. Nether Grasp is going to get the flash from the Caitlyn. 90 caliber net for a little bit more distance, but that is no flash for 5 minutes. Very vulnerable on this marksman.
Now, I'm not sure if Malzahar actually stopped the ultimate halfway through. I swear it has a longer position than that, but still going to be able to find the flash towards the mid lane. Next major team fight makes it a lot easier for Rek'Sai to look on either member of this bot side. No flash for 5 minutes onto Peli Larson, the AD carry, but no flash for 2.5 minutes on that Seraphine as well. So you have so many different options. You just have to make use of this and find a lead towards that bot side. As up towards top lane, a lot of pings coming through, teleport as well. Is this Fiora in this recent matchup only through CS lead? Godifac's done a really good job of slowing the pace down.
Doing the best that he can to try and take some of the sharpness out of the matchup, blunt the tip of the spear, so to speak, as the Rek'Sai will continue to whittle away at the blue buff. None the wiser of the startup of the objective just a couple feet away.
Yeah, gonna see if they actually want to try and contest this. Not actually dealing any damage, even though that CC was coming through. Jonathan Isaac takes quite a while to finish this off. The first tower will be going down. Malzahar completing that. Doesn't even have that teleport, so they may just want to try and give this.
You gotta imagine that it's just gonna push out bot lane tower. If you want to do something cheeky and try and snipe it with one of those Rek'Sai keys, feel free, but it is going to be Herald secured, no problem. Yes, I can ult and does indeed proc it, forcing a flash out of the jungler. Oppression, Shockwave available, can use this to try and dissuade any further chase down, and it is Malzahar value to the moon. Look at his tower damage in the meantime.
Yeah, he's doing so much towards the bot lane. He even gets that full tower. Remember, all of it does come from his minions.
No Scion ultimate, but he can find a bit of a flank. Throwing out the Nether Grasp, has the Voidlings chewing. He's got the E. Malefic Visions gets it done. 1v2. Icehound's going to be able to survive for the most part. Flashing away and burns down Jonathan Isaac from the grave. Gets him post-flash. Icehound and Isaac both down. Shockwave on both bot laners. Pele down to 800 HP of his own. Structure standing so far, but Rek'Sai looking to change that.
And this is one thing the Deadly Lotus are super good at, is being able to pull the enemy team apart and find these side lane objectives. So with 700 gold going that Malzahar has 2.5 items, even towards the mid lane, being able to poke out with oppression and crazy pull, they get themselves that objective. And oh, I asked for it, and here is the outplay. So what he does is he cues, he looks at him, and he presses ultimate sandbag. And that's all you need to do on Malzahar.
It was actually, funny enough, just a fraction late because Lilia did get her Q off, and that ended up being enough for the burn to be reapplied and kill him post-flash. So arguably, a mechanical misplay there from Icehound. The ultimate was could have been used a little better.
Yeah, he still had the flash available. Could have maybe flash Ard past it. Big possibilities. No flash available for the next 4 minutes. We'll never know until that comes back up if he does have that in the locker. So it is the most difficult Malzahar combination to get off, but something that will be spawning soon, and that is going to be this dragon in 30 seconds.
And with only 2k gold lead, it is fighting power that you were talking about as you are marching your way on in. But this third Drake feels like it matters.
Yes, this third dragon is going to matter a lot as ultimate does land.
Jonathan Isaac gonna be knocked up, going immune through the engage of the Encore. Rek'Sai gonna be chased down, however. Mal's ult, spend Shockwave onto 2. They're finding every member that's squishy. Sion can't even get involved. Into the back line goes Rek'Sai. Has the bite sunk deep into the rest of Caitlyn's health bar. Seraphine falls. Sion mopped up on the end, and Zath, we're looking at another game inbound. This is beautiful work if this continues.
And we talk about the Sion and Cassante. They are just unkillable, and they completely agree with us. So what they do is just look everywhere else where they aren't available. Lilia oversteps, like you mentioned, having to get into melee range. Malzahar uses that ultimate to get that first kill, and afterwards Rek'Sai getting towards that back line as we get to see another replay of what happens, because it starts off super well from the side of Deadly Lotus, looking on towards the backline, but Melio cleanses it away. And now it's Lilia all alone towards that backline, gets taken out, and now Rek'Sai behind them finishes off one member with the Caitlyn still not having flash from the play we mentioned earlier. Seraphine gets backed off, and even though Jesse doesn't really die quickly, when the rest of the team's dead, there's nothing you can do.
Credit to Hollern, just being a devil in that backlines, making sure that you cannot look to try and play. Not only that, but also immuning those big spells. Encore was going to be negated on the back half, dodged on the front half. They just found their angles absolutely peachy.
And it's a 4,000 gold lead here for Deadly Lotus. This is clearly their best game so far. They're doing a fantastic job, and Vitagen looked very strong in their first 2 games, but they are slightly falling off here, not being able to compete with what Deadly Lotus are bringing here with their very unique draft.
It's not how you get out of the gates, it's how you end that matters. And right now, Deadly Lotus are looking to push themselves on forwards. Ghost spent God of Hacks. He's feeling threatened enough to spend summoner spells underneath his own tower.
Yeah, this matchup is going to get worse and worse. First side to completed, you might deal damage, but it all gets healed back up.
The movement, Weinzer's just dancing around him, slipping away from that Pathmaker, slipping away from the Qs that are flying out in those Intofo strikes, and the sustain despite Bramble. This Fiora is starting to really hurt the side lanes.
Yeah, and they sure have great scaling, but with this dragon up in 3 minutes, Jonathan Isaac, Wiggies, they need to find a play on towards the enemies.
Grouping up and try. Mal's ult spent. Here comes the Encore, only on the 1. Breath of Life used. They have themselves a Herald summon. Anakan continues to look on while the re-engage will not happen as they look to escort Shelly into the spot lane.
Yeah, going to be able to use just a super tanky member to walk in towards the enemies.
Sion finds up headbutting the wall here. The driver's license not altogether great. He's rooting up this mid laner as they continue this wave mitigation. There's nothing to be had. Malzahar Ori, your waves are dust.
And this is what they wanted this team comp to be this 1-4. Have Fiora been such a side lane pressure, keep the enemy team from doing anything in this game. And with 3 dragons into their pocket, they actually don't have to fight for another 15 minutes if they choose to.
They can just stall and stall and stall. There is so much time to be bought. Not necessarily the greatest idea in the world to just hang on, considering eventually you'll have this Caitlyn looking to lock down the Scion, infinitely stacking, but you're no longer pressured. And with no pressure comes flexibility and creativity.
Yeah, they're in a great position with how this game has been going, because you see the idea of how Vitagen want to try and take these fights. If Jonathan Isaac find a wilting lullaby onto multiple members, but every time he walks in, Malzahar, with the lead they found in the mid lane, has enough damage to actually 100-0. As Malzahar's ultimate, the earlier or higher HP it is, the more damage it deals against you. So actually kind of good in towards the Scion at this point in towards the game. But this Fiora on the side lane, teleports coming through. Cassante yet again forced to try and match up there.
And he is slowly losing out himself. Bloodthirster, Ravenous Hydra. Windsor's health bar is completely fake. It is only mana that you really have to worry about at this point in time. And the structure bearing the brunt of it. Cassante going all out, but it's only to push him off tower.
Yeah, but TP comes through. 4 versus 5. No teleport available for God of Hacks for the next 10 seconds.
Remember, he used that ultimate already, so he cannot all out and knock him out of that TP channel. And with 5v4, Cassante, he's gonna be electing to move up to the top lane, recalling for now 10k HP in the shred. We've seen games thrown here. 6k HP, tension mounts. TP, channel, oppression finds the shockwave in the back lines. Here come the heal. Nether Grasp, one of the junglers, 1600, who picks up the Atacom, but they're going for the fight itself. 4v4. Oppression needs to put the damage in the back line. Rek'Sai finds a 2-man knockup. Here comes the Orianna. Double kill to the AD carry replacement. Marksmen are out. Mages are in. Oppression is going to be linking up with his solo laners. God of Hacks, you got tankiness, but you got no allies. Teammates dead. He falls ace to the Lotus.
And with 20 seconds on every single member, there's an opportunity to pick up that Atacon and get themselves out to safety. As the team fight at the start looked pretty good for Vitagen, played this front to back, but every single time this jungler gets in towards the backline and just causes absolute mayhem. And with a gold lead of about 6k in towards the pocket, they're just so far behind at this point where they don't have the damage to kill anyone, even with that Caitlyn and Lilia.
Demon secured. Soul secured. Twitch Shed is already doing. Silver Scrapes en route. How do you get there? Jonathan Isaac's gonna be trying to find a lullaby onto an isolated member. Orianna has the Seraph Shield to try and buy some time, but I don't think Flash even gets him out alive. Shockwave, auto attacks, one more Q, finds the sidestep. Here comes the Caitlyn. Oh, gonna be not blocked by Harnan. Shut down. Wiggies pays for it with his own life. It is a 1-for-1 trade as the Scion throws out the Q in the meantime. Getting scrappy, but they do find their man.
Yeah, but Lilia has that teleport, that 4th dragon taken as well. They thought that there was a lead earlier, but it just keeps pushing as Malzahar in the mid lane, finding the best outplay ever.
Fight on 2 fronts. Malz is able to get one going. Jonathan Isaac now cut between a rock and a hard place. Flash knockup. Here comes the Rek'Sai damage. Pathmaker onto 3. Cassante goes unstoppable, but you don't have the copy pasta power. That is more kills flying into the Lotus pockets. Baron next up, and we're looking to hammer this one home.
And this is such an incredible way to see League of Legends played. Even I was saying that the team comp shouldn't work. None of this should have worked from the side of Deadly Lotus. 2 games down, get back 1. And with this second one, they are dominated with such an unconventional style. Orianna in AD carry, Malzahar in mid lane. Doesn't care what you think. They're going to be able to try and win with it.
They have cooked, and it is Michelin star. Oppression's gonna be jumped on the bot side, but he's able to find some more slows. He's able to find some distance. Scion's Roar of the Slayer can't close the gap. Ori out, Baron secured. They can do no wrong.
Yeah, Windsor 6-0 on this champion, trying to 1v9 in the enemy jungle, looking for this mid lane inhibitor. So close to going down, but will be able to stay alive for just a little longer. As they have the Baron in hand for quite a while longer, they'll be looking to try and crack open this base a little bit more, get themselves these inhibitors, and finally get ourselves over to Silver Scrapes.
Look at inventory at the top of your screen. Every single metric is O.
It's a hard one to swallow if you're a Vitagen fan. Going from the highest highs of the first game, and it's been slowly going downhill. If they are somehow able to hold on, the longer the game goes, Sion will become unkillable. You can already see he's so tanky. With no team behind him, he can't do anything.
Just whittled away at. He's autoed forever, and he's down to 1/3 HP. That is your most durable member. He's the one Vanguard that you have against the rest of this damage, and he is crumbling.
It was a high risk, high reward team comp that they went for. If it was going to work, it was really going to work. Jonathan Isaac looking for a play.
Run Ragged has the parry on Lilting Lullaby. So not only is the big team fight ult spent, but he is insult to injury stunned off it. 2 inhibs fall in quick succession. Baron still available. Weinzer's looking to put the touches on the third.
Yeah, they're trying to get this last inhibitor. They're looking for the end here. 4 versus 5 or 5 versus 5. This is their final stand.
Oncoming tide, and what do you have to answer it? Weinzer's forcing Wiggy's flash onto the steps of the fountain. Exhaust spent. Where are your tools? Sion's gonna pull the trigger onto Icehound. Doesn't even get the knockup thanks to the spell shield. Encore 3, cleanse through the breath of life in the backline. Harngnin gets the execute. It is simply a wallet diff, and you know what that means, Zath. Weezer's got the cleanup, and we're going to Silver Scrapes Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, as Lotus bring us there.
Silver Scrapes is a special place, but something more special. It's still that Malzahar. I may have joked about it a lot, but I really did enjoy casting that game. Now, Sandbag, coming into this next game, we have a couple, well, probably about 30 seconds till we go towards the break. Who do you think's taking this last game?
I have no idea. You gotta think momentum is leaning towards reverse sweep, but we've been wrong before, and it's fearless. Deep in the bottom of the pools, we're gonna have to go. What have you been saving? No more left. Leave it out on the table, and we are gonna be kicking it back to the analysts, breaking it down and setting us up. That I'm fired up. Do not go anywhere.
Yes, guys, welcome back after that Game 4 clinic by Deadly Lotus. Yeah, Silver Scrapes. We didn't expect that after 2 games.
That was an interesting game. I don't know. I think we've been doubting that Deadly Lotus when we should not even have second thoughts at all. I think I did give them a 3-2 prediction at the start, and I did start doubting them with the weird drafts they have. But I take that all back, and I wish them luck for this next one. I believe in them now, no matter what draft they cook up.
Yeah. I mean, this game was. I haven't predicted a single game correctly yet, so not the best score from me. But at least we get 5 games, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's we have a series. At least we have a fucking series. It's complete cinema. I think that we had talked about mental earlier on in this stream. How hard? If you're hard, how do you come back? Like, you've been fucking blasted. I think 2 games in a row after like stealing 1 game and winning the first game kind of convincingly. What do you do? Like, what's the what do you do? Like, how do you do? Like, I think you just take a walk, chill. Okay, guys, we know we can win, but the top cap is looking crazy. Where's Ace?
Yeah. Where is he? I see him in the chat here and there, but I don't know what he's doing. Did he chicken out? I don't know.
I think he did say he wants Vitagen to lose, so then he can say that they lost only because he wasn't there. But I don't think he meant it.
I don't think he means that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Ace. Anyways, I think what's it called? Vitagen is just kind of underestimating the Deadly Lotus. They are kind of playing as if it's their playground, but it's kind of backfiring on them, I feel like. I mean, obviously, right?
Yeah, we blamed the draft to start off with. The round looked good in the end. I think the Melee pick was crazy good. I hated the Caitlyn pick on R5. I just didn't do anything. So, I don't know, saving R5 for that.
I know.
Hmm.
I think it's time to save R5 for top so you get a good matchup and you don't get fucking ass blasted top.
I'm just curious to know who gets the red side this time.
I think they're gonna go red side again.
confirmation yet. Yeah.
Red side curse has been broken though.
I am curious to see what they pick both on mid and ADC because I think they're just. Oh, what just happened? We are back. I don't know where it got cut off or but as I was saying, I would love to see what picks they cook up for mid and ADC as they both have no champs. I think even jungle has no champions, right?
It is
I
getting
think
changed.
Viego's the only thing open that both play. I think Volibear for the
Yeah,
side
Volibear.
of Deadly Lotus.
Isaac plays as well.
What
Isaac plays as well.
Oh, does he? Okay, okay. Then there's those two picks. What else?
I mean, Pantheon and Volibear, which were mentioned before.
Mhm.
I mean, we did mention Wukong. I mean, those three are probably, and Viego, I guess, are probably the ones we're going to see. But yeah, it's definitely tougher to draft now. I'm mostly curious about mid lane. I mean, the only mid laners left are like those players plays like Syndra. I think I've seen some play from them a bit. It's maybe we get some, I don't know, Game 5 Katarina from Iceland. Yeah, that might be it. Kappa.
I hope I would love to see that, but I think he's too scared to pick it. Prove me wrong, Iceland. Prove me wrong. But I think maybe Akali, Yasuo, Syndra, those are like the three picks that I know from Iceland. Maybe Azir for Iceland. And for Josiah, I think he only has Syndra Mel open. I don't think there's anything else. I might be wrong, of course, but
Yeah, I think that this is like what I've also we talked with the Deadly Lotus and with Chicken and Island before. Do you prepare for this game 5? Like, what do you prepare? What niche picks are gonna come out? Like, what's gonna be left open? Like, how are we gonna adapt? Like, it's definitely something because like not much is open, right? Like you've like 50 champions out.
Mhm.
Are you gonna change the bands? Like,
wait, I think Vitagen gets side select, right? I think.
yeah, I think that's like,
Yeah, I think if they wanna try and take that Syndra, they would have to go on blue side, or of course if it's not banned. But they were the ones banning it before, weren't they? So maybe they changed that ban.
I think you can't leave open Syndra now because you don't have the Orianna trade.
Galio's still open,
Yeah.
is it not? I think both play it as well. I just realized.
Who's open?
Galio.
Yeah, both play it. Yeah, but I don't think you want to play. I don't think you want to trade the Galio for the Syndra, right?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Then what would you pick at support as well? Then there's support that's also I think both have similar kind of. No, not really. No.
The Great was more the enchanter player, we is more the engaged player. So
Yeah, I think Lulu is still open. Karma, but I think we've seen it getting banned constantly all these games. We do have confirmation that Vitagen is on the side of red.
I mean, Red has still the higher win rate than Blue buff from
course.
the last game full year. So I'm really curious what we'll see from the picks.
In red we trust.
and that's how we trust. Silver Chase, man. It's been the last time we saw this. It was Yin versus Reki Raid with a miraculous Baron steal of JL, clutching up the series. And also the team that won game 4 also won game 5 last time around, because we saw McRae kind of mentally broke. And dude, these guys like it's also like a war of attrition, right? You also already played 4 games. You're playing since 7. You're gonna play for like 4 or 5 hours straight. How focused can you still be? Yeah, I'm very curious to see how everyone's gonna adapt towards this game 5.
I think this is the first possible reverse sweep as well, is it not?
We've never seen a reverse sweep in SLE history. Never, not even a single play of games. We've had one almost last split,
Okay. So this might be the first one.
and it being in finals. Oh,
Makes it even better.
how long for draft? Both teams are probably taking a walk, taking your time. I mean, acceptable. I mean, I want to understand as well. Like,
Enjoying some fresh air.
yeah, man. If you lose a game, just take a walk, take your fresh air, just walk around. Just reset the mental. You need to reset yourself if you're okay, now we're finally in draft. DL. Bang the
Welcome
Wukong.
back.
Makes sense. Yep, makes sense. I think we're probably gonna see the same bands. Like, I don't know. What are DL gonna pick on B1? That's the question. Like, what's left open? It's gonna be like so valuable.
I mean, there's still the virus, but it did banned, I think, last game.
Yeah, it was permabanned as well.
Yeah, banned hard banning and permanent every time. The
They
color
kind of
first,
need to pick sorry, they need to pick AD early, no? Just because otherwise you just get banned on second rotation.
I might think I kind of slight inkling what hard might do, but not sure. Oh. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous for you guys. Yeah, Lucian. You wanna see the
think,
Varus in round? I think they might leave Varus open. I think Vitagen Hard is cooking something. And I think I know what it is, but I'm not gonna say it yet in case they're listening, you know? You never know. I know it, but
Stream snipe deluxe.
I think is gonna Viego ban coming in? Viego comfort? Yeah, Viego ban coming in. Okay, makes
There
sense.
we go.
If it's not a Varus ban, they're gonna be B1 Varus on DL. It's like mega comfort for oppression as well.
Oh, and I think they might. It could be a flex as well if they don't decide to take it ADC.
It is a flex. It is flex into. I've had the joy to
Yeah.
play into Jeff and Icehounds. Yeah, okay, they're living open. They're gonna be one Vars.
Oh,
Or are they smelling the bait? Like this is the question. Like, are they smelling the bait?
one way to find out. Come on, little Lotus. What's with the suspense? Oh,
I think they should pick ADC first here. I think Hard has to probably like go a
a
Mumu.
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 I was not
That's
expecting
so-
that.
That's so weird.
Blind a Mumu. I mean, I guess Trundle's out, right? So
Trundle's out. Lilia's out. I don't know.
I mean, no, what's
Ivan's
the Mumu?
out. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, like a lot of good champions in the Mumu is yeah, good pick from DL. I think I kind of like it. Like opting into this like really strong early on like team fighting, like the Sage of course.
Mm-hmm.
The bandit
I'm
still.
thinking.
I'd pick the Varus themselves.
Yeah.
Man, I would if they that Lotus picked the Varus first, by the way, they were gonna pick Mel on hard. I can guarantee you that. That's the counter pick on bot. Mel's super strong in that shit. Body paired mid in jungle. Okay, quick mobility works. What's good to the Mumu, man? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm thinking like what champions JI play.
Is it Volibear? Is
He
it
has
Volibear angle?
balls to do it. Then Shyvana could be good. Yeah, Volibear is
I don't
fine
know.
as well.
I think Volibear's fine. We go Volibear here.
Giovanni.
Giovanni. Oh, they're picking a tank for jail. Man, I guess maybe last game
That
was
is
not.
that is a self counter pick theoretically in jungle, but I don't think they mind. at
Could
this
we maybe
point.
see a Galio mid? Are they looking for that? I don't know.
I think your damage is way too low then, no?
I guess it depends on. Yeah, I guess maybe.
Zik and Varus, but jail, Seju. Yeah, there's definitely not champions they've like been known for this entire split. I was expecting like the Vayne here from Zikan or the Senna.
Yon is out.
Are you gonna do a Senna Tam Kens game?
I just realized Senna went through so many games and I didn't even think of her. But
I know,
yeah,
but-
she's actually like kind of top tier right now. I mean, she's up there with other ace
Senna Tam
players.
Kens, Senna Nautilus. I think I smell a blitz here maybe from Heart.
Cheeky look. Oh, Senna. Okay.
That's actually true. Like so many traditional suppers are still open, by the way.
Nar. Okay. Okay, necessarily
that's
like
not
the big Nautilus themselves. I'd say I don't mind I don't mind it. Like easy.
that,
Like,
that there
Vitagen
should
hard.
be, now we should ban Leona and Brom. I think like if we don't ban Leona, then we like Nautilus doesn't want to play. Sorry, if we don't ban Brom, not Leona. Leona is already banned. If we don't ban Brom, then it's kinda pointless to pick Nautilus here.
I think brown burn, yeah, brown burn. I mean, like Cheddar Brown.
I mean,
Oh,
I
I
don't
did
know
forget
what
about
else
the
they-
Oh,
Veigar.
the Veigar, yeah, I completely forgot he played it.
Mhm.
Maybe it would have been a pick actually to go do it on 3. Yeah, brown band, okay, yeah, good.
Yeah, that's good.
They're probably opting into the Tam Ken stand on ADC, I guess, maybe? Or they're doing like a mage with Senna, could be possible as well.
And the Talia ban.
The mid pool is mega pinched though, like,
Yeah. I think there's just what Mel that's open for Saya.
Oh, I got a Hacks GP! Hacks GP, actually it's a good match with the Nar, no?
I think it's like, I don't think it's preferred, but I don't think it's a bad matchup.
Hacks
think it's like-
GP.
The problem is, I think Nar kind of bullies GP, but later on, GP
Oh yeah,
kind
true
of
actually, he's ranged, GP likes.
GP kind of later on outscales him, but it's not like Nar is. It's up to Nar to lose the lane or side lane skirmish.
And a
rather
star,
than
don't
the-
mind. Okay, but I think on 5 here. I mean, just go Akali, man. Just do it. Just do it. I would love to see an Akali game or something. Like, just put on some spice, man. Come on.
Maybe even, I think it might just go Azir, honestly. I think
I was looking at Asol, but he probably won't.
Azir, yeah.
Azir,
yeah,
Azir.
It's kind of like just a chill pick, right? So range has his front line.
Okay, this is the time. We locked Tryndamere mid Kappa. Now it's probably going to be like,
What do you have? Yes, well, I have a cooking.
He,
Like,
he
what
only has
champs you left?
Mel, no? He only has Mel.
I'm thinking.
What is it? Is it not good here? I don't
My,
know.
my bet is on Huey or what they said
Wait,
before.
also fine.
I don't think he plays Asol. Asol couldn't be bad here. but-
Lux! But Lux did that team? Really?
That is, I think maybe even
Oh,
How are you- better
If you keep
even, no?
range. If you can keep range, maybe it's better. No, it's better, no? You can just ban it. Oh, again, you don't want to ban the soul stick thing because you're flying.
I mean, Lux,
can work.
Lux is it's really good into Azir in an isolated matchup. Like you
Yeah.
outrange Azir so hard, you perma push the wave, your jungler has presence. The problem is your jungler is such a one inch, it doesn't really have the tools to do anything with the pressure in the presence of Lux.
could Aurora not have been a bit better? I don't know.
Could have been. The
question.
thing is, if ESA plays Aurora,
I don't think so, no.
I'm looking at his like Opito GG.
But that
He does have
motherfucker
a
does
few
solo queue.
games. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't play anything. Like I see one Lux game and it's a loss, and then I see 2 Aurora games. So I'm assuming maybe Aurora is one of them.
Basically. Yeah, but like, okay, the hard comp is kind of. I feel like the hard comp is kind of easy. They can buy a lot of space. It's just good front line in front of like GP, Vars, Lux. But look at the tools on DL to get on that backline. Amumu, Gnar, Alistar, like even
Mhm.
Azir Shuffle. Like, there's so many tools for them to get onto them. So
that's actually I don't think I agree with that. I think Nara for sure can reach the backline. Amumu is more so a champion that can't really go into your backline unless he does like Q flash ult. I think if Varus and Lux play on a relatively safe range, they could be safe from Alistar and all. The bigger problem for me is how do you get on top of Azir and Senna? Because they are going to absolutely wreck your front line. Now GP is having a really hard time getting on top of them.
no, you don't have to. No, like you have like Seju R, Nautilus R. If you actually hit one of your R's onto them, you have so much burst damage with GP, Lux, Vars. I think Hard has no problem killing the backline, but it really depends on if their backline gets. I think you can't dive their backline of DL because then your own backline will get fucked.
Maybe I don't know. It's really hard for me to imagine Alistar or Amumu not blocking the schedule, but maybe it happens. I'm just really scared for this GP. I think this is a really hard game to play as GP.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how we'll have to see how he does. But it's definitely surprisingly it might be the most standard comp comps we have got the entire series. By the way,
Yeah.
like you have a clear objective on both of the comps. There's no like any curveballs. Maybe you can call Lax a curveball, but like it's surprisingly standard for game 5.
Yeah, it's like no like really weird picks here. That's like the surprising factor here. Especially with like the way how like Hart has been drafting, like kind of wonky. And like last game DL was kind of wonky as well. So I expected maybe a bit more like chaos, but maybe like Hart thought, okay, we have to tone it down a bit. We have to chill. Just go back to simple, and we just hand check them.
I just noticed, I think last split, Jeff was considered like not a one trick per se, but I think his very high priority was Nar, and he got it in game 5, and he has been having a really good series so far.
Sure.
It is a bit scary that he gets his like one of the top comfort picks, but on the other hand, we also have like I think Hacks on GP feels really good.
Yeah, Hacks
played
GP is
so many
pretty good.
times. I think yes, I should be fine with playing Lux. I mean Nautilus, of course, a comfort for supports usually. Like maybe not maybe a comfort, but like everyone can play Nautilus, right? And Varus, like you have a really standard comp, like the champion's familiar. Then you have JI. I don't think JI plays that much Seju, but like I think he'll do fine. And the same on the other side, like you have champions that the players played before and really like. It's I don't see a single player who is put off of their comfort and be forced to pick something that's out of the ordinary. It might be interesting, though the game will be really boring, it seems, from draft. I think we are up for a 40-minute scaling game, if I'm being honest.
40-minute banger. That's what we were gonna see.
Oh my god, no way, man! It's already 11. I'm lucky I'm free tomorrow, but we have around 70 people around here, which is crazy number for SLE, by the way. I want to say that everyone. I wanted to say thank you for everyone for being here. Before we start the last game, I just want to shout out like thanks for Pepper for producing as well. Thanks for Saddles and Sandbags, and thanks for you two guys being here. Of course, we're just doing our whole riddle after the last game, right, with like the winning team and stuff like that, final MVP. But still, I just want to give a big shout out to everyone who made this a very nice stream, a very good final.
Yes, sir. So what? We haven't done predictions for this game. I mean, it's I think it's kind of obvious where we're all leaning towards, but I'll start off by saying I think this is going to be a DL 3-2. Going back to pre-game 1 prediction, as I said.
Yep.
3-2 to DL.
I think I'm gonna go with DL as well.
I will fulfill the request. I mean, I think DL is reverse sweeping it. Let's see how it goes.
Our
Okay.
first reverse sweep in SLE.
Yeah, it will be the first sweep ever in SLE, and it will be in finals after like Shy been over 4 predictions, so maybe you can go over 5.
I don't know what to say, honestly. We still have a minute and a half left before we have to give it the voice to the casters. Have we seen that many Sennas before in SLE, like after the buff, or is it the first one? Because I don't remember, but I haven't exactly watched the last 2 series that were happening.
I don't
Senna?
think so.
Yeah.
I've never seen a Senna in ages, I feel like.
Yeah,
No,
she
I don't
wasn't
think there has
picked-
been a Senna.
Yeah, she wasn't picked in the last series either. I think it might be the first Senna.
First Senna, yeah, I think so as well.
First farming Senna, I mean. Because of
I
course
think
we
it's
had, like,
Sorry, go on.
we had like support Senna, or like I think there was definitely some a fasting Senna. Well, the farming Senna, I haven't been back for like 2 splits now.
Mhm.
And we get it in finals. That's pretty hype, actually.
Okay, there's been no Senna's out playoffs.
Interesting. I think it got like a soul buff, right? I think from some 14 to 18%, something
no,
like
we
that.
did
Or was
get
that
some,
the
we did.
crit?
It went from 8 to 15%, and we
Ah, okay.
and I think she got like extremely nice. I've seen a lot of people play it now.
I've been seeing like some weird static shift build that kind of does do a lot of damage, to be honest. I had to first-hand experience that as a Kale, and it was not
guys.
fun.
We need to wrap it up here because our players are getting slowly in the game, so we can throw it over to our amazing casters, Sandbag and Satos, who can cue us in for Game 5, last game of this split. Let's hope it's a banger.
Thank you very much, Dutch. It is guaranteed to be a banger. It's got the Sandbag certification. Zath does not hate this draft. Everything is coming up golden, sir. How are we feeling?
Ah, Silver Scrapes, you gotta love it. I'm listening to Worlds Collide by League of Legends, and we are here for fantastic. Best of 5, 5th game. Who's gonna take it? Is it going to be Deadly Lotus? Is it going to be Vitagen? Who knows? We'll find out in the next 30 minutes. And I love both of these drafts. We have very good scaling on both sides. We have some great side laning, got some special pocket picks. God of Hacks playing his favorite Gangplank up towards the top lane. And honestly, I'm just excited to see what happens this game.
Absolutely. One of those games where this could go either way. We got the Sennas coming up, the kind of flavor of the week type champion who got that minion increase, that soul drop on creeps. You've got the Varus, who was the king to be dethroned. Everyone loved to pick him up. Everything has components. There's playmaking, side lanes, hard engage. How did it take us to game 5 to get the 2 most normal looking comps? This is supposed to be bottom of the barrel, desperate like picks.
Honestly,
And we
I
got some
don't
real
even
comps.
know. Because it goes even deeper than that. Because we mentioned before, God of Hacks on his main champion, his Gangplank, something he absolutely loves to pick up. Jesse in the mid lane as well, picking up, of course, the like something they're very famous for with how long they've been here in the SLE. We go down even further. Pele Larson has had this Varus badge away in all 4 games before this, and he's finally been able to pick it up. Opted, of course, for that poke lethality playstyle. On the opposite side, it may not be their favorite champions, but their team can work so well together. In this middle late game, I have huge favorites towards the Senna and Azir. They have so much damage, but the question is, can they get towards the late game? The way that Deadly Lotus has made it back, got themselves towards Silver Scrapes, what's their early gaming phase? If they're able to finally jet again with this team comp, it might just be lights out for Vitagen.
The surge continues. They are the ones who have the momentum. It feels like they've got the energy behind them. But Vitagen Heart were looking so lopsided. You were wrapping it up early. You were looking to a 3-0. They broke their way out of that game to deficit. And it was looking like a quick night. And yet here we are crossing the 11 o'clock mark for those of us outside of GMT. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, got hacks down to 100 HP. This is going to be Gnar auto attack, waiting for the one last boulder toss in Windsor. 3 minutes in, solo Bolo on the signature GP.
Yeah, the time's ticking, and same up towards the top side. Weens has had such an incredible turnaround from the first game, where, let's say, God of Hacks kind of dominated him, to now Weens are really winning out in that 1 versus 1, with that first kill going over, getting that flash as well. This top lane is exactly what you want on the side of Deadly Lotus, and if they keep this up, we might be crowning them SLE champions.
3 minutes in, and Zath is looking towards the crown. Let's pull this one in a little bit.
Oh?
I'm fired up. I'm looking forward to getting this going, but there's a whole lot more to be had as we have jungler en route towards that top side. Sejuani gonna continue to lurk onto Windsor. Remember, no flash, but instead just moving over to the crap.
Yeah, because of course you have that E available, so you still have a dash out to safety. So Jonathan Isaac not slowing down their clear too much, just constantly trying to look for these ganks. As Amumu needs to get towards level 6 before they want to start making a major play, compared to Jonathan Isaac, who at level 3 is at as strong as you're going to be, and you want to be making those trades. Fortunately for Jonathan Isaac, when we look at every single lane except for top lane with God of Hacks, you have some form of CC. Jesse, of course, has the light binding, and you have the Nautilus hook down towards that bot side.
And even up at the top lane, you are a melee champion, so you apply the passive. So even there, you could kind of say between the slows of the barrels and the passive autos, as Dredge Line just goes wide, Impression able to slip out of the way of that one, it's still contributing towards the gank. So Jonathan Isaac can get active pretty much at will.
And talking about people who get active, Wiggy's this whole entire series has super impressed me as a support. Being able to find these engages, looking for ways on towards the backline. May have missed that hook there, but when he's been on these champions, which aren't inherently known for engaging like a Fiddlesticks or a Poppy, he's been able to make it work. So now having him on a major engaged champion, I'm excited to see what sort of looks he can do this game.
If he can make Poppy look imposing, he's able to find another hook onto Impressions, can be cleansing away the Ignite. Varus waiting for that piercing arrow. Blighted Quiver stacks piercing on in, waiting for it, and he does proc it. Impression's gonna get chunked down and forced into their last pot.
And Pelly Larson, somebody who's been very relaxed in this game or in this series, somebody who wants to scale, plays that Smolder, plays these late game champions, is finally on his Varus. He's looking completely different in this early game, allowing the pressure to be able to push the enemy in towards an awkward position as God of Hacks having a lot of trouble towards his top lane.
He's down to 400 odd HP and has no TP. That was spent out early, so there's no teleport to bail him out. Jungler covering, but still dangerous up here for the Pirate.
Yeah, Wings is actually in a counter matchup here. God of Hacks, the way that it usually works out is the Gangplank has enough damage with, of course, his Q, giving himself the opportunity to poke out Nut and make it where he can't really trade. However, with that early trade going towards Winter, he is healthy enough to not really worry about that, stopping this from being a major counter matchup to more of a skill matchup. Towards the mid lane, 3 members around, looking in towards an Azir, still has that flash available. Nothing is going to amount to much in this early game just yet.
Even Amumu and the Alistar lurking, waiting in the wings. Bandit Tosh available. Harnand maybe able to find the smite steal. He has a charge as it's going to be a flip up. 14 HP and taken on second smite here. Looking for the re-engage Sejuani. Going to be flashing to the other side of the Emperor's Divide. Cues out the back of the pit. Secures the crab. Very nicely done for the bowler.
Sandbag, I feel the tension here, don't you? Both of these teams looking for a play, trying to find a slight edge on the enemies. As yes, the team compositions may be a lot more realistic and simple to execute this game, but there's a lot more pressure than any of the others. Vitagen, for the first time this series, is only 1 game away from losing it.
Your season has accumulated to this point. You have the ability to come home champions or come up just short on the final hurdle. And like you said, I'm feeling the tension. Nobody wants to be the one to make the error. And yet I love to see proactivity, both junglers still colliding.
Yeah, and I'm still sniffing towards his top side. Winzo with that ultimate available. There's a chance to try and tower dive here, but it's such a scary threat. If you mess up one single time, God of Hacks could really start turning around this top lane matchup. So instead, using the range versus melee advantage as much as possible, going to be able to push them out and actually might be looking for a tower dive here.
So easily can't. Oh, he got the boomerang tossed backwards. The tech from the Gnar stops the recall. This is going to be a dive. Waiting for a remove Scurvy. 6 seconds on that cooldown. Can ult the wave. He doesn't have reinforcements, so will try and pop it early. Gangplank ult spent. Has the flash to avoid the bandage toss. Does he have the other side of the wall? Here comes the hop on in. Flash to the other side. No tower shot. The minion autos Windsor. Does he have the flip to Mega? He does! Look at the rage manipulation for the top laner. Gangplank does not get his trade kill.
Oh, God of Hacks must be angry with how that play worked out, because at the start of it, he tried to double barrel that wave, misses out on that combo, means that they're able to even look for that dive. Amumu gets out, flash used by Winter, and with that, looking for a play bot.
Dredge line, Chains of Corruption. The lockdown flies out left, right, and center. No Unbreakable Will gets the headbutt backwards. Crazy Fool gets the shield from his AD carry. Senna keeps him alive. Grubs traded on the other side of the map. They have lockdown, but Ali, resilient, survives.
And they don't have the damage, as we'll be looking again at this top lane play. You can see exactly what God of Hacks does. He wants to clear this way, so he uses his ultimate, but he misses that double barrel. And because of that, they make this outplay. Hallen goes in first, tanks it up. Wiener flashes out to stop that tower, and now that rage bar is the thing that comes into effect. Gets it in a sliver of time. Otherwise, that was going to take him out. So in this top lane, a double kill going over to Windsor, and he's doing really well in this 1v1.
You can just feel him mashing that R key. He's sprinting away from those creeps, and you just hear the R trying to get it off in time.
If there's someone out there, please let me out. And it did work out. In the end, he also has himself that fleet footwork in the top lane. Gives you a little bit of healing, gives you that extra bit of movement speed, making it a lot easier. But with Jonathan Isaac having no ultimate available, no flash either, means that is in a very comfortable situation up here in the top lane.
And even getting the recall canceled, just throwing out that boomerang. This Gnar has already paid such dividends.
And we can even tell that his rage bar management is super strong. If he can use that in one major team fight, he can absolutely turn it. So what's his bot side? Wiggies and Pale Larson have looked for plays on the Alistar, notably weak before that level 6.
Interrupted, Curse the Sad Mummy available as he has the ultimate to use. Locked up with the root, as Azir ult will fly out as well as Senna picks up the third of the game. Oppression continues to march on forwards. Here comes the alley dive. Unbreakable Will is not available. Root going wide. Dive on in with the bandage toss. Heated up tower is going to take a huge chunk down to 200, but the Mumu lives. The Mummy continues his reign.
And they just get themselves out scot-free. They looked onto Alistar earlier on, but he didn't even have to blow that flash. And because of it, this tower dive worked out. It started off well. Wiggy's hooking in, stopping Crazy Fool from finding that engage. But with a Mumu having that ultimate, there's just no way of outplaying it. And then afterwards, they look for the redive afterwards. Pele Larson, I don't think you're ever able to stay here, even if Alistar doesn't have that ultimate. Jonathan Isaac trying to kill over Icehound instead of defending his AD carry means he goes down. And this game has gone from Vitagen being in a solid position to now being in a terrible one. Top lane 0-2, bot lane 0-2, respectively together. Gold leaders at 2,000. Vitagen aren't out, but this isn't what you want for your final game.
No, you need to get a playback of your own. Momentum and feeling is such a valuable thing in this game. And if you're able to make a play of your own, even just to get on the board, 2k gold is not the end of the world, but it will feel so much worse if nothing you're doing is working. E-proc, not enough. Icehound on single digits. Things like ultimates. Throws out the pause. Holy moly, we get the moments before disaster.
So confidence is a big thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever been 0-2 down in League of Legends series, coming back to win 2 does wonders for the mental. While for the enemy team, they are in the gutter. And that's the thing for Deadly Lotus, is they were able to find a way back in towards that third game and put themselves in a situation as, I believe an airstrike has been called on towards Icehound. He has been taken out, even with first item in his pocket. That's a bit of a rough one.
Gangplank, ult. He's got the cannon barrage on deck, and with Drake still a minute and 40 away, he will have that up by the time the next rotation comes around. And like you said, they have momentum, and that honestly will be a bit of a tide stemming in terms of mentality.
Top def. That's all you could say. He ulted, he got the kill. Top laner did it all. God of Hacks with that kill towards his pocket isn't going to amount to much just yet. Towards the top side, Windsor is just absolutely dominated, has those boots, has an item advantage, forcing God of Hacks to reset, and Windsor should be able to get a few more tower placed with his pocket if that happens. Said he does opt to stay in this game. Spell Larson in danger.
Lands. Chains of Corruption actually saving his life on that one. He's able to keep the alley combo at bay, and as a result, lives to fight another day.
Yeah, but this is another problem. They keep having to use these ultimates to defend themselves instead of trying to look for these engages. And if this keeps happening, with this dragon coming up in 50 seconds, I'm not sure Pele Larson's ultimate is going to be up and available for that. And this is a big spike for Vitagen if they want to try and fight this. Lux is one of those champions that 1 or 2 items is the strongest they're going to become compared towards a Senna or Azir in the mid lane, which gets towards about 3 items, and they still can get stronger afterwards.
That being said, Varus is nowhere near where he wants to be. So sure, Lux is, but this Varus he's sitting on some components in a tier. He's not great.
At least Senna's the same. So maybe your carry isn't as strong as you want him to be, but at least Senna hasn't been able to get as strong as I say that, they've reset and getting themselves ready for this objective. So you have to say Deadly Lotus in a lot better of a situation. It actually puts a timer on what Vitagen Heart wants to do. They have to start this objective, get it out before the enemy team looks to try and contest them. Otherwise, I have a very bad feeling about this fight for Vitagen.
A headlong fight can be such a problem here as they scout this out correctly. Hex Flash of the wall, connecting with that dredge line, but it's the Alistair. Unbreakable will spend early. Bandage toss in. He's looking for more AoEs. Chains of Corruption gonna be spent into the back lines, and it's a Mumu who finds 3. Hearst of the Sad Mummy locks them down. The alley pulled on top. You said it was a bad feeling about this, and I Crazy Fool is looking to really hammer the point home. Flash for flash, Emperor's Divide just short. Yesay hunting, trying to get a scrap back. He does indeed do, but does go down all the same. It is bodies littering the rift, and Vitagen Heart worse for wear.
And the reverse sweep is sounded even better now to all fans of Deadly Lotus. And we can see how this played, where you understand Wiggies and Jonathan Isaac trying to go for an outplay, find a way to start the fight, but it's just too little too late. With the bounce house coming in, it's Jesse against the world. They are able to pick up another kill on towards oppression. Maybe Jesse can use these kills to find themselves a lead. But on the back of this, it's 7 kills to 3. The gold lead up to 2,000 and the dragon taken away. They're in a pretty solid position here.
They are, but it feels like we're not done yet. Crazy Fool marching into the rift. No Amumu ult. Ali's gonna be knocked out of his combo. Here comes the burst from the final sparked. Dawning Shadow over the top. Crazy Fool in a whole host of trouble as another light binding finds the mark down to half HP. They find a dredge line. These spells are flying true. Crazy Fool's locket is gonna be pushing him to safety. As Yesay, like you said, him against the world. And right now, he's moving mountains.
And when did I say they're at their strongest at those 2 items? So with that kill onto oppression, allowed them to finish that off, restart this fight as the dragon wasn't taken beforehand, and with the extra damaging towards the pocket, it bursted out Amumu, and even getting the kill on towards another member on the back of them. Still, Deadly Lotus are in the driver's seat. But Jesse, with these 2 kills into the pocket, with the strongest part in the game they're going to be at, if there's any chance of Vitagen to try and make a way back into this game, it is going to be through this mid lane.
It will have to be. There's no other way on in. They have the driver's seat, but they're still in the car. They're not quite hanging onto the hood yet. Final spark just a fraction late, throwing out the emote. He knew that was cheeky, but that's basically a basic ability at this point, so not the end of the world in terms of CDs.
Only 50 seconds at that level 11 mark. Goes all the way down to 30 once you get towards level 16. So Jesse in a great position to try and go for those cheeky plays like you said beforehand. But I am still concerned. 2,000 coming up to 3,000 items are starting to get locked in. First item and a half completed for the mid laner of Icehound once he finds that reset. A God of Hacks. I don't think he's moved from this position the whole game.
I don't think he has. Amumu will have to move from this position, though, as he has the Herald Escape. Houdini is going to knock his way into that structure, and by the time he needs one more E-proc, and I think he just dies before he gets that off.
I don't think Haaland's idea was to do that. I definitely think that was an accidental, really cool outplay by them, but it still works out. They get themselves that top lane tower, extra bit of gold in towards this Nars pocket, and they get themselves scot-free out of there without dying just yet. So with this happening, both teams will be farming up just a little bit longer. 3 minutes until the next major objective, which is going to be the dragon. We aren't just yet what soul it is, but it is going to be that Chem Tech, as they may look for another dive here. Has, of course, the Alistar ultimate if they want to look for it. I am just a little bit scared with Lux being able to move, and same with the Sejuani.
And Amumu's only got rank 1R. The difference between the damage that you have between those 2 points is non-negligible.
I would agree, because Senna doesn't deal too much damage in the early game. Same with the Azir. You want to try and scale. If you had maybe the Valves on your team or the Lux, sure, you can have that level 6 ultimate compared to level 11. It doesn't matter. But when you're having a team comp that scales so well in towards the late game, any bit of damage is going to help, as Windsor yet again taking over that first tower, looking for that second. And God of Hacks, even in this counter matchup, hasn't even completed that first item. Having to take a little pit stop to get those boots to just give him a chance to survive in this top lane.
He's going to be able to pick it up here, though, as Collector and Sheen both snugged up there in that top lane. And to his credit, while he is losing structures, he has stemmed the bleeding in dying. He's been able to mitigate. He's not been dove once more. He hasn't been chunked out too many times. He is still down 20 CS and the plate, but the lead is not widening up there.
And honestly, it's quite impressive to only be down 20 CS when you've had so much action towards the top lane, losing your tower in only 16 minutes in towards the game. But with Dragon in 1 minute 40, God of Hacks' ultimate, if he can get that up towards maybe level 16, that's still too far away. That's probably his best chance of actually impacting this game, is scaling, getting your levels to 16, getting enough items so your ultimate can at least deal some damage in these team fights.
He has the utility, absolutely, like you're saying. He's going to eventually get in there. Silver Stirpin's piling up. His gold's going to be piling up on that passive. He will get back into this game if left unattended. So sure, scaling outrageous for Senna Azir, but Gangplank and this Varus as well will be able to close that gap somewhat.
Base lethality, Barrett, it isn't the same as an on-hit. If it was that situation, I would understand. Yes, play for the late game. But with lethality, it's not that easy. 1 minute till this objective. 2 already taken for Vitagen. Every single time they have won one of these games, it has been using one of these souls to try and get that major lead. So with 2 in the pocket, if they can get their third, they're in a great position to maybe use that as their win con. So with 40 seconds left, and Mumu going for that reset, only has level 12 for that ultimate, better than that level 6 you mentioned beforehand. I think this Major Dragon is going to be a big turning point in this game.
This feels like more weight than just Drake. This is where you draw the line on the sand and say, our Lux has burst. Our Poke Varus has damage. We would like to fight this and keep moving towards our win con, because on a timer, it feels like they might have the walls closing in on them.
Yeah, but look at Vaz towards the bot lane. They're doing the pings. They're looking for maybe on him, but there's a ward on this Atacon, spotting out everything they want to do. Teleport comes early. Both of these teams want this.
Piercing arrow absorbed by that support item, so Ali's not going to be taking too much damage, only a few hundred HP. TP's channel, full 5 join. We're going to be flashing in with that dredge line onto the Senna. Here comes the Lux damage, they pull the trigger. Here comes the barrel over the top. God of Hacks as the cannons in the back. The barrage find the mark, and it's dredge line from Wiggies. Another engage from the support, and they set their sights on Drake. Snap engages. This has been a masterclass from the Nautilus.
And Harlan, he tries to find a way in towards this objective, but it's just too little too late. And this is exactly how both of these team comps work. If you are the one to engage, you are going to be winning out on these team fights. We get to see yet again how this is played, because you see, first of all, Deadly Lotus, they have position on this objective. They play a nice front to back, look for an engage onto somebody when they can. They're in a great situation. But Senna getting hooked here is all that matters. With God of Hacks, with that level 11 ultimate, finishes off that kill, and now they just don't have that DPS. That is it, and Senna still need another item to be fully online.
Jumping back to live is going to be Atacon slain by this jungle. Red team's going to dive their way back in. Emperor's Divide. Jonathan Isaac completely cooked. God of Hacks trying to escort Pele back. Flashing to the other side. Blast Cone for Yese. The Lux will live. God of Hacks is the next one in danger. Trying to find the slow from that E. She does escort GP to safety. It is 2 kills for 1 and Atacon on top. This tension is unbearable.
And that Dragon as well. Both of these teams playing on a knife's edge. If somebody was able to find an ace, that'd be so much gold to completely turn this game. But even with 3 Dragons in their pocket, they lose this bot lane tower. They lose this mid lane tower. And that gold lead is still building and building and building. We're getting to the point where it's 3,000 in the pocket of Deadly Lotus. And with this Dragon up in 3 minutes 40, Sandbag, I think if the side of Vitagen take this, even with the gold deficit, they're in a great position to try and win out this game just by having that soul.
Oh, absolutely. Soul stats are in and of themselves worth about 4,000 gold, approximately, right? Roughly 800 per person. That is your gold lead. That is completely negating what you want to do. And sure, Senna, Azir, but Gangplank, but Varus 3 items, and a soul on top of it. This one's anyone's game, and they have stopped the sliding.
And this part of the game is all about reaching your breakpoints for that next major fight. Lux, of course, has reached that 2 items, super powerful point, but you also have this slight uptick again once you get towards level 16, and once especially you get this death cap. So if they can get that in the next 2 minutes 40, Lux will be able to burst out any member, even that Amumu. Only Alistar with ultimate is able to defend that. While on the opposite side, you want Azir, you want Senna to reach their 2 items. They can start pumping out these damage in the team fights. If all of this happens, I'm actually slightly favoring Deadly Lotus. But of course, you have Wiggies on the enemy team. There's so many different ways how this team fight can truly go.
And such huge AoEs. One Gnar ultimate, one Amumu ultimate, Azir ultimate, or Wiggies. He has found these hooks, these pins, these fiddle fears. He's the man I look to. Sure, Jonathan Isaac can throw an ult for himself, but look to Wiggies to kick this one off. Both of these teams are in contention, and like we keep saying, you feel it, Mountain Zath.
Yeah, both of these teams, they want this win so badly. So many historic players on your screens. One of them that we just have to know is God of Hacks in the top lane. You've got Jesse as well. Someone who always comes to us being like, can you please cast? I love this SLE stuff so much. Even if they don't win, they're going to be around for many years to come. And that's the most important thing. Win or lose here today, all of these players would be so proud of getting here towards the finals. As I remember when I played in the league, I would have never been able to get here.
Not to mention pushing us to 5 games. Are you not entertained? 90 seconds till this collision course. Get your gold. Death cap completed.
Yeah, already got themselves a Black Cleaver for the center. A little tankier in these plays. Will have the flash available. Same with that Azir. And that are 2 crucial abilities to keep up. Lux doesn't have the flash, so maybe there's a pick potential for an Alistar to look in. Maybe some other side. But this Baron, it has just spawned and is actually getting straight started.
Oh, Weenzer autoed the wards. I don't think you meant to do that because it gave vision. You can see the red tides descend as the rest of Vitagen Heart look to contest. If you auto a ward, it gives vision even if it's pinked, as we have members flying in spells just wide and walks it off. That might have been an accident and a big mistake to give the vision.
And this is even bigger than what you think, because yes, they lose this mid lane tower, but it's all about this dragon.
Oh!
And that hurt. But look at the bot lane. Who has priority? It goes over to the side of Vitagen. So not only are they chunked out for this next fight, as Lux Ultimate is going to be up and available, they don't actually have any control over this objective.
Vitagen Heart have the vision control. As you highlight, it is going to be them lying in wait. Wiggies over the wall will wait for members. You have to play so respectfully around this anchor.
Yeah, remember, he has that flash available as well. Anytime he wants to go in, he can just go for that snap engage.
Splits the uprights. Wiggy's not able to find his way on in. Flashing to the other side of the route. He's forced out. Hex flash available, though. It's not the end of the world for this knot.
Yeah, still trying to make for the play. Looking to find
Just
the
short 3-man alley pole. Dawning Shadow over the top. Have the engage on in. Final Spark will blow up. Icehound's the first one to get the blood going. Alley engage. Mumu down. Here comes Emperor's to fight. 4-man in. The Emperor has arrived to flip them in. Icehound must try and fight his way out of a corner. He's got no one left to lead. Vitagen Heart are the ones coming out on top. God of Hacks, redemption for himself as they are able to set themselves for this soul.
Both members were able to free fire on the side of Deadly Lotus, but it was too little, too late, as every time Wiggies tried to engage, he wasn't able to find it. You see the headbutt pulverize, but Holdred only ults onto one member. And because of this Icehound and oppression, find it so hard to hit on any member in the back line. So even though we find this perfect 4-man ultimate from Icehound, there's just not enough from it, especially when God of Hacks has his item spikes. 2.5, bursts one out, gets the second. And with that soul in hand, even though it's 11 kills apiece and a 2,000 gold lead, Vitagen are clearly in the driver's seat now.
They have swung this game back into their favor. from 2k down to 3k down to what is effectively up 6 thanks to that soul. They have cemented a solid lead and are going to look to go further.
It's hard. It's difficult. If some things went slightly different in that play, Deadly Lotus were able to win out. If Holland was able to find a better ultimate with that Amumu, if Azir was able to deal a little bit more damage, get a few more items in his pocket, there's no point anymore as Alistar procs that ultimate to get himself out to safety. Baron still not taken just yet. They have better scaling on the side of Deadly Lotus. If they can withstand, stop this Baron and just hold on, they can still win this game.
His will might be unbreakable, but his vision line certainly isn't. Amumu's caught with the binding. They have the engage on in, flashing to the other side of the wall. Ultimate channeled. Ali's trying to dissuade. Do they have the sustain to get the Amumu ult out? He does get it off. And Burst Divide, but now he's in the middle of 3 people. Does he have the damage to follow it up? He will be knocked down. Double kill to Sejuani. They lose 3. Baron next. Vitagen Heart surge back into this.
And Jesse found all of the gold in this early game, getting those couple, finding a way on that second dragon as well. And because of that, they've been able to snowball this further and further. And it feels like Deadly Lotus, even with 2 games coming back into this, the confidence has gone back into Vitagen as they'll pick up this Baron and start looking to use this to open up the enemy team space.
They will not be giving this reverse sweep if they have a word to say about it. Zath, where do you find an inroad back in? We had so much riding on momentum, on Deadly Lotus feeling like they had it figured out and dialed in. How do they find one more road back into this, one more comeback to stop this soul-empowered team?
I mean, they still have just major ultimates available. They got the Amumu ult, hit that onto a couple members, Alistar as well. Especially when you almost have that death cap completed from Azir. You saw in that team fight how close he was to killing Jesse and killing many members on the side of Deadly Lotus. They just need to play in a way where they can allow them to free fire. The question is, are they able to find it?
One jump onto the top laner here. Gotta hacks will fall, but he gets one in trade. Nard down.
What did I just watch?
Despite the overload, God of Hacks fights his way out of the corner.
Hell no, that champion ain't fair. God of Hacks, you are not playing that against me. Having such a difficult early game, now 7-3, 3 items in the pocket, bursting out anyone on his screen, and now only 3 members alive, 20 seconds on the enemy team. There might be a chance to end here.
3v4, iCrazy Fool is zoned out. He can't even rejoin his team. Nexus Tower is under siege. Ultimate will be sent in. The Emperor has fallen. His reign has ended. And from the depths of a reverse sweep potential, Vitagen Heart say not today. Game 5 secured. Grand Finals wrapped. Vitagen Hearts are your SLE champions.
And I don't think anyone was expecting that. After a 2-game sweep back-to-back, you think the Vitagen are out it for their last game. They pull it back. They get themselves those victories. And in that last game, you have to give such great props towards Jesse in the mid lane. I keep thinking back towards that second dragon, using those 2 items to pick up one more kill, get a little more damage, and win out on the team fights from them. But massive congratulations to Vitagen Heart for being the SLE winners.
Absolute cinema. All the way to 5 games, all the way to the end. There were swings, moves, and counter moves. And Zath, I'm just ready to soak this one in a little bit. That's going to do it for us. Throwing it over to the analyst to pull this one down and send us out for the ceremony. Thank you so much. Analysts, take it away.
You know, I don't know if I'm the right person to be here at the moment because I'm so fucking happy they won. Holy shit, I'm losing my shit the entire game. Entire game 5. But to be honest, game 5, it was a fucking cinema game 5 as well. Like, I thought this game was over and like the first 10 minutes for like that little, like okay, they have it. Like the GP is not doing anything. Weezer is gapping, hacks the top lane super hard, but then boom, team fight. Yes, is completely 1v9ing. Wiggies finds one hook. We didn't get a stomp, and I'm so happy about like this game 5 was completely delivered.
Congrats to Vitagen Heart. Yeah, I was scared for Vitagen Heart as soon as I saw top lane, the early game. I was like, oh, this is gonna be very, very, very rough for Vitagen. And then I just see a crazy comeback. So it's like
Yeah.
oof. They denied the reverse sweep, what we like to see, Kappa. But yeah, congrats to Vitagen Heart. I don't know. I think we should be having the Vitagen team joining the voice chat soon.
Yeah, I haven't predicted a single game correctly.
Thank you, brother. Shy, my boy. Shy, my boy. He did it for me. He did. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's go, guys. Okay. So I have to be unbiased. Unbiased. Unbiased analyst desk.
Let's go.
Unbiased.
Actually,
Drag-
yeah.
Drag hacks.
Wait, where's Hex?
Where's that?
Yeah, don't leave hacks out.
Where's
No,
Hex?
my Discord was fucked. I had to click in there. Wait, what?
He's
Wait, Hack was
invited
in
in
here.
heart.
Oh, Hex was in here. Jesse, you can drag him.
Yeah,
All
but
by himself.
No hacks.
No, Hex, fuck that guy. Subbed in.
Ah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
he's-
my god. There he
Okay,
is.
guys.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
guys. I want to congratulations with this insane BO5 game 5 banger. You guys played over like what is it, like 5 hours almost. How are you guys feeling?
Ah, so much cancer, man.
Bro,
Fuck
drafting
yeah.
game 5 is the most horrible shit I've done in my life, bro. What the fuck am I supposed to do, bro? Draft game, bro. I ain't even scared of the game. I'm scared of draft game 5, bro. When that client opens up, shit. What
Dude,
the
I'm just happy
hell?
it's over.
That's true.
Thank fuck.
I'm happy we
Yeah.
won, so I didn't betray Ace. God bless you, Ace. Hope you're having a good time if you watch.
I mean, not gonna lie, Hack, you did improve him.
Bro, I've been PayPal $80 for my lane faces, 20 for each. I'm sprinting lane, brother. That shit run loud. Hell,
I mean, you had to impersonate. At Ace was still there, so you had to run it down a bit.
true. We lose
Okay,
lane
but-
in game.
We haven't picked the finals MVP yet, but we'll do that soon. Yeah, Hax, how was the experience subbing in for finals, going game 5, having a bit of an unfortunate game 2, 3, and 4, but pulling out in the end with your signature GP?
I'm happy I played GP1 solo queue game the last like 2 weeks. Let's say that. Because I did not think we were going game 5. I'm a bit sad we lost game 3 because that game was. I remember the draft that well. It was feeling pretty solid though. But yeah, that game was rough. Yeah, we just didn't get anything done. I feel like it was rough.
Yeah.
I'm happy we
that's
won.
alright, man.
I don't know. I don't really have any expectations or feelings. I just subbed in. I'm happy to help, and I'm happy we won.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have chat vote for finals MVP, I think, as well. Yeah, for 2 of you, it's your second trophy. No, for 3 of you, it's your second trophy. 2-time champions. But for one man, he lost it, but he got MVP. What did he get MVP? Yeah, he got MVP. Didn't end up having that so good of a playoffs, but you got your championships again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm tired as fuck though. But I didn't get MVP last split. That was, I think, wasn't that JR or something?
No, I was this split. Last split was Jordi.
Oh yeah, it was Jordi, right? Yeah, yeah. But I got like 80 carry or something like that. But yeah, it feels good. It feels good. I really wanted to win versus these guys as well. Like, I might as well just go sleep on a pillow playing that fucking bot lane. Holy shit. But yeah, no, it was fun. They put up a good fight. It was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not expected after those first 2 games, right? Like that second game was such a. I feel like you guys stole that one away from them. Did you guys think like it was kind of over after the second game?
No, I don't like. Sure, maybe a little bit, but I don't know. I think game 3 and 4, I think we hard trolled some early fights, like pathing wise, and that made them just stronger. And we could never like fight back in the game, so that they just snowballed. But like game 5, I think we had too good of a comp, even though we were like, I don't know, I haven't looked back, but I think we probably were down maybe 1 or 2k before starting like really fighting. But they could never do anything. It felt like the Lux pick with Poke Wars was just really good, and then we had like Seju fronting with Nautilus. So I was kind of chill that game.
There's
I mean, fair
a
enough.
straw poll in the chat for the MVP vote.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
There's a lot of them.
Pepper, I
Yeah.
think something is not going right here.
Whoa.
Holy shit! Yo, Pippa be dropping his.
That's a
triple
lot of
victory.
polls.
But it's the same poll. It's the same poll. I think.
I hope so.
It's the same link.
I hope so.
It's making sure that people goes in and votes.
Okay, Jesse gained them votes.
Yeah, yes, it's winning.
Really?
yeah. You deserve it.
Holy.
The admin takes home the MVP. It's fucking
If
rigged.
you don't vote for me, you're gonna get banned. So watch out.
Hashtag rigged.
I think everyone that has 1 point is voted for themselves now.
I haven't voted.
I can't even vote. The page doesn't work.
No, but it was fun games. It lasted
Yeah.
way too long though. But
Yeah, that's yeah, I
Worth
mean,
your opponents.
worth the opponents in the end.
Yeah.
we were
They did
in
good.
the trio, but you know, shit happens.
True. I mean, looking at the MVP of finals, I don't think we have to wait that long to to call it out. Mr. Yesse, I think you are our finals MVP, topping it up
Hell
with an
yeah.
amazing Lux performance in the end there.
Well, I kinda I didn't know what to play last game. Everyone was banned, and I
Yeah,
watched I watched skill cap, and there they say Lux mid was good again. I tested one flex, it went good, and then I was like, fuck it. And then they picked Azir, so it was either 0 for the Lux.
Yeah, the
or
guys
for
was here,
the
that's
Lux.
interesting.
And
Yeah, I mean-
it went pretty good. I would say.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, you guys played pretty well around it. Congratulations on getting your finals MVP. Yeah, do you guys like to say anything to Ace, by the way?
Yeah, I'm happy he's not here.
Ace, DM me if my Ace impression was accurate.
Yeah, no,
Right.
we obviously missed Ace. He should have been here. Sadly, he was getting his hair transplant in Turkey right now. But we're happy for Hex for filling in.
I do miss the Shen Masterclass. The Shen Masterclass is missing from the series.
Zicken, they asked you for your Papa live performance. How are you feeling
never,
about that?
never happening.
Good of my life performance.
If it was a
yeah,
trio, I could do it.
It's okay. Question for like one of the only person I haven't with anything. Isaac, you're now an SLE and CWL winner, both of them. Only a very select few people have the honor to be that. Is this the end for you in SLE, or what's going forward for you?
I don't know, to be honest. No, I'm playing a tournament with some of the Infernal Wolves guys on Tuesday. That's like a bigger prize pool, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm playing next year again because I don't know. Sometimes regular season is a bit boring. Playoffs is a bit fun, like it's fun though, but just takes a while.
He's too fucking good.
He's too fucking good, clean. Yeah, it's two chips in 3 seasons. So yeah. I mean, you're definitely rolling the league lately. I mean, I don't think I have more questions. I don't think my co-analysts are even here anymore. Oh, yeah, they are. Shai's here. Oh, they are actually. You guys have any questions?
No, you've just asked everything and said everything. I'm just enjoying the moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. Congratulations.
I want to add one thing.
yeah, sure. Don't say it.
I'm happy I traded out my previous mid laner for this one, so I could win the SLE title.
Hey,
What?
yo!
What?
Wait, who's
What?
your
Take
previous
that
mid
back.
Zicken? I haven't
Take
seen
that back.
He's in this call. He's in this call.
He's in this call.
He's in this
What?
call?
It's a
Take that back
durag
right
grabs the
now.
shank.
X is check.
Aye.
But you
Hey.
like, did you not? You really not care about having best Kale, SLE, Yuko in your team? Like, hello.
Dude, Lick,
You didn't-
what's your name? Lick? No, bro, this fan.
No.
Just go to graphs. We got that 6k Caitlyn damage right there. Sick. I don't bro. Lick,
Yeah,
bro, a million damage to you. I don't what the hell?
I'd rather have 6k Caitlyn than the Kale.
Motherfucker. Yeah, by the way, your performance on the Caitlyn was interesting. Were you trying to do a support impression or what?
Yeah, I think so.
No, but we don't talk about that game. That didn't happen.
No, don't talk about Bruno. Yeah. Well, yeah. Then everyone said, congratulations, guys, again. Let's go, guys.
Let's
I
end with a
wanna-
Europapa,
Yeah,
Pepparkakor.
thanks to you guys on the analyst desk, the casters.
Yeah, I
and
wanna-
everyone
yeah, yeah, yeah,
producing,
I wanna
very
say-
good.
yeah.
Very nice
Yeah.
production, all that. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, sorry,
yeah.
Dash, I took your flare.
Very well played.
Are we
Okay.
having closing ceremonies, by the way?
I wanna say a little bit things before we
Oh,
wanna
sorry.
go to the closer minutes. I wanna thank Jesse for all the work he's done this split. Amazing work. I wanna thank all the admins, all the mods, everyone, all the producers, casters, who made this possible. Thank you for Sandbag and Saddos for hopping in the call to cast these finals. They really did well. Always good to have some good casters on such important games. Yeah, I think that's kind of everyone. Thank you for everyone joining us for this SLE split. I don't know when we'll be back. We'll definitely be back. I don't know in what way, how, when, or what. I think Jesse will probably know a bit more about that because boys
Aiming
are
towards end of July, probably somewhere in July.
July. Oh, that's kind of soon, no? Actually, not 3 months.
It's
Yeah,
in
okay.
like 2 months.
2 months. Okay, yeah. But everyone, just follow the announcements. You'll see it soon anyway. I wanna again thanks for everyone for making this possible. It was a very fun split. It had some shocking moments, some big upsets, and then wait if I can win. Thank you guys.
Play that Europapa now.
Play that
Okay,
Europa.
okay.